Everybody, it's Ben. Go Ben. Welcome to round 5. I haven't eaten today because I wasn't feeling well this morning. So I'm eating now, and I'm eating soup, and I lost my spoon, which is impossible. So it must be in the soup because what else could have happened? I'm confused. Ooh. So yeah, don't forget that. All right, so if this was 15 years ago, the matchup of the round would be this game in the women's, Krasnodonsky. But now literally nobody cares except the 2 players. Yeah, Zatonsky's tied for last, and Crush hung a piece last round to Yip and resigned. So Crush is somewhere in the middle. Yay, castling is for betas. But thanks for the sub. The worst in chess, 200 centitudes. Thank you. Frodo Cumbus subscribed. Yay, or something. Slow Time Traveler, 300 centitudes. All right, thanks for all that stuff. We got a train going right away. Let's see what else I missed. Let's see. Janet Jackson says, I miss you much. Okay. Thanks, Janet Jackson. Grandmaster Gowrie gave 100 centitudes. He's the Grandmasterist. Except for one thing. Let's see, what's this? $9.99. Heinz Superman. Basically, anybody who's doing commentary today is named Benjamin. 2 Bishops Vatals subscribed. Thanks for the sub, Vatals. All right, let's have a look at the games. Okay, that game doesn't matter. Let's go to Bruzon and Wesley So. Now, this is an unusual game because both sides want to draw. So, Bruzon doesn't mind drawing Wesley, and Wesley doesn't mind having an easy draw with black. But no draws are allowed, so I don't know. $5. Thanks. Now I can go to the movies by myself. Thanks, Larry Bird's mustache. Thanks for the 100 centitudes, Darren, 993, Ultra Cold Neutron, 1,000 centitudes for the Yasser. Yeah, I got a haircut yesterday before the stream, but nobody on the stream last night mentioned it. So, yeah. Okay, so Wesley played the Petrov. Naredinsky versus Fabi. Okay, so Fabi's white. So obviously he wants to win against anybody, including Magnus. And Donya's playing an unusual Steinitz deferred. Okay. A6 and then D6. And so Fabi has to go into his head and go, wait, when did I look at that? 20 years ago? Sorry 9141. Thanks for the 141. Hey Ports. Subscribe, thank you. Karen's here too. She's also going to do commentary. I was going to have Karen help, but I think she's going to spend the rest of the stream looking for that spoon. Usually when Karen and I spoon, it's different. 314, it's raining ban. That's right. Pie. Thanks, Scooby. All right, so Fabi castled after trying to figure out what his preparation was. And Donya's just trying to get Fabi out of his prep for this tournament by playing something he probably doesn't play very often or ever. Naredinsky played the Dragon Sicilian earlier in the tournament. So he's trying to throw Fabi off on move 1. Good. Jay Bruz subscribed. Good soup. The worst in chess gifted a sub. Can you get closer to the mic when you eat the soup? I don't know. Can you still chat in my chat when I ban you? I don't know. Interesting. Delicious. Okay, so Bishop D7, C3. It's the old Steinitz variation. Very old. Well, it says modern Steinitz. Is that like Modern Family? Okay, Fabi having the worst, not Fabi, Jeffrey, that rhymes with Fabi, having the worst tournament of his life, playing Sam Shankland. That could be the antidote. Schenkel will be looking to win with black because Jeffrey's having such a bad tournament. He's like, come on, Jeffrey, let's play a sharp Sicilian. And Jeffrey says, Ish don't think so. Jeffrey, like Naredinsky, wants to get Sam out of prep. Okay, so now they're both out of prep. The worst in chess gifted a sub. Hey. I've been informed by the organizers that they keep getting the question, why is it Naka playing? It turns out Naka is playing, he's just late. Usually he shows up late for the round, this time late for the tournament. Lawful Waffle gifted a sub. Avoiding the ban. Very good. I like the way the chess.com thing says, Rady opening Sicilian invitation. Shawang SC Wang subscribed to tier 2. God damn. Yeah, when you get an invitation from Sam, you got to run. Okay, so they're transposing into a London. As you all know, Jeffrey's favorite song is London Calling. The reason London Calling is Jeffrey's favorite song is because Jeffrey only listens to The Clash and he knows this song London Calling. Except for one thing. The worst in chess gifted a sub. The more subs you gift, the more subs we have. Subs. All these crypto people, they keep talking about me on Twitter. I've never had so many people talking about me. Sometimes the whole tweet is just GM. And I'm like, man, solid. All right. Schwiertz is playing against Ray Robson. Ray is in clear first right now with 3 out of 4. And they have an Italian, Gioco Pianissimo. Okay. Again, it could have been a crazy knight G5, but that's not really Schwiertz's style. It's Ray's style. All right, so this will be a slow, boring, positional maneuvering game, as per usual. Dominguez is white against Burke. Obviously, this is a Marshall. Yeah, Burke was very impressed with We Are Marshall, so he decided to play that. It was invented in the 1920s by Frank J. Counterattack. Okay, so in this position, at least half the time, super grandmasters avoid the Marshall by playing an anti-Marshall. D3, A4, Knight C3, etc., mainly etc. But he allowed the Marshall with the normal C3, and Black doesn't have to play the Marshall, but super GMs like to play it with Black too. So, okay, and yeah, here. Now, when the Marshall was invented, Marshall played Knight F6. If you're playing somebody under 2,000 and you get this position with Black, they probably don't know the old main lines. They probably just know the current one. So if you play stuff from between 1920 and 1960, you can get a good position probably because of your knowledge. You know, if you have it. And Bishop B7, I think, is also a move. But C6 is what they play now. Okay. They used to just play D4. And about 20 years ago, they started playing D3. They play both now, but D3 is more common. Always retreat. And this has become the main line recently. Queen H4 threatens this. Put it in H. Bishop E3. So it used to be they played D4. And now that they play D3, a lot of times they give the pawn back, but Black loses all of his initiative taking it. You know, because Black's trying to checkmate White, and White doesn't want to get checkmated. So he did take the pawn. So it's not a pawn sacrifice anymore, but sometimes we win this pawn, and sometimes we don't. It all depends. The important thing is probably not to get checkmated, right? Getting checkmated is bad. If you're taking notes, write that down. Dankel 16 gifted a sub. Good, good. Slow Time Traveler gifted a sub. Who didn't gift a sub? Somebody didn't gift a sub. I don't know who it was. The Worst in Chess gifted a sub. Bishop Takes gifted a sub. What else? And I think somebody else did something. Do something. The Worst in Chess gifted more subs. Darren193 gave about 10 cents. About 10 cents, not quite. Yeah. That was you. Yeah. Hey, Neurononum, you're the best. Not sure what. Delicious. Okay, so they're still in their prep, and White played bishop to d4. Oh, no, White played knight bd2. I apologize. Now let's analyze and see what happens if White tries to take everything. Rawr! Taking a pawn, forking the bishops. The engine says black resign. No. The engine says rook a d8. God damn. Now if you take this, bishop takes g3 is annoying because White loses. That is annoying. And this. Anyway, these pieces aren't doing a good defensive job for some reason. Not sure why. They seem like they are. Okay, so Dominguez developed a piece, knight d2. Go back to the actual game, and then bishop f5, bishop d4, and this, of course, is still in the preparation of Dominguez, as you can tell by his time usage. Still not sure where the spoon is. Doesn't seem to be in the soup. Where else could it be? That spoon just disappeared. And I don't know if Burke is out of prep or he's thinking about what his prep is, but he's been thinking. Not everybody's strong suit. So Black doesn't really have an attack here, and White has, good piece placement for his bishops. The rook is on the open file. The queen is putting pressure here. So the engine says it should be a draw, but I mean, if I had to take White or Black here, I guess I'd take White. Close. That seems like it's the end of Burke's prep. Otherwise, he would have probably moved by now. And this is Lenderman Sevian, both having good tournaments. I think they're both +1. Yeah, the only time I was +1 at the U.S. Championship is when I brought Karen with me. Okay, so e3, that's a very unusual move. Normally they would take or play bishop g5 or queen a4. So Lenderman playing a different line. This could come out of the Nimzo Indian instead of the Rogozin. Castles. Yeah, this looks more like a Nimzo Indian. All right, White's playing in the most boring way possible. Going for the slightest of advantages. I like doing that. So most super grandmasters wouldn't play this like with White because it's too timid, but I would. So that has to be advantage Sevian, that Lenderman is playing in a timid way. But this is Lenderman's prep. You can tell by the time usage. He wants a boring position. Hopefully he'll pressure the d-pawn, and then he'll be slightly better. And Sevian, putting his knight on e6, thinks, well, at some point I'll play this and trade everything and we'll shake hands. Even though you can't shake hands. Not only because of COVID, because it's not allowed. 2 cats subscribe with Prime. The rules are so strict that in the championship, this doesn't count for the women's championship, but in the championship, there's another rule. Even when you go to the bathroom, you're not allowed to shake. I mean, it's terrible. The COVID's just getting us everywhere. Oh, Weird Gus liked the +1 joke. That's right. Yeah, one of the arbiters caught one of the players shaking in the men's room. He said, "What are you doing?" And the guy said, "I'm on vacation." So. I told the chat the only time I ever got +1 in the U.S. Championship was when I brought you. Oh, snap. Can I have,
Yes.
You were my +1. Yeah, okay. She didn't laugh. That means she didn't get it. Otherwise, she wouldn't stop laughing.
Maybe.
Yeah, see? Maybe. One time I was +1 in the U.S. Championship. My opponent drew easily. Coffee. Frankly, delicious. All right, so Sam's thinking forever. Yeah, he's equalized. This isn't a way for whites to get an advantage in this opening. Bishop D2, and, king's on E1 still. So black is okay. All right, let's look at the women folk. Now, Krush and Zatonsky have played this line before in women's championships. C5, takes for the... They play this line a lot against each other. I'm not sure why exactly. This is like, if you look in database, you'll see Krush and Zatonsky. This is like the third time. I've had white in this position before, but not black. And this is the line that Wesley So likes to play with black also. If you remember earlier in the tournament, and you don't, there was a game, E4, takes, knight G5, bishop E6, etc., between, I believe, Lenderman and So. But, okay, Irina plays bishop G5. That probably wasn't expected by Zatonsky, so she's going to go into her, 5-hour think. You going to be on too?
Yeah, but you'll need to zoom back out. I think you might have zoomed in last night, maybe.
No.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, that's right.
You can never accuse me of doing anything. I never do anything. I sit here. Yeah.
All right, I just want you to be crowded.
Yeah. This reminds me of the famous game, and I'm sure it does for you too, between Lasker and Pillsbury. Obviously, Lasker, had the black pieces, where Pillsbury castle queenside, and then eventually he blundered and his king ran up the board and got mated. That game takes the cake. Yeah, I wasn't sure what tournament it was, but since Karen is here, I guess I'll ask her. I'll ask Lasker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Delicious.
Karen in October garb.
This is obviously a Grunfeld, and frankly, wow, she played bishop G7 to play the King's Indian, and then against G3 she played the Grunfeld. Makes sense. She likes the King's Indian more. All right, and this is the main line of this variation. And then H3, I don't know if that's a new move. Queen E2 was the old move. I'm not sure if this is common now, since I don't play either side of it. All right, so this is double-edged, or as some writers would say, triple-edged. Super sharp position. The engine says everybody's okay. And both sides are very combative players. Carissa wants to win every game with white and black. In fact, Carissa was furious yesterday, and she said so on Twitter, and people are like, but Carissa, why are you so mad? Don't you... And she said, I didn't win today. And then they said, well, it's a rest day. And she said, what does that have to do with it? So she was pretty mad. And so forth.
What are you talking about? What speculation?
Eh? Delicious. Any opinion, Karen?
About what?
Anything.
No.
Queen C2. Huh?
Not right now.
Nimsova versus Cheravich. It says, Chess.com says, Sicilian defense, French variation. $9.99. What is this position called? Chess. Just King's Indian. Move order was a little funny. That's called a King's Indian.
Ben is eating soup.
Yeah. Okay, so Sicilian, e6, g3. Not playing an open Sicilian. Good, good. White can always play an open Sicilian anyway. And now e5. So black lost the tempo to block it all up. Reasonable. h3. White is preparing d4, over-preparing it. Bishop d7, very passive. And this could actually start looking like a Ruy Lopez, except this was fianchettoed. Yeah, black is playing very passively this game. I'm not sure why the bishop went to d7. It's a strange square for the bishop. But all right, I mean, you can't really go to e6 at any point. Normally I would just castle here. I wouldn't move this bishop. Get my king out of there. So white can play knight a3 to c4. White can play d4. White could be tricky and play d3 for no reason, even though white spent a lot of time preparing d4. That's why white played h3. She doesn't want bishop g4 to happen when she plays d4. Black probably wants to play queen c8, and then white's going to play king h2, and then I'm not sure what black's next plan is. Seems like that's the end of that. All right, so I like white. Tatev has white against Esharitha. Tatev played d4. What's going on here? And then they played a Nimzo Indian. Queen c2. Go Nimzo Indian. Okay, black played b6, which I consider not good. That's my personal opinion. e4, c5. And I had this position once in Chicago Open about 8 years ago, and I made a mistake here. Terrible. Okay, I think it's the move Tatev played. Yeah. Yeah, the right move here is a3. Yeah, the thing about Tatev is she knows a lot of theory and lines that she plays. And then at some point, Tatev says, well, I've played that 800 times. Let's play something else and trick the opponent. And then when she does that, like here, then when her opponent plays an offbeat line, she's like, what? So Tatev will know the main line, but this is weird for black. And I also didn't know this position. But yeah, a3 is the best move here. And I think I played d5. And then, yeah, queen e7. And already white has some issues here with the pawns. It's not easy to make the right move here. I ended up drawing because my opponent didn't mind drawing. But okay, she played bishop e2 after a long thought. And black didn't play anything aggressive. Just played d6, which is fine. And this is, this is okay for white because bishop e2 is pretty solid and it, blocks this. But yeah, I don't think d5 gives white an advantage. All right, an unusual opening. We got Talia versus Paikidzii, and today Paikidzii's not fooling around. Okay, when Nazi's playing the Dutch better watch out. Okay, so I don't remember her playing the Dutch, but Talia is somebody that Nazi wants to get out of prep and then figure I'm a lot higher rated than her, so I'll beat her from a sharp position. So they played the Leningrad Dutch, okay, with g6, knight h3. I like to play knight h3 against the Dutch. That way, if the knight ever comes in here, I can never play f3 and kick it out. And the knight going here is very nice. It doesn't block the bishop either. So I like these knight h3 lines for white. Okay, d5. The knight wants to go to e6. And knight c5. Normally, black has played c5 or e5 already, and white has taken en passant. Bishop e3. And, I like white in these positions because it's a Dutch. Now, if I wasn't doing commentary and John Fedorowicz was, I said if, he would destroy the studio now. He doesn't like the Dutch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're his student and play the Dutch, you're not his student anymore. Yeah, if he's giving a simul and some kid he doesn't know plays the Dutch, he starts yelling at the kid.
He doesn't seem like a yeller.
John Fedorowicz?
Every time I've ever been around him, which granted is only a handful of times, he's always very calm and nice.
John Fedorowicz?
Yeah. We got blurry there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Might need to refresh.
There's a typo? Where's there a typo? What?
Probably should refresh the camera when you get a chance.
Refresh what?
In the camera.
How do I do that?
You just change it to the other one and change it back in properties.
All right.
Yeah.
Like this terrible camera and then this good camera. That's a scary camera. Is it the most fixed? It looks fine to me.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Forehead camera.
Yeah. We have a lot of cameras.
I don't know the Dutch.
Yeah, Nazi has 4 draws in 4 games. Solid. And they said that's not good for retaining her streak because it's not really drawish. Okay, so Nazi played e5. So Karen, you're a woman, so I could ask you about the women's games. Do you think Talia will take on Passant? That's option 1. She won't take on Passant. That's option 2. And number 3 is she doesn't know what en passant is.
Well, come on now.
Well, that's an option.
Do I think she'll take on Passant?
Uh-huh.
I can't see because you keep leaning over the board.
We're right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I agree. So normally you take on Passant because when your knight's on h3, you want to go to f4.
I wouldn't want that bishop to have any play.
But you don't want these pawns, they're too strong. But the engine doesn't take it. Okay? The engine plays on the queen's side, b4, etc. Okay, I predicted she will take on Passant. And I'm never going to come back to this game, so we'll never know. And so forth. Also, if she takes on Passant, then a lot of websites will be getting, people will be writing in like, well, what is this illegal move and what's going on here? All right. The last but not least, although somewhat least, Megan Lee against Sabina. And this is obviously a Ruy Lopez. This looks like the Zaitsev variation. It looks like it. Let's see what it says. Floor Zaitsev system. Yeah. That's Karen's favorite player. When I told her it was the Zaitsev, she was floored. All right. So this is the line Karpov used to play, and he had a good excuse.
Yeah.
Zaitsev was his coach.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Now, let me explain the Zaitsev. In 1950s, Smyslov invented the Smyslov system. He was very lucky. Like if his name was like Jones and he invented the Smyslov system, but amazing. Yeah. And you know who got an idea from that? Smyslov inventing the Smyslov system. You know what happened after that as a consequence?
No.
Lou Gehrig's disease.
What?
Lou Gehrig's disease. Yeah. Okay. I mean, can you imagine Lou Gehrig's disease and Lou Gehrig got it? Jeez. Okay. Now, Smyslov was worried about knight g5 because it was the 1950s. And Smyslov wanted to play rook e8, bishop f8. Why did he want to do that? So when white plays d4, this pawn's weak. You got a rook and you got a knight and so forth. And he said, okay, I'm going to play h6. And he played exactly the way that was played in the Floor Zaitsev variation, except when white wants to do the rigmarole with his knight, h6 loses a tempo. So if we play h6 and we continue, okay, now white plays knight g3, completing the rigmarole, and my knight defends my e-pawn. Whew. Otherwise, black would take and be threatening the e-pawn. Okay, then Zaitsev said, I literally don't care about knight g5. Okay, that was the first person used literally incorrectly. That was yeah. And he said, I don't care about that. Right, I'm just going to play bishop b7 and rook e8. You want to play knight g5? Be my guest. And super GMs, they really liked this. They were really happy. They were like, good, good. Okay, and the reason was there was another repetition they could draw with. Knight g5, rook f8, knight f3, and many super GM games have gone like that, and weaker GMs. Okay. So, Megan Lee plays, let's go back to the game. Okay, so Megan plays knight bd2. She doesn't play the drawing line. Bishop f8. Now, black's point has come to fruition. If knight f1, remember I said if, to play knight g3, black can take this. this is attacked twice, and the knight's on g3 defending it. And I could also play knight a5 attacking the bishop and attack it again. So Megan, who's not allowed to play knight f1, you know what rule says that? There's a rule why she can't play knight f1.
I don't know.
It's also named after her, Megan's Law. Okay, she played bishop c2, defending the pawn. So now she can do this. The problem is that bishop was good. Now it's defensive. So black got everything she ever wanted. All right, now black, they're on their own now because this bishop c2 is not the main move. So in this position, she played g6. She wants to double fianchetto. You know those fianchettos that are like double fianchettos?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and then also if white does this, then knight f5 is less likely to be played. Also knight f5. Yeah. So now the players are on their own, and it's going to be a positional, boring, slow game. So they're going to take tons of time, and then on move 30, they're going to be in time trouble. Then it'll be fun to watch.
So what move did they get out of theory on?
They're both out of their own prep now.
Like what move though?
After bishop c2, they were both like, what?
Okay, so that seems, is that typical? That seems like a lot of moves.
Look what I found.
Is that normal? Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
The missing spoon.
That fell deep in the soup.
Is that a typical number of...
For the women's, yeah.
Yeah.
If it was like the world championship, no. Yeah. If it was my game, yeah. Two fianchettos, what else? Yeah. This is weird on the chess.com broadcast. Nobody's eating soup. That's strange. What kind of broadcast is that? Okay. And it's funny, they've already been on their 7th break. Strange. And they're showing players that aren't playing in the tournament. All right, now, true story. All right, so Sevian had all he could stands. He can't stands no more. So he played bishop a5, not the engine move, but good enough. And then he wanted to clarify in the center and trade everything and draw easily with black. That's what he was thinking. Play d4. And the engine thinks that white has a nice advantage here because white's going to have extra tempi to attack this and the queen when it comes here. And these pieces haven't moved yet. So even though it trades everything, the engine still prefers white. And Sam's like, this solves all my problems. So it was funny because before the round, Sevian had bill collectors calling him. And now that they're playing the round, they're not calling him. Right? So that solved all of his problems. Okay, so they're going to trade everything on d4. Then white's going to play bishop e3 attacking the queen. And the pawn structure is symmetrical, but black still has to get these pieces out. And he has to make sure these pieces don't get attacked and so forth. So white is slightly better. And Sam thought that d4 would equalize. And we'll see if he's right. Very suspicious. Okay, back to Bruzon. And they're playing crazy like Fox News. Okay, so knight d3, very unusual move from Bruzon. It's been played before, but it's unusual. Now the game looks like some scholastic tournament. Knight d3, terrible.
Yeah.
Knight takes e4, queen e2, queen e7, knight f4, threatening knight d5 winning. Bam. Black played knight c6, which is the engine move. And I would assume knight c6 is unplayable because of knight d5. But this is obviously prep. And somehow Wesley knows this variation, which I've never seen. I guess he's better than I am. After knight d5, black plays knight d4 according to the engine. And then the audience is confused. Okay, so knight takes queen, knight takes queen. This didn't happen. Knight takes c8, knight takes c1. The knight can't be captured. That is annoying. All right, this is supposedly equal. Yeah, I agree with that. Thanks, Stench of Piss. That's a good handle. Good.
Yay, thank you, Stan.
Yay, it's Spencer.
Hey, Spencer.
I think a lot of people should have that handle. Okay, so this is still theory, I guess. And after knight c6, c3 was played, which obviously these players don't mind a draw, so now Wesley was PO'd after c3. Now you can't play knight d4. Now knight d5 is serious. Knight f6, stopping knight d5, d4. And now Wesley said, you will know that I talk about Jesus all the time when I play g5. Wow.
Yay, thank you for those 1,001 centidues. And tell him.
Hooray, Neurononum. g5. The engine says that's good.
What did Nerd do?
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. I like g5. And I like the way Bruzon doesn't know the move g5, even though he played this knight d3 line. It says this is the Karklins-Martinovsky variation, which is funny because Karklins and Martinovsky, well, Karklins is still alive, I think. And Martinovsky, RIP, they played the longest games ever. And one time they got paired and it was the longest game ever. Hooray, Neurononum.
Hey,
Yeah.
I said and ho, how's it going?
Yeah, contact Karen about, food in Vegas and a large envelope full of money.
Yeah, that would be so much fun. Let's do it.
It would?
It will.
Okay.
Yeah, Vegas.
Etc. Wait, removed a ban? Why would you remove a ban?
He tried to sneak it in there, I bet.
No,
Good job, McJurkle.
No, I like this G5 move.
Yeah, G5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Wesley has effortlessly equalized.
What was the engine?
It says good.
Top was at the top.
I don't know if it was the number one.
I
move.
like it. It seems like a badass move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of the top. They're all the same.
Yeah, they're all the same.
Yeah. This game's not exciting yet. Okay, now, in our deferred Steinitz, modern family, d4, bishop g7. Okay, so now Naredinsky played e takes d4, which surprises me a little bit. Obviously, this is still his prep, unless it isn't. That's not even a move I would consider. Shows you what I know. That takes, castles, h3. Now, in some of these positions, you can play knight takes d4. But he played knight b4. I'm actually wondering why I can't play this. I'm missing something elementary. I don't know what it is. All right, time to get embarrassed. Oh my, I thought when I take this that my queen was defending it. I don't know why I thought that. I thought after takes, the black queen was defending the bishop, which is incredibly impossible. All right, that explains why he didn't hang a piece for nothing. All right, so castles, h3, and then knight b4. Donya wants to get his knight into d3. So this is a very suspicious way to play for black because black gives away the center and plays for tricks. Then when the tricks are prevented, then white is just better. So I don't like the way black's playing by giving up the center like this. It seems like neither one's in prep now, especially Fabi. So this is a new position for Fabiano, but it seems like it's really good for white. White just takes, then moves this knight or queen to stop knight d3, then kicks the knight out, and then white has this nice center. Now the reason Donya's playing it is Donya's a King's Indian player. So he's trying to make it look like a King's Indian. Yeah, it looks like. Right, sweetie?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, see? Etc. Prediction? Pain.
You don't see Jennifer Yu here. What do you mean random moves?
Yeah, me.
You mean in the roster?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you say 89 or DZ?
There's 2 women who aren't playing in the women's who could play in the women's. Jennifer Yu and Annie Wong Nei Wang, except for the Nei part. And one is going to Harvard and one's going to MIT. So they decided that was more important than this event. Frankly, ridiculous. If I was their dad, that band, was it disowned? What do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, come on. If my kid was going to Harvard or MIT, I mean, if my kid was going to Harvard, I'd just cry every day. But MIT, okay. And then they were like, hey, I'm going to not go to the U.S. Championship because I'm in school here.
Yeah,
Terrible parenting. Terrible.
Spencer's not coming today, but we got to talk to him. Obviously, we need to get him over here again. Spencer's in the chat. Yes, but you guys have good chemistry together. Obviously, father son.
All right, now next question I'm going to ask you. You think
Yeah.
you'll take it with the queen or the knight?
Let's see.
And think about it while I'm eating.
All right. Oh, they already went.
Is that what you predicted?
I didn't know. I was looking at the night move. I hadn't even looked at them. I'm so slow. I was too slow.
Now, Fabi's not going to allow that. So he's going to either play queen b3 or move his knight so his queen is unleashed on d3. If I was white, I would go here, then I'd resign because it's probably stupid. Fabi won't do that. All right, let's go back to the game I asked Karen about to see if she was right. I don't even remember what I asked her. What did I ask you? Oh, yeah. En passant. And then you said, I don't know. And I said, I think she'll take en passant. And she did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know her play pretty well.
Then knight takes e6. Knight g5. Bam. White is going for the smallest of advantages. It is very small. All right, Talia, don't think forever on every move. I know you like doing that, but don't do it. Okay, Crush and Zatonski are trying to get to a boring position. Knight c6. Zatonski thinking forever on every move, of course. And this is exactly the line that I play in the c3 Sicilian for black in reverse. Exactly. So, except obviously the side that I would have has an extra tempo because they're white. Okay, so memorize this position, and then I'm going to show you what I mean.
Okay.
Bam. Okay, so, oh man, I can't do that. Okay, I'm going to trick it. Yeah, I'm smarter than this stupid thing. Okay, so although I can't play, that's the c3 Sicilian. I'm going to trick it anyway. I don't know how. Okay, so let's transpose. Let's transpose. Da 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 da. Okay. I've had black in this position many times from not that move order. Sometimes they throw in h3, bishop h5. And by sometimes I mean usually. Okay. So this position is on the board, the one the crush, except this bishop's here.
Okay.
Yeah, because crush has an extra tempo because she has white. I have black, so white gets an extra move. So this is the position in the game. Although I don't know if it is the exact position. It's close. Maybe the white hasn't castled, the bishop's on f8. But you get the idea. Probably they don't get the idea. Yeah, okay. Right, so this wasn't played and this wasn't played, but that's the same position. So if white played bishop e2 hanging the queen, okay? And then black played bishop e6 castles, that would be that position. $20. Thanks, Mr. Connick.
Yay, thank you,
So,
Mr. Connick.
Now, queen here is what I play when I'm black, when the knight attacks my queen. So after bishop e6, bishop e2 castles, I've had that position, instead of being Crush's move, it would be my opponent's move. It's all equal. It doesn't matter. All right. The players probably know that, too. I think both players have had c3 Sicilians in their life.
White draw. I was just glancing at the chat for a moment.
Okay, this is Yip's game with Tokyo Genova. Bishop d7, or d1, queen c8. Got a little battery going here. And also Carissa gets her rook off of this file. And then c6. Try to get rid of that d pawn. And now it's big decision time. Do we trade everything off, or do I play d6 and hope that I don't lose my d pawn? If you want to get an advantage, if you want to win, you go here. If you're chicken and you're like, well, I might lose that pawn, so we'll just trade everything and it'll be equal, then you don't go there. And she has to decide if she's a chicken or not, right? And I'm not a chicken because, I'm vegan. So, yeah. Although I could be a chicken if you take out the C, like CHIK, then okay. Yeah. Anyway, the engine says it's close between d6 and takes, because even the engine doesn't know if it's a chicken. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Like, let's say this is Stockfish, like 11. Okay? It's like, man, if I'm playing Ben, I'll play d6. If I'm playing like Stockfish 14, then, okay, we're going to play for a draw. Yeah. So even Stockfish doesn't know if it's a chicken. Yeah.
I'm a chicken, but I don't want to be a chicken.
You play d6.
No.
You're like, raw, that's good.
I just don't want to be a chicken. I need some help. I am a chicken.
Stockfish 9. All right. And then I didn't like the way Black was playing this game. It seemed very passive. Bishop d7 takes on d4. This is very nice. White has everything she could want and more. Now, I've been praising Cheravich this tournament, but not for her play. What am I praising her about?
I'm not sure.
I was praising her because in an interview before the event, she says she preps by listening to Fatboy Slim every day. Delicious.
Yeah?
Did you get it?
No.
Oh. Anybody get it? Blaze got it. Yeah. I have to praise you like I should.
Oh, yeah, I know that's I just didn't think of it.
No, because she's playing super fast every game.
Yeah.
No. See?
I see it.
No.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm not 3.
not praising her moves. I'm not saying she's playing like Carlsen, but, she's playing fast. That's as important, if not more important.
Yay.
Yeah. Etc.
Move fast.
Also, she's probably, a fan of Christopher Walken based on that joke. Okay. Different video, but same group.
Donya not get in over Hikaru. Other players did. I don't know what that means.
The people don't know what they're talking about, so they just spout nonsense.
Adonko knows some stuff.
No. Now you can ask him about COVID stuff.
Donkel?
Anybody, doesn't matter.
Oh. I don't like to think about
They have to spout nonsense. Hikaru didn't want to play. They didn't say, that guy's higher than Hikaru. Hikaru's not playing.
I said he was just replying to somebody else. Go Levy. LOL. I wouldn't mind being as good at chess as Levy.
When I was in India, this is when I was a vegetarian. I wasn't a vegan. 2011. So I love naan bread. I tried to find naan bread everywhere, and it was really cheap. I was like, but in America, you want naan bread's like $3. They said, no. It's even less than $1. And I said, how can it be less than $1? I said, that's nonsense.
Yeah, I do want to have Levy's. I'll take Levy's rating.
Labib 2911 subscribed. Hooray!
Shame on you.
Naan bread normally isn't vegan. You'd have to try to get it vegan. if they don't make it vegan normally. You gotta butter that bread. You have to butter that bacon that sausage, and then. But Dad, my heart hurts. So yeah.
I love that little boo emote, squirrel guts.
Mm. You mean SK World Guts?
I call them squirrel guts.
Yeah, I know.
Let me see who that is. I can't see it.
So for time management, yay! A little passive though. A little passive.
You want an update on everybody's games? I need to make some kind of score sheet for us.
All right. So this is the last time we looked at Tatev's game. Black is doing, reasonably well here. E5, block it up. All right. Now here Tatev did something that I would explain to my students. These pawns are doubled, and you can't undouble them on your own, but maybe black will help you. And this pawn's isolated, and so she plays a4. She wants to trade the pawn, thereby activating her rook, eliminating a weak pawn, and giving black a weak pawn. So, very good move. Good understanding of the position. Very blocked in the center. Okay, now Esharitha says, I don't want white to go here. And Chris Burr came over and said, you can't talk during the game. So, she bit off her nose to spite her face, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. So, instead of allowing this, she decided to have a permanent weakness on b6 and keep this pawn isolated by playing a5. So positionally bad because now we can put something on here. So I'm sure like the first thing Karen thought was this, right, sweetie? Put the knight on b5. And you could also put a rook there or anything. And this pawn, we can triple up on the bubble up. And in a shocking development, after rook b1 attacking the pawn, instead of defending it with the queen, she played a rook a6. I must admit, I wouldn't consider the move rook a6. That's not, you can't put your rook there. That's what? Esharitha also playing very quickly. This is a Tatev kind of position because white has more space and white has two bishops. So I think Tatev's pretty happy. But yeah, this is, what? Terrible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like rook a5 or rook a6.
Yeah, I think it's very instructive too.
I like the soup.
Yeah, I thought it was a weird move too.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I know?
No, you won't trade this bishop for a knight. This is your dark squared bishop. It controls every square. You're going to move this knight, and you're going to play f4. That's the long-term plan. You could put the knight here or here by maneuvering it via f1, for example. Or you could put the knight on d3 to help with f4. Okay, she played g3, so she wants to play knight h4 and then f4. And if she thinks her knight is loose there, then she could play knight h4 to g2 and then play f4. And she's also stopping black from playing knight f4. But clearly this is going to be Tatev's next move, and she's going to try to play f4. If she can open the game up, this bishop's going to be good. And she'll get more space on the king's side, etc. Very nice advantage for white. Yeah, a5, rook a6. No. Ooh. Okay. Nazi played c6, defending the d5 square. Very good move. And it's about equal. White's a little bit better. All right, let's go over to the championship. After g5, Bruzon traded queens. Knight takes e7. Always maneuver the knights. Knight e2, saving the knight and threatening the pawn. h6. So, Bruzon. Neither player has the advantage. It's the boring world of Niels Bohr. I'm sure that Wesley's happy, though, because he has black, and there's just no issues at all. I mean, sometimes with black you have issues. You got to get a tissue.
Is Donya losing it? I'm rooting for the underdog. I think Nazi might be a family name, somebody said.
I mean, that's not very nice to make fun of Nazi's games, or Nazi's name. That somebody did that once in a non-chess setting. They were making fun of her name, and her brother Adolf got furious.
Heard a noise.
Steelhead STL subscribed. Good.
Yay, thank you, Steelhead.
Good.
Is so gonna win it all, says Eric.
Maybe. I'll tell you after round 11. Even then I might not know. All right. So he did play queen b3, Fabi. That was one of the moves that stopped knight d3, a5, a3, knight c6. And to me, this is a disaster in the opening for black. Daniel's pretty happy. He's playing his prep. He has, 20 minutes more on the clock, but he's given the center away. And, White's position just looks great. White has some problems to solve. He has to get this bishop out. So one idea from the engine is knight b1 to c3, and then put the bishop on, f4 or g5 or e3. That could happen, actually, because that's another idea is to play queen d3, now that knight b4 is not possible. And then the queen's defending all these center pawns, so our knight has places to go. Then the bishop can get out. And, Donya has a King's Indian-ish type position. And he likes the King's Indian. So I guess he's happy with this kind of position. So Fabi's trying to figure out whether he should extricate his pieces in one of the ways that I showed, or play more aggressive d5, rawr, which unleashes the latent potential of the bishop. But it's possible that Fabiano literally doesn't care. Okay, Fabi played knight f1 because he's playing a Ruy Lopez. The engine doesn't like this move because now black can start playing on the queen side and this knight's over here. If he went to b1, c3 would be a much better square for the knight. So now black has ideas like a4 and d5, and white's not ready yet. So this is an inaccurate move, and Fabi should be ashamed of himself, which he already is. So. Delicious. Had a professor who taught German. His surname was Adolf. I think if you're German and you live in Germany and you're born in Germany, you're not allowed to have the name Adolf. Also, I'm not kidding. In Germany, they have to approve your first name. There's a list.
Oh, really?
Also not kidding. Let me see if the Germans agree with me.
They still do that?
Yeah, she is a vegan. It's perfectly legal? Says kangaroo? What?
Which competitor
That's wrong. No.
would you most enjoy going out to dinner with? I'm sure one of the men.
No such rule.
That seems pretty.
Oh, there is a list, but
draconian.
Adolf is on it. Oh. So it says there is a list of approved names, but Adolf is on it. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. That seems pretty draconian not to allow a name.
What? No, Dre, Snoop, and Eminem, those aren't allowed in Germany. No. You can't name your son Dre or Eminem. No.
I did finish my statement, I think, Bevish. Or maybe it's Beavis. I like Bevish. I'm going to call you Bevish.
This guy says staff in the registrar office discourage naming your kid Adolf.
Yeah.
Those are the worst names with a U.
That would be, maybe another name would be better until another couple hundred years have passed.
A few years ago, like 4 or 5, 6, you could look on the internet, I don't know. In Kentucky? Probably Kentucky, but I could be one state off. It could be like Ohio or Tennessee. It's the same state. They named their baby Messiah, and the judge said you can't do that.
Really?
Yeah, and then the judge got in trouble. Like a higher court said, like, yeah, you can name your baby Messiah, and what's wrong with you? Yeah, you can look on the internet. I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago. That sounds like Kentucky,
That
right?
was that was where? I'm sorry. In Kentucky?
I think it was Kentucky.
Oh, I didn't hear anything about that. That's crazy. I thought you were talking about Germany or something. And I was confused.
No.
Oh, I see.
No, they told the judge, like, a higher court said, no, you can name your kid Messiah.
Haha, Karen's so passive. I'm not passive.
Let's look that up.
What do you mean I'm passive? I'm trying not to talk a lot today. Ben's trying to do some serious commentary. I'm trying not to get us off on some, BS.
See, look.
I'm not passive.
Look.
Judge who ordered baby's name changed from Messiah is fired. Wow.
It was Tennessee. I apologize, Kentucky.
Close.
I knew it was either Tennessee, Kentucky. Yeah, this is in 2014. So it was 7 years ago. Oh, wait, 2013.
I am passive in my chess play, however. That I hate. I don't want to be a chicken. But I am. Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
It was 2013. Yeah.
It's beyond the bounds of my memory.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't understand. I obviously can't analyze. You said this is played in the Rui. I don't understand why, but I didn't want to ask. 'Cause it's probably too hard to explain. Then when the knight goes...
The knight wants to go somewhere good, and this lets the bishop out.
But I don't know what that had to do with you. said this is often played in the Rui.
Yeah, this is a Rui.
Okay, I just didn't know if there
And a lot of Rui Lopez's white moves the pawn here or here. Excuse me. And then moves the knight around like this.
Oh, okay.
Gets out of the way of the bishop, defends e4, knight f5, etc.
Oh, I see.
I refer you to the game Karpov Unsicker. Okay, Donya played a4, queen to d3, very reasonable. White's position's very pleasant, and black has to play energetically to not just succumb to this pawn center. And the engine says black can play energetically and do that. So if Donya just plays in shallow and pedantic fashion, white's going to have a nice position. So one of the engine ideas is knight h5 and f5. Typical King's Indian kind of stuff. Also d5. So it wants black to play really aggressively since most of white's pieces are here. And white has this nice center. So eventually white's going to be much better. But now it's time to strike while the iron is hot. Right?
I cannot forget to get Archer.
What time are you supposed to leave?
I should leave at 3:25.
Okay. Eastern? Obviously.
Let me think about it. Today's...
All right, let's see the game between Shankland and Jeffrey. Jeffrey's white. Shankland played bishop d6, e3. This is the style at the time.
I think she's Georgian, but I'm not sure.
Who, Nazi?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically everybody we know, well, everybody Karen knows, is Georgian and a vegan. Like me. All right. Knight ge7, knight d2, always trade. He plays knight to g6. Yeah, it's advantageous for black to play here instead of here. That's why he didn't play knight f6 early, because our f pawn is mobile, and the knight is controlling all these nice squares here. So I like that. That's good. Queen c2. And he played f5. Frankly, suspicious. Sam playing for the win. So it's funny, like, if I have the white pieces here, I'm really scared of f4. which may win a piece. And the engine's like, no. So the engine just says white can castle either way. The reason is if you play f4, I can take this knight. Then after you take back, I have bishop h4 because your knight's not here. So f4 doesn't win a piece. The engine's like, either way is good. And obviously taking on d6 is fine. But okay, he took on d6, which is probably what I would do. And then he castled. And Jeffrey's like, haha, this is a weak backward pawn. And then, I forgot his handle, so I can't make the joke. Damn. Who's the handle of the MIT Australian guy? Here.
Your student?
Yeah, what's his name? What's his handle? What's funny?
I can't remember. It's blanking out.
What was it funny?
I know his name because my memory's.
No, I do too. Anyway, he would explain why that's a backward pawn.
Yeah.
Farnsley.
Yeah, Farnsley.
Yeah, Farnsley would say this is a backward pawn.
I knew.
Yeah, pay a lot of money for that information.
Yeah.
Okay, rook fe1. Yeah, so Jeffrey wants to get rid of this knight and then sink a piece on e5. So bishop takes, knight e5, Papa John's. It's a fight for the e5 square. So the engine says e5 is one of the best moves. He played a move that Karen might not think about. Knight b8. Because he doesn't want to lose his knight. He wants, if bishop takes, he wants to take with the knight. And if the bishop moves away, he'll go back to c6. Okay, very suspicious. So in this position, what did Jeffrey always play?
I guess bishop f1.
Right. And then Sam played knight c6, playing for the draw. Now, he could also play a4. That way, if you take and I take, the pawn is stopping knight c6, and the rook is opened up to attack this.
Oh, I see.
So also possible is a4. Okay. Now, there's a 0% chance in normal circumstances that Jeffrey will play here and wants a draw. This is not normal circumstances because Jeffrey has half out of 4 and Jeffrey lost his last 3 games. So he might be like, I've had enough of this and just go here. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think Jeffrey's like, I'm playing Shankland, so I should win. Yeah, that's what I would think. Another way to meet this, because black wants to go here eventually, is to play c4. Then this doesn't make a lot of sense because white's already open in the center.
Oh, I see.
Rook g1 is also possible, which reminds you of what game from this tournament? Rook a d1 opposing the queen here with the knight here. Yip versus Tatev.
Hey,
Yip played here, and then she eventually went raw and won.
So, typically, like, what about this position makes the that they want to trade? White wants to trade off their bishop for that knight. If possible.
White doesn't want to trade the bishop. White wants to get rid of the knight.
But why? But like why?
Then you get control of e5. So I'll show you. Okay, let's say he played here. Okay, and then let's say he took with the bishop, which I wouldn't do. Bam! And the only way to kick the knight out is to resign and reset the pieces. Then the knight won't go back.
Oh, is it because they already moved the f pawn?
Yeah, and you got So the knight's there forever.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you take, would you take with the pawn or the rook?
I never know the right one. I guess rook. So then I can double it out.
This is a backward weak pawn. If you go here, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
That's just fine. Here it is. Now, it turns out in this position, this is also good. Because for different reasons, my knight can go to d4. But this is better. And then you double rooks. You could triple with your queen. You could put your knight on f4. And that game's over. Horrible. This idea of taking this and going here, we see the reverse in a lot of Sicilians where black is playing e5 early. White plays bishop g5, takes the knight, and wants to control d5 with these pawns reversed, d6 and e5, like a Sicilian. So here, when Sam played f5, he was being aggressive. He was giving away e5, but he thought it literally didn't matter. So he was like, whatever. Now in this position, instead of playing knight b8, Sam could have played the crazy knight b4. See how it attacks this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not a terrible move, but he didn't do it. Not terrible. The problem is, even though it weakens white's pawn structure, he's still giving away e5. So even if I take this and you take this, white's pawns are shattered. Okay, Jadubi, right? Shattered. But you're still giving away e5. So he decided to play here and give Jeffrey a chance to repeat because Jeffrey's having a bad tournament. Maybe Jeffrey will want to draw from this position of strength.
Okay.
Jeffrey could also play b4, b5, attacking this knight, trying to get in here. So white actually has a lot of interesting ways to play here. And if it was black's turn to move, black would probably play e5 and force a reckoning.
Yay, thank you, Applebag.
Yeah, and don't forget about the trains, people. Applebag, subscribe, yeah. Etc. Everybody likes Pizza Hut. Should I ban them?
I don't like pizza.
Does anybody like Pizza Hut?
Yeah. Some people do.
When's the last time this happened? I'm going to give you a scenario. Tell me the last time. You heard somebody say, let's go to Pizza Hut. No, I'm serious. When's the last time that happened in your life?
I don't know.
Right. No. Exactly.
I think I took the math kids one time.
When I was 7, never. Were the kids mad at you?
Pineapple on pizza. Yeah, don't you get that sometimes?
Always.
Yeah.
The guy spelled Little Caesars wrong. Should I ban him or give him an extra month? You got Papa John's today. Pizza the Hut is better than Pizza Hut. Yeah. I think Pizza the Hut is from that terrible movie, Spaceballs.
Oh.
And then he died because he ate himself. Like, you know, Jabba the Hutt? Well, I mean, she doesn't know Star Wars. He was Pizza. He was Pizza the Hut. So he looked like Jabba the Hutt, but he was pizza. Then he was eating himself and he died.
Okay.
Yeah. That's your kind of movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if he plays the draw bishop b5. I hope not. Terrible. Yeah, I like the way this thing happened. We were talking about in reverse with, and then the knight. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. See, black wanted to play bishop here and take the knight. Okay. So they played this boring Italian Giuco pianissimo. Boring. Okay, then black played d5. And then d4, spicing the game up, like my soup. And that's because Ray is black. Ray wants to always play spicy. And what kind of spicy does he like? You know his favorite spicy?
Caterpillar?
Yes, spicy caterpillar. So he played d4, cd, and then he played knight takes d4, and Schwartz is thinking. Now, before this tournament, Ray Robson prepared for this game by seeing the movie Spaceballs. That's true. Do you know why he did that?
No, I'm sorry. I was reading the John Deere joke. Wait, I'm sorry. I missed your joke. You got to say it again.
Before the tournament,
Okay.
Robson prepared for Schwartz by watching the movie Spaceballs.
Oh, okay. I missed the whole thing.
Yeah, do you know why?
Let me think.
Well, if you haven't seen the movie, you can't know.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
He wants to know how to use the Schwartz.
Oh.
Yeah, for the Schwartz.
Oh.
They called the Force the Schwartz in that movie because Mel Brooks is Jewish. So. The Worst in Chess 1 gifted a sub. Good, good. May the Schwartz be with you. Yeah.
It's pretty good. Too.
Go train. There's no train. We need a train.
All right. Let me see what
Everybody likes Ray Robson because he's the caterpillar of society. Yeah. Asking me if I've seen a Family Guy episode? Terrible. And so forth. The answer is fries. All right, so I like white. because white has space here, half open file, and this pawn's not going to be weak because the knight's here. This knight's going to go to a good square. We have the C file. White is slightly better. Slightly. And there could be wholesale trades. Take, 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 take. Confusing the audience. And then white's slightly better there, not much. I'll show you what I mean. Like this could happen. This is tiny little better for white because this pawn's attacked. So maybe it's more than a tiny little better. It's very nice for white. And if black takes with a pawn, then this pawn's not weak anymore. So we can try to put a knight on c5, for example. We can take the c file, b5. So I prefer white here. Okay, and Schwiertz did play knight takes d4. And he has a choice now. He can take all three ways. The positional way, the tactical way, and the blundering your queen way. Yeah. Terrible. You know who recommended this move?
No.
Terrible. Really?
No.
Yeah, the Botez way, right?
Oh.
Botez. That's the Botez way. Yeah.
I was going to say Botez or Rosen.
Rosen?
You know, but he's always pretending.
Oh no, my queen. No.
Yeah.
Robson took with the bishop. White's slightly better, but it's hard to believe Ray's going to lose to anybody. So. I pushed the wrong button again. Okay, this is the last position we saw in Dominguez versus Burke. And black played rook f d8. I don't like that move at all. The engine says it's fine, but I don't like weakening my f pawn like that. Not sure I'm leaving my rook here either. So I'm against that move. Probably he wants to play bishop f8. Always play bishop f8. He's putting a defense here, so if white takes twice, then bishop takes g3 unleashes the latent potential here. Okay, a4, obviously. Bishop g4. Queen e4. And rook a c8 was played. Yeah, I agree with that. And white's a little bit better. Not much. A little bit. These bishops look nice. White's a little bit better, but not much. Not much. And then okay, and they traded everything. Savian played d4. They traded everything. He traded queens. And white's like, fine, we'll trade queens because these pieces are still here. And now it's hard to get that bishop out. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So white's better. Pawn structure is symmetrical, but this bishop's here. If I put the bishop on e2 and put the bishop on c6, then probably black would be better. But that's not the way it is. So one of the engine lines is bishop here, bishop takes b7, rook b8, bishop f3, takes. That's very reasonable. White's up a pawn, but his pawns are messed up. But he has 2-1 on the queen side. So that's a tough line to play. He could also play bishop e6. After losing this pawn, he could then take this knight and get his pawn back, but that gives white the two bishops. So black is struggling here to equalize. It's a two-result game. White's going to win because black can't figure it out, or black will figure it out and it'll be a draw. So a very pleasant position for Lenderman. Lenderman playing fast as usual. That's how Lenderman does it.
Mm-hmm. Hmm? Hey, Pen Jam. That happens to me a lot, that situation.
The bishop on c8?
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens to everybody.
Yeah, it's real annoying.
Mm-hmm. Rex took all the players out this morning for breakfast, and one player didn't go, Savian. And they said, oh, you're preparing for Lenderman? And he said, no.
I don't know.
I don't like green eggs and ham.
Oh, okay.
So then Shanklin went with him.
I wasn't going to ever get that.
Delicious.
This coverage better than Chess.com's. Convince me I'm wrong. Well, we like it better over here.
Mm-hmm.
But we miss Bruce a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to leave in 3 minutes.
I believe you. Like you leave in pi minutes. All right. Back to some other games. Bam! Okay, this is Nazi's game with Talia. Talia played queen b3, defending and attacking. I think the engine wanted her to play b3, opening up this diagonal. Yeah, b3, because then this is a nice pawn chain. Here, the queen's somewhat misplaced. Itchy Chimera is gifting a sub. Good, good. Sam Slenderman. Big money, no whammy, stop. $5.
Yay. Lanier smokes a Cuban after the rounds, while Zhang smokes a Jeffrey.
That's exactly what happens, except for one thing. All right, who's nicer, Jeffrey Zhang or Dominguez?
I don't know anything about Dominguez.
They're the two nicest people there, including Fabi.
Zhang is nice.
Probably Dominguez.
But I just don't know.
Need some more $6,000 donations? Agreed. Okay, queen e7, defending her pawn. Rook a d1. Knight g4, typical idea. The knight wants to go to e5. Yeah, white's in trouble now because white's playing in a very nonchalant manner. And what manner should she play in? Chalant, yeah. So in this position, white should play b3, and then this bishop, okay, queen b3, that's not where you want your queen. See this? Yeah, you don't want your queen there. And now, just nonchalantly plays rook a d1, and now knight g4 exclam, former muscle. Now taking this would be a catastrophe for white. And after knight e5, what you gonna do when I come for you? Bad pawn, bad pawn. What are you gonna do? Knight here, b5, Papa John's.
Yeah. Yeah,
you play here, that's what you do. But yeah, you can't now. Yeah, I showed this position to Carol King, and I told her that maybe white could have played b3, and she said...
It's too late.
No, it's too late. Yeah. Yeah. So this looks like Nazi's going to pick up her first win. She has a big advantage, and she also has an extra 25 minutes on the clock. Also good. Bishop f4, 95. Yeah, I literally don't know what to do with white. Yeah, this is just bad for white. These pieces are thwarted by these pawns and white squares. Can't do Vishwa nothing. Yeah. Her only chance is to move her queen and play b3 at the same time. Let's see if she can do it. Okay, and the only thing Karen wants to do here is what? Go pick up Archer.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back.
Yay, the soup that never ends. Unlike Karen, it's bottomless. Right, sweetie? No, Karen banned me from the stream. No. Comma, chameleon. Did you have any, that?
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I haven't had one in a long time.
Yeah. Am I going to chess.com for another round? I am not. It's my own stream. Hooray. They already have a Benjamin, so it's not necessary. Yeah, it's funny when I stopped streaming there, they said, there'll be Bach, and I thought it was me, but it's Benjamin Bach. So I didn't understand. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. That's right. 3:25 p.m. with a dot instead of with a colon. No, boo. Boo. Terrible. All right, so Talia's doing quite badly here. Queen b3 was a bad move. All right, and I think they're just playing the same way. Yeah, this is just... Rook d8's a weird move. Sinbad GP subscribed. Thank you. Knight b5 is okay. Put it in H. Rook d7. All right, I'm not impressed with Anna's play. Her position's okay, but I'm not impressed with rook here or rook here. The point of rook here is not to double the rooks, but the queen has a safe square here. If the queen ever gets attacked, which it won't. Maybe she doesn't want to double the rooks, but that's a strange way of playing. Yeah, probably more like rook c8, queen d8. So black's just a little passive here, which is better for white. Once and then some kind of wishing. Once, yeah, thanks for the, gifting a sub. Whomever you are. Thanks to everybody who gifted subs and bits and so forth. We got a train. Thanks, Squirrel Guts. Extending. Hooray. All right, so Irina's a little better and has more time on the clock. And what decision did she make? She took on c6. Bishop takes c6. She wants her knights to go to c4. This is actually better for white now, I think. I think black should take with the knight because the knight's good on c6. Yeah, knight takes c6 is better. But she wanted to get the c4 square with her knights and challenge with the bishop. Now white played the excellent e4. And normally, if you would play e4 in this opening, in this kind of position, the knight would hop in here. So you wouldn't do that. But Carissa took with the bishop. So now you can do it because you can't do that. And now the bishop has good squares. I have d5, but your knights can't go to d4. So I think she underestimated the move e4. White can play b3 soon, and these knights are shallow and pedantic. So bishop takes was a mistake from Carissa. I think she overlooked this idea of giving away d4, since her knights can't go there now anyway. And she's going to be for a long think, because it's not clear what white should do now. e3 was really good at stopping knight d4 later, but it's not needed now. So now we can control d5, let our bishop out, and these knights don't make a whole lot of sense. So bishop takes was not good. Advantage, took your Genova. Always bet on the player with the name that's harder to pronounce. I told that to Michael Adams in 1988. That's why he never became world champion. Delicious. Man, Carissa really wants to control c4. Because she wants to move her rook out, getting her queen off of c8. Yeah, after b3, either now or later, these knights aren't very good. I mean, black's pieces don't have a harmonious energy there. Yeah, very good position for white now. You can go here, but then when I play b3, then you're going back. Never going back. Yeah, bishop takes was just a bad move. She should have taken with a knight. You want your knights next to each other so they control every square. Then a5, terrible. All right, the truth hurts. All right, what's going on here? What's going on? Knight d5. That's, I guess that's okay. It's just a lot of trading. A lot of trading. But yeah, this is just better than this. My bishops are good. c6 is weak. a6 is weak. White's better. Always play bishop f8. And once again, I'm not going to compliment Cheravich on her play, but I will compliment her on her time usage. So she's slightly worse to clearly worse. Depends if he asks Magnus or not. I would say that white's slightly better. He would say white is clearly better. Yeah, this is very passive for black. Black basically can't do anything. Black's just chilling and saying, well, it's sort of symmetrical. Maybe I can draw. But it's very unpleasant. There's just no active plan here. And these pawns potentially are weak. And white can advance on either side of the board. The fact that there's so many trades means, a draw is a reasonable possibility. But it's a true result game. Either white wins or it's a draw. Black can't do anything. Yeah, you could hammer at these at some point. You could get your queen in there, play bishop f1, a4, and try to win a pawn somehow. It's not easy because black's playing just defensive here. Defense. Yeah, I'm going to go with my slightly better. Like her time usage. Every game, Cheravich is playing fast. All right. So we saw g3 from Tatev versus Esharitha. Always retreat. Put it in h. Bishop h3. That's usually not a good move. Bishop's not really good here. Rook e1. g6. Yeah, this is good for white. Always play bishop f1. Good. That's not white's good bishop. That's black's great bishop. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to trade this bishop. That bishop controls all the white squares. Black's pawns are all on dark squares. Thanks for the 200 centidues. Trying to learn 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, black is just playing badly this game. a5 was bad. Rook a6 is bad. Bishop h3 is bad. Yeah. I mean, black just has no play here at all. I have positions like this with black where I'm, struggling. And this is like worse than I usually have. That's saying something. Yeah, Tata's like, should I play f4? Should I play bishop d3 and defend f5 some more so no f5 happens? Should I play bishop g2 and put my rooks over here and play f4? So she's just, she's taking a lot of time. And she played bishop d3 trying to stop f5. And eventually Tatev's going to play f4 when the time is right. Black has very little to do here. There's very little, I don't know what black should do as a plan. Black is just waiting for white to do something. So, very unpleasant position for black. Go train. You could do it. Rook a6 was a bad move. She was just defending her pawn. But that's not a good move. Terrible. Okay, so Talia played queen b4. Counterattacking this and, not saving that. So it's just better for black. Black's going to take, and then white does this, and this is just better. This is better for black. Yeah, 3-2 on the queen side, 2 bishops. This king has a lot of trouble getting involved. King e7 gains a tempo. Occasionally, we're threatening to take this and take this. If you take all the rooks off the board, I think black is just winning. Black's king can walk up the queen side. We have the 3-2 majority. We have the 2 bishops. This is a very bad position for white. And that's what she's hoping to do. That's like white's hope, is to not lose a pawn, to get this pawn back. Another way to play it is just to defend her pawn and then threaten this. I wouldn't do that because I'd be worried about b3, unless there's some tactic that's good for black. Probably there is. I think she'll just take this and go into that great endgame. Okay, so Nazi's thinking. And this is Megan Lee versus Sabina and their Rui Lopez, the Zaitsev variation. Move it on over. C6, b4. And just as I show up, Sabina sacrifices a piece. Wow. Very interesting. Spassky's done similar things. So after take, she's going to take this, play d5, and just keep pushing her pawns in the center while white's pawns are shallow and pedantic, although white is up a piece. Very interesting piece sack. The engine says we have to take the piece, because if you take this, e4 already likes black. Black is too aggressive. I'm not saying she will take the piece. It's hard to play b4 than not take it. So yeah, this is interesting, indeed. The engine likes white, but practically it's hard to play white because black has such a nice position. Black's missing a knight. Really interesting play by Sabina. Good, good. Take that pawn. All right, so very double-edged, complicated game. Good. Speaking of not being double-edged and complicated. So Sam, after a long think, played bishop a5. This is Lenderman Sevian. He's stopping the white knight from coming in here ever. And his bishop is just safer here than it is on b4. The other reason to play bishop h5, which I just realized, is when he does move his bishop and white plays bishop takes b7, we have rook b8 and we can take on b2. So bishop a5 actually makes sense. Better for white, black's trying to equalize, etc. Mainly etc. Averbach-Spassky is correct. Let me tell you something funny about Averbach and Spassky. Make sure you're sitting down first before I tell you. You ready? They're both alive. Didn't see that coming. Can you believe that? Averbach and Spassky are still alive. Both of them. Yeah. No, they're both alive. That makes two of them. It's hard to find games from the 50s where both players are still alive. But there you go. Might have played in the 40s too, maybe. No, Spassky was born in 37. So no. 50s though. Yeah. Yeah, I think Averbach's 99. Something like that. Spassky's in his mid-80s, I think. All right, so this is the most boring game probably of any of the games. And then he played h6. Wesley did against Bruzon. This was that weird Petrov. Always trade. I thought I like Wesley's position, but now it just seems equal. Yeah, I can't imagine either side losing this. It doesn't seem like a position you can lose. Too boring. I'm not even sure whose position I like better. All right, now here's a game somebody's going to lose. Okay, so this is the last position we saw in Fabi's game with Naredinsky. Naredinsky didn't play aggressively like knight h5 and f5 or d5, but he played positionally knight a5. He wants to sink his knight into there. And Fabi literally didn't care. He's like, yeah, put your knight on b3. Whatever. And after that, he plays rook a d8, rook a d1. Okay, so this knight isn't, I mean, you could trade, but okay. The more white trades, the more equal it becomes. And Donya just thinks his position's fine. He's just chilling. h6. The bishop doesn't really have a great square, so he just takes it. And then he plays knight d2 and says, get rid of that great knight. And the knight takes is about equal, but Donya played knight a5, which is also okay. I mean, Fabi has the kind of position he likes, but it's just a tiny advantage, very tiny. Black's bishop is good. Black's pawn on a4 is good, stopping the white pawns. And the only thing good about white's position is he has the center. He's got e4 and d4. Fabi likes the center. So very slightly better for white. So Donya's playing well this game. Very unusual. Go Donya. So Donya's hoping the director comes to the board and stops the clock and explains to the players this is now a 30-second game. Then Donya's going to kill it. Dun, 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 dun. See, chat's boring as usual. All right. And they did not draw after knight c6. Jeffrey played a4. Playing for the win, as per usual, but always repeating. a6. I'm not a big fan of that move. I don't like a6. And then knight c6, and then b4. This is nice. Yeah, again, he's trying to get rid of this knight. Black would rather have his pawn here. So after b5, he could just move his knight. Now the queen side's going to get open. To white's advantage, white has more space. Knight d8. They should have a spelling contest, because I don't think chess is Sam's game. Okay, b5. Yeah, this is great for white. And then c4. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I mean, black is really close to lost here. Very bad play by Sam. God, losing to Jeffrey. Who loses to Jeffrey? Oh, I did. Jeffrey's having a really bad tournament, but the antidote is to either play the Lions, and the Lions aren't playing in a chess tournament, or Sam Shankland. Sam's just playing bad this game. A6 is a bad move because it gives white a target to play b5. And then Sam goes knight here, knight here, knight here, knight here. All right. And then white is just crushing it over here. Yeah, this is a very bad position for black. Really bad. All of white's pieces are on the right squares. White has more space. This is a really bad bishop. White has a bishop on f1. This is weak. And Sam has to figure out what to do against white's onslaught here. Yeah, it's funny because here's what's funny about it. In this position after a4, one of the ideas in this position was to play b4 with the idea of b5. That was one of the engine ideas. And Jeffrey somehow got a really good version of it because black played a6. Very bad move. Because now b5 opens up the queen side to white's advantage. White's rook gets good, c4. Yeah, it's just really bad strategical play by Sam. Yeah, terrible. I mean, I like that white's moving his bishop back and forth. Do we have to ban x4 timber again? Didn't I ban him? Yeah. There's other streams that are showing the U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. You don't have to come to this one. All right. So, yeah, Jeffrey's going to finally not lose. Amazing. And Sam's going to lose again, proving his U.S. Championship victory was the fluke of the century. And then some. Yeah, the other, no matter who's showing the U.S. Championship or any event, they just take a break every 10 minutes. But there's no breaks here. Although I was going to warm up my coffee, so I might have to take a break. Yeah, time to buy a new shirt. Yeah, c4, I mean, this is why Jeffrey is one of my favorite players. He always repeats, right? He always plays bishop f1, and c4 is explosive. I mean, everything if Jeffrey plays king b1 this game, I'm going to lose it. Hey, all that stuff I said would happen happened. Remember this when I said maybe it'll go takes here? That's what happened. He doesn't have to play queen takes right away. He could play rook a d1. But this is fine. Black has compensation for a pawn because this queen is semi-trapped. So black should play queen d8 here, defending his rook. And then he could try to attack the queen like rook b6. Yeah. He could also play rook e8 and attack the queen that way. The engine thinks that this should be a draw because black should go here, threatening this. Then white attacks somehow. Now it says rook e d1. It doesn't matter. This pawn's just defenseless. Yeah, the idea is I play here, and this you can't save this pawn. Also, this pawn's attacked. So yeah, this is just I got this rook here, and it's the same with the other rook too. Even if I keep this pawn defended, how are you going to save this? Yeah. Yeah, it just looks like a draw. Yeah, the queen is, yeah, I think a better winning chance would have been rook a d1 and not trap your queen right away. Yeah, then if the queen moves, then we could take this and there's no queen d8. And the rook is still attacked. So rook here was a better move. Yeah, but okay, I think it's a draw in any case. It's just white's, black's playing for a draw, but I think this makes it a little easier. Yeah, because this queen can get harassed, and because these pawns can easily be under threat, and this knight's not participating yet, it should be a draw. Rook here is also reasonable and try to harass the queen, and the queen is active here, attacking all of these pawns. So yeah, I guess Ray's not too worried. All right, and then the Dominguez game. Dominguez played knight f3 against Burke. Bishop f5 is a move. Queen h5 is a move. And after bishop f5, he played knight g5, attacking the queen. They traded queens. Bishop f5, and then I went back to g5. So a very equalish kind of position. And I guess Dominguez is going to try to win with his endgame experience against the youngster. But pretty equal. Pretty equal position. I would take white, but, Burke shouldn't lose this because he's Burke. Good player, unlike me. I would still take white, but, it's pretty equal position. Dominguez didn't get anything out of the opening. He just wanted a position and just, I'll play my young opponent. That's what he was thinking. Okay, and before I heat up my coffee, okay, this is the last position we saw, and white played bishop f4. Lenderman activates his pieces, and so forth. So the main idea behind bishop f4, other than this seems passive, is those variations I was talking about earlier. After bishop takes rook here, the pawn is attacked because the bishop's not on b4 anymore, blocking the rook. Well, now I defend b8, so you can't play rook b8. Truth hurts. Sam's considering whether to give up the two bishops and weaken white's pawn structure. Yeah, it's just unpleasant for black. Black has to play precisely, and then he draws. If he doesn't play precisely, he's probably going to be a pawn down soon. Or just have these terrible pieces here. So very unpleasant for black. I think his d4 was not the best way of equalizing. I think this position's worse for black than he thought it was. Why aren't you commenting? I am commentating. Well, I have a channel here. I don't have to comment on other people's channels. What's the difference between this one as the championship 25 years ago? I was in the U.S. championship 9 years ago. What's the difference? A lot of players in this event weren't born when I played 25 years ago. My first U.S. championship was 1994. How long ago was that? 27 years ago? Yeah. It was in Key West. It was also in October. No, exactly 27 years ago. Did you play Dortmund 93? I did not. I lived in Dortmund. I lived in Europe from 88 to 92. So I played in 2 or 3 of the tournaments, but not 93. Dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Just meant to ban somebody. Banned. Yes, I love banning people. It's like smelling napalm in the morning. All right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to heat up my coffee. Somebody has to. You guys can donate or something while I'm gone. Give you something to do. I don't hear any donations. I spilled some coffee and it burned me, so now I'm going to sue myself. Yes. He did take on c3. Council of Rooks gifted a sub. Hooray. Go, everybody. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Stuff being dumb. All right. Guess that's all I missed. Oh, wait, 4 or 5 cent to dues. Thanks, Squirrel Guts. It takes guts to donate 5 cents. PVT Vendetta subscribed. Hooray. Go McDonald's. Darren193 gave some cent to dues. I'm the oldest. All right, so Sevian decided to have a trade fest. In this position, he traded here and played bishop to g4. I mean, white's just better here. I don't know if white's going to win, but maybe. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. There's going to be more trading, too. But white might get a pawn up, but these pawns are weak. 200 cent to dues. So several people have asked us why the streams aren't available. We're sort of new to what we're doing here, so we're probably not doing it the right way. I got something in my throat. That's what she said. I think that got it. Darren193 gifted a sub. When the stream is over, we unpublish the stream so we can edit out the beginning part. That part shouldn't be in the VOD and it shouldn't be on YouTube. Then when we edit it out, then you can see him again. And we're all very busy here and I don't do that. So, eventually it'll be a quicker process where it's done quickly, but right now it's not done quickly. But that's why the video of the day in YouTube, we're not going to show the thing we could get in trouble for, etc. All right, so Lenderman decided he wants to be a pawn up. Do bishops extra pawn? What else? Hopefully, if Lenderman wins, I'm not rooting for him, but if he wins, and Yasser and Maurice are like, what'd you think of this position? Hopefully, Lenderman says, two bishops and an extra pawn. What else? I don't think he's going to say that, but. So black can win his pawn back, which he might do, in the following variation. And now this is attacked and this is attacked. So he gets his pawn back. Then I can play rook a1 or rook e7. And again, it's a two result game. Maybe black will draw, but maybe he won't. So, this is just, he might draw, but this is very unpleasant. Yeah, so this may actually happen. Then you could go here. You can't take because knight takes, forks the bishop and pawn. And if you take this, you're ruining your pawn structure and this pawn's hard to hold. But again, this is just black playing for a draw. Black doesn't have any luft. Black's a pawn down. White currently has the two bishops. This is a passed pawn. The rook's on the 7th. I'm not saying that white's winning. I'm saying if black will either draw or lose. That's it's pleasant for white. White's like, yeah, I have more time. I can't lose. Good. And that was a consequence of Sevian playing d4 a long time ago and getting into this ending. So this is the current position, and they did trade here. And Sevian has more than one way to play here. The way that I showed is likely to happen. But yeah, white's up a pawn. Black is struggling to draw. I thought Lenderman might come in last this tournament. Maybe he'll come in first. I don't know. It's raining, Ben. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, let's go to the women folk. All right, so the last position we saw was this one. And after knight b d4, Zatonsky played a very dangerous move. Queen takes b2. God damn. And the reason is the queen looks trapped, but she figures she can escape with queen a3. Because her bishop, if it gets attacked. This also explains another reason why she played rook d7, which I hadn't noticed, which is if she takes this pawn, white can't win the pawn back because the pawn's defended. So that's the main reason why she played there. Okay, the engine doesn't like this move at all because of what Irina did. Since queen a3 saves the queen after rook b1, Crush played this, and if you take with a bishop, then your queen can't go to a3 because it's so then bishop takes. I play rook b1 and your queen's trapped. So he's forced to play g takes. Black's up a pawn. Black has the two bishops, but Black's position looks pretty crummy. Yeah, pretty crummy position for Black. Jesus. Okay, she played here, which is fine. This is fine. This is fine. And yeah, I don't like Black's. I don't agree with her judgment there. I don't like it. I think Black gave up too much for the pawn. White's position is just too nice. Yeah, I don't like it. This bishop is so bad. Pawn structure is bad forever. The extra pawn's meaningless right now. White has a blockade. And she's like, I'm up a pawn. What do you want? All right. She knew what she was doing. She was just like, I'm up a pawn. Prove your compensation. So, yeah, there we go. Etc. Mainly, etc. All right. And, yeah, this position was good for White. Okay, and she played b4, which is okay. That's not my style. My style is b3 and to crush the knights. b4 is much more aggressive, obviously. Also good. And then a4. And White's just like, I got two pawns, one for each of you. It's hard to believe that the player with White is such a fan of the movie Tombstone, but she is. This is also good for White. Yeah, queen is not really well placed there, can get harassed. The d4 square, which White gave up with e4, those knights just can't get there. My knight can get to d5. And now I'm going to harass you. So just big advantage to White. Very bad position for Carissa. Just what Crush wanted to see. All right, this was the big advantage for White in Nimsova versus Cheravich, h4, h6. Nothing's happening, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Yeah, Cheravich is just chilling out. You remember at the beginning of the round, and every round I was like, man, Cheravich playing fast this tournament. And I was giving the thumbs up. Cheravich has an extra hour. God damn. Look at that time. Can you believe that? No time left for you. White's slightly better, but, an hour more on the clock. What else? Amen. Delicious. All right, so slightly better for White. Not much. Tiny little advantage and big advantage on the clock for Black. Good job playing fast. All right, so Bishop g4. This is the last position we saw. I was praising Tatev's play. I was not happy about Esharitha's play. Never play f3. Forcing f3. Very good. Never play f6. And Tatev said, I've had all I can stands. I can't stands no more. Another thing Tatev could do before playing f4 is play rook b2, queen b1. That when Black plays some passive move to defend, this rook could go on the other side of the board. And then her queen's keeping an eye on this, so the rook is still stuck where the queen is. But she just played f4 right away. Reasonable. Queen e8, attacking the a4 pawn, just like Spassky Fischer. Game 5? Might not be game 5. It's raining Ben. All right, and Tatev did not learn from rook a6. She should have said, rook a6, boo, terrible, I'm going to crush you. And she should ignore this pawn and start attacking. So queen e2, f5, Papa John's. But instead she played rook a1. I mean, still, this is terrible for black. That's the kind of move I would play to get rid of counterplay. But usually Tatev is more incisive. She's like, yeah, take the pawn, lose 2 tempi, and I'm going to mate you on the king side. Yeah, I mean, I would play that too, but I don't like it. Rook a7. So, I mean, black just can't do anything. And white's advancing on the king side. So just very bad position for black. And black's only saving grace is her huge time advantage. Tatev playing too slowly every game. X4 Timber is always trying to get banned. He spends the whole stream talking about how he might donate, and I'm going to donate later. I don't know how to donate. And it's just, it's better to ban him. Yeah. Who's better, Levy or Tatev? Who's better at what? About the same. 9 centidues, hooray! About the same. Boring. I mean, that's just good for white. See if Talia's lost yet. Queen b4, rook d8. See, now I would have done this ending that I was showing you guys earlier. I don't want to give white a chance to play b3. Yeah, she should have just taken this. Yeah. Now after b3, white's probably okay. Yeah, I don't like letting white play b3 there. Now g5, rawr, Nazi's mad. She's furious. Well, yeah, white's okay here. I'd take black, but I would have taken black in another position first, I think. Tramp Chess subscribed. Good. Why are most of the games boring and not exciting? It's because you spelled exciting wrong and it thinks the game's exiting. So it's very confused. How long will Magnus be world champion? What month is this? No. He'll be world champion until somebody beats him or he stops playing. I'm guessing somebody would beat him then. All right. This is Megan versus Sabina. Sabina sacked a piece, and Megan said, no, thank you. So Megan didn't take the knight, which was the best move. She declined the piece sack. Now, e4 and knight c4 are both fine for black. And she played knight c4. And then bishop a4. Attacking the rook. This gives up control of e4, though. So that's not a good move. Yeah, you're giving up the e4 square. Yeah, what should she have done instead? Bishop g5. And get rid of this knight so you don't control... gets rid of the pressure here. Yeah, bishop g5 is like the only good move. She didn't want to give her bishop away, so she did this. But she's going to lose a pawn. After rook here, this pawn's indefensible. So this is what's going to happen. And then white's just going to lose this pawn. And black's up a pawn. Yeah, so this is... she needed to take the knight. If somebody gives you a knight, you take. You play b4, and they let you take it. But yeah, she did this instead, and now black's just better. This pawn's weak. This pawn's weak. Yeah, this is just good for black. Sabina's on a roll. Go Sabina. What? Napoleon's dead? But I went to Waterloo. What do you mean? Darren193, thanks for the 200 centidues. I'm not sure about Elshon if he plays for the U.S. or not. Good question. Yeah, this is a very poor play from White, not taking this knight, and now Black has a big advantage. Back to the championship. Loose Cannon 1 subscribed. Good, good. Let's see what happened here. Knight c4, knight d5, knight e3, always trade. And Wesley played the semi-aggressive c5. Bishop e4, engine approved. Yeah, it seems like both players are playing for a draw, but there's no repetition yet, so the players can't find a repetition. So, unfortunately, this is one of the engine lines. And then I guess, yeah, rook c8 or d5. Yeah, I mean, White's a little bit better, but the engine says just a draw. And Black's king can go to d6. Hard to win. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this game's going to end in a draw. It's just a question of how. I think both players want to draw the game. White's a little better, but has a little less time. 100 centidues, P. Schneider. Yeah, Wesley doesn't mind drawing more than he should. I think if Wesley minded drawing and hated it, then he would be higher rated. He says, yeah, draw's good. Now, when Wesley is white, he plays to win against almost anybody. But when he's black, he doesn't mind to draw. I mean, he's better than me. He stacks more paper to the ceiling than I do. So my car probably has more chrome than his. Yeah, what Wesley is too much of a chicken. It's true. Okay, so the last position we saw was this one. And it's funny, when Fabi's knight was on d2, he played knight f1, and the engine was begging for knight b1 to c3, and then he played knight b1 to c3. Okay, b5, that's a good move. And then Fabi retreated, queen c2, preventing c5. Always retreat, and then c6. White's position looks good, but how does he improve? Luckily, it's Fabi, so we're going to find out. So the question is White ever going to play d5 or e5 or both? The top two engine moves are d5 and e5. I mean, White can't really improve his position anymore. Like, that's it. I can't put White pieces on better squares. So I like where everything in king and g1 I like. The knights, the rooks, the queen. Yeah. And one thing the queen has to do is babysit the b pawn. So if you're like, oh, the queen's more active here, well, then knight c4 is more annoying, and rook b8, you know, these pawns aren't defending themselves. So I think the queen's good on c2 because sometimes it does something good on the c file, sometimes it defends the e pawn, and it always defends b2. So I think, yeah, White just has to play d5 or e5 if he wants to do anything. Because Black could just chill. After thinking a while, the engine preferred d5, so Fabi played e5. Proving he's human. Now it's a very big decision for Donya. d5, de5, or ignore it and play one of his other moves. Rook fe8, knight c4. I predict Donya will ignore e5, and he'll just play rook e8 or knight c4. I don't think Donya's gonna, he'll ignore that. Yeah, rook here, knight here. Yeah, it's about equal. No, Fabi's not going to be happy with White against Donya in drawing. So, how much did you bet on Nepo? Not much. It's Karen. Oh, that's probably Archer. Archer's very interested in the chess. He's running in here. You can do whatever you want. It's the United States of America. Yeah. Isn't my phone going to, be finished? Let's see. Man, I haven't looked at my phone in a long time. Okay, so Trying to Learn says, can we talk about Garach going to start at the Russian Championship? See, we did that, but you weren't here, John. All right, you want Village Burger?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Does it save your last orders?
Should, especially if I got it from here. I must be ordering it with another app now. Like Uber Eats. They claim that they're less evil than other places, but they're lying. Reorder. Okay, so last time you got vanilla Oreo cup.
Yeah,
And you got the Village Burger, white bun, ketchup, hand-cut fries, and I put add ketchup on the side.
Yeah.
Just order that again?
Yeah.
But have it sent here? Probably was sent in their house. Go to checkout. All right.
Actually, could I not have ketchup on my burger?
So on your burger itself, no ketchup.
Yep.
It says impossible. I mean, yeah, I got rid of it.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Oh no, it does say inconceivable.
Did you get everything wrong?
Archer, where's inconceivable from? What movie? Inconceivable.
I don't know.
The Princess Bride. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy says inconceivable. The Fezzik. And then he dies. But he's alive in real life. Unless he died recently. Hey, where's Kieran? Now, I want to tell you something funny. I was referring to a Spassky thing, and somebody said Averbach Spassky. And then I said, they're both alive, confusing the audience. Yeah. Those are the only two people alive from that era. Nobody else is alive. No, nobody. Spassky and Averbach and Pray for Rain. Man, Spassky I thought was really, 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 really sick and had no hope. And that was like 10 years ago. So I guess he's fine. Okay, Donya did play Rook FE8. The players aren't playing too quickly now because they knew that I was ordering food for Archer. So they're taking it slow. Averbach is about 99. Yeah, all right. It's time to get rid of X4 Timber again. Don't let him back. Don't come on. Terrible. Let's see. Ban and his children's children. Great. All right. Yeah, stop unbanning him. Jesus Christ. It's like the most annoying person who ever lived and somebody unbanned him. Terrible. What? X4 Timber. He was already banned and somebody unbanned him. Then he spent the whole stream like, oh, how come this and why that? And, you know, why can't you guys talk to me? Ugh. God damn. All right. Back to whatever it is I was doing. Don't ever unban anybody. Everybody who's banned deserves it. And then some. All right. Let's see if Crush is crushing it like I thought she was. Okay. I thought Queen D6. Queen A4? Queen A4 is not even one of the engine moves. It's like that's the fourth move.
Don't worry, I forgot I told Deborah I was going to dinner.
Mm-hmm. No. But she can hear you. She's watching the stream. Yeah. Okay. Queen A4. I don't like that move. I don't like the queen on A4. That's like looking to get trapped again by Bishop B5. I don't like it. Okay. So the two of the best moves are queen here and queen here. Always retreat. I like that. Okay. Obviously, the idea is Bishop B5, frankly. Knight takes D4 is forced, and she played it. Yeah, this is terrible for black. Man, why is the queen here? God damn. Ugh. All right, Rook C7 is best. And Irina cashed in, and the engine does not cash in. It wants to continue. It wants to, you know, play like Bishop here, and forget about the pawn, and start putting pressure over here. Or Bishop B5 first, but she's like, I want my pawn back. Yeah, that gives away some of her advantage because she had a really active position and now she's trading pieces, which makes it closer to a draw. It's like a really safe move. Like I got my pawn back. Black has the worst pawn structure. It's a true result game. I agree. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it either, but it's not the most incisive. It's like letting black out by getting your material back instead of keep trying to punish. But still, big time advantage, big advantage, Papa John's. This rook d7, queen b2, that wasn't the right way to play. All right. And then after a4, she played a5, b5, bishop d7. This is all correct. And here, yeah, she played knight d5 right away, but she should actually preface that with knight g5 and then knight d5. And the reason is, then we can throw in queen takes c4. So after this, we don't take back on d5, but we take on c4, and there's a very nice tactic here. If the knight moves, and I say if the knight moves, the knight's going to move. It has to move. We have queen c7 or queen f7, because the rook's on the bishop and the queen is defending both. So it doesn't matter where the knight goes, we're going to either play queen here, and white's going to be better. It doesn't, I mean, in either case. And she probably missed that idea that the queen was overloaded. So this would have given white a nice advantage, knight g5. Big advantage, big. But she played knight d5, throwing some of her advantage away, and Carissa played the only move. And this move doesn't exist if you play knight g5, because after knight g5, queen e7, knight here attacks the queen. In this position, the queen is not attacked. The only threat is this. So Carissa correctly played rook ec8, the best move. This gives her queen another square in case knight g5 comes, which in fact is the engine line. Now white is still much better, but that was an opportunity missed. Knight g5 first, then knight d5, and you can't play rook c8 because your queen's attacked. So it's those kind of little niceties. That's the kind of thing Carissa would see if she was white, those tactics. I wouldn't see them, but I understand them. Yeah. Right, and there's no advertisements on this stream. That's just because you didn't subscribe, so that's your fault. Although you do have a good handle, so I won't ban you. Yeah, if you don't like commercials, then you have to subscribe to the stream. That's every stream on Twitch. You're welcome for the lesson there. Now, for $1 trillion, the guy's handle, I am Bricktop.
Yeah.
What's Bricktop from? What movie? We need the money too, so try to get it right.
Oh, darn. I don't know.
Go Bricktop. It's from your favorite movie, Snatch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, what did I miss? Hey, can you scoot over about 1 inch?
Yeah.
The other way.
Oh.
But you think don't go too far.
All right,
that's
so
not even the right. That's okay. I thought it was OBS. That one in there.
what's going on?
Nothing that wasn't OBS. So
Oh, it's not OBS. You're right.
Yeah.
Now it's OBS.
Yeah.
Yay, 735 viewers. We're the best. Just not sure what.
Darn, I'm gonna have to go to dinner because
Hmm?
just something I have to do.
Okay, so bishop c3. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. F5. All right, now F5. God damn. I'm not a fan of F5. I don't know if it loses, but I'm not a fan. Remember I told you Cheravich was playing quickly? See? She's not kidding. Yeah.
It is a huge difference.
I don't like that move. Now, if I can play F4 by force, then I'll give her a break. But you can't play F4 because bishop F3 attacks the queen. You can't play F4 because I take the queen and then I can take that. So she has to move her queen. King G2 is good because she doesn't want to allow queen F1, I guess. Yeah. No, I don't like F5. It's very weakening of the king. Your king could get in trouble here.
Yay, thank you, Alt F4 Pro.
Not losing, but it makes her position worse. Do you like dags? I like dags. Alt F4 Pro gifted a sub to Bricktop. Now Bricktop doesn't have to watch commercials if he refreshes his stream. If he does, he might still have to watch it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like f5. Don't like it. Yeah. All right, so white's better, but black's better on time. Which is more important? The answer is fries. Do you think black's playing passively enough or no?
Yeah.
And she's just chilling. All right, still very unpleasant for black. Yeah, and Nazi give most of her advantage away by letting her play b3. Okay, always retreat. That's my former student. Yeah, and it's pleasant for black, like black, but white's not in trouble anymore. White's fine here. Yeah, that was a bad decision by Nazi. She should have taken on c4. I guess if taking on c4, she has a big advantage, and she's trying to keep the game closer to equal because she wants to have 11 draws. So she got confused when they told her about the Fisher Prize. See, she thought 11 draws. Okay. Yeah, the soup was frankly delicious. Delicious. So this is funny. The engine wants to play f4. And if black doesn't play f4, the engine wants white to play f4. So only f4 can be, the engine's like f4, or don't ask me. I'd be afraid to play f4 with white, but I understand. That does, So it's like h6, f4, or just f4 right away. Yeah, and the position's triple-edged. Talia somehow has more time than Nazi. Well, what happened? How's that possible? Yeah, she really missed her chance by taking on c4 and having a clearly slightly better endgame. All right, so for reasons I don't understand, Sabina played rook f8 instead of rook e7. Okay, I guess. Then bishop g5 is forced because we're trying not to lose this pawn. And it's still just really good for black. Look at this. Sabina sacrificed a piece and Megan didn't take it. She was afraid. Remember, when you play b4 attacking the knight and they don't move their knight away, you should take it. Remember that. So she took this. And now after it takes, like black has 2 pawns in a nice center. But she just took back because she didn't want that position. Very bad decision. Now black's better because the d5 pawn's really weak. This pawn's weak. I have the lust to expand. That's not the only lust I have. So, yeah, etc. That's funny. The Fisher Prize, if you win all 11 games, and if they draw 11 games, somebody says it's the Geary Prize. Spencer would say the Radjabov Prize. Now, the main reason Geary has a reputation for drawing all of his games is because of one event. Now, he does draw all of his games, but that's not the point. There was a candidates tournament between 3 and 8 years ago. It was between that. And it was 14 rounds because there were 8 players. And it was a double round robin. Does that math check out? Yeah, text to Holden. And he drew all 14 games, Geary. 14 draws. What you guys don't know, unless you watch my stream and you remember, which is in one of the last Linares tournaments Kasparov played in when he was actually good, there was 14 games. It was the same format. And Kasparov had 13 draws and a win. Kasparov having 13 draws. What? Kidding me? It's better now he gets 13 losses. The worst in chess gifted a sub. Good. Yeah. The candidates he won. What? Geary never won a candidates. And then some. Okay. So good for everybody. Let's go back to the men folk. This is Fabi versus Donya. Donya played rook e8. I agree. Knight e4. I agree. And then he can either take or play knight c4. But he always wants to maintain tension. So he played knight c4. One way to maintain tension, if you're having trouble maintaining tension, is to use prophylaxis. Go bra size. I like that. Thanks, bra, etc.
What did bra say?
Frankly, great. Exactly. Overprotect. Okay. So the engine thinks that Fabi's play is shallow and pedantic. So this is amazing. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for this? He took this, right? So obviously black recaptures, but the engine does not recapture. The engine says by far the best move is here, because this is black's only problem in the position, is this pawn could be weak and captured. The knight can come here, the rook can come here. This knight currently is blocking this file, so I don't have any pressure on c6. But if you take this, you're alleviating the defense of this square, and you're opening up the c file. And this is the only weakness of the position, so rook c8's the best move, because this pawn can't be defended. Excellent. This is actually a mistake. Then white's better, because white has pressure on c6. I have e5 and c5. You know this beautiful knight on c4. And I think Fabi underestimated not taking back. I think Fabi just assumed take back. Then white has good squares for his knights. This is a backward weak pawn. You can ask the guy whose name I can't remember, etc. I always take white in these positions because I always have the isolated pawn. If I have black, I never have any counterplay like Donya does. So if I was black, this is better than I would be doing. And if this is white, this is about how I'd be doing. Yeah. There's an actor called Richard Gere. I think he's confusing Richard Gere and Richard Gere.
I think he's making a joke.
And also, no. And also that's one of the Simpsons jokes when they go to India. You confused Richard Gere with like Ben Kingsley or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was a joke. I agree with that. Yeah, I can't argue with that.
I knew he was making a joke.
What's funny is other moves that don't do this are better, like moving the king. Like just don't do that, because that pawn can't be protected, and this knight's great. So there's no reason to take this right away.
Yeah.
QED. Yeah. Yeah. I still am. That's right. Okay. Let's see if this game was... Yeah, this is what I said would happen. Yeah, in this position, I predicted this. Oh, no, he played d5 first. I didn't predict that. And then, so transposed. Yeah, both players are playing for a draw. Technically, white's better because of where the pawns are. This bishop's better than this bishop. But as we say in India, white can't do... Vishwanath, yeah. Now, if Magnus was white, he would play this for a million moves. And he would beat some people. Probably not Wesley, but he might probably beat Bruzon. Yeah, white is clearly very, very, very slightly better. Very. So if white doubles on this file to like try to play f5 or something, double the rooks here and punish them, we can just play king here, bishop here, and then if you play f6, which you should never play, there's just nothing to do. Okay, now black wants to trade all the rooks because that makes the draw easier. And then Bruzon's like, yeah, I want to draw. Yeah, good. So, yeah. They're racing towards a draw. They can't draw quickly enough. Yeah. When the game started, both sides wanted a draw. So everybody's happy. Now here's the way now they're better than me, but here's what should happen. Rook c8, rook h1, rook h8, draw. That's the way to draw. That's the professional way. If Bruzon doesn't do that, I would bet everything he's going to do that.
Yeah.
I bet anything. Now, if Bruzon wants to win, which he doesn't, then he'll, not do that. But he doesn't want to win. He has no interest in not winning, in winning. None. Yeah. He's cruising for a Bruzon, Wesley. What time's your dinner? 5, 6, or 7?
I have to be at Brookwood Grill at 6.
Oh, no, Brookwood Grill. You're so unhappy.
I don't want to go. But you can take Archer back, right?
Where? To Brewster's? And then Starbucks?
His lesson's starting right now. I wonder if he remembers.
No, he didn't remember.
Let me go make sure he did.
Yeah, he didn't remember.
No, not to Brewster's.
And then Starbucks? And then on the border? I can't believe he hasn't played Rook H1 already. I can't believe it. Ridiculous. Yeah, the only mistake Bruzon made this game is not playing Rook H1 quickly. Yeah. I'd like to point out, because, I like to point these things out when they're in my favor. When I beat Mamedyarov in the Pro Chess League, 45 minutes later, Mamedyarov beat Wesley. So there you go. This guy got really mad at me, which isn't really surprising. He asked me, can you tell me some of the better players in the tournaments? And I said, so, Nazi. And he got really mad at me. I wasn't talking to him, but, right? Yeah. You're eating right before you eat?
Just a little snack.
Wait, are you having Mike's or Ike's? Because if I see one Ike in there, it's Family Guy. Is it Family Guy? Yeah. It's when he was blackmailing Carter, right? Yeah. So Carter cheated on his wife, and Peter found out about it. Mm-hmm. Then Peter was told, like, hey, you can, like, blackmail him now. And he's like, oh, yeah. So he makes Carter do everything. And then like, the wife's getting suspicious, like, why are you giving Peter our television? And then Peter says, like, well, I mean, he did cheat on you, so you should give me his TV. And then she's like, what? And he's like, oh, yeah. And so forth. Can you believe he hasn't played Rook H1 yet? That's amazing. It's such an obvious way to draw. That's why Bruzon's not a super GM. Look at that low rating, 2645. Right? If you want a guy to try to draw with white against a better player, you got the right commentator here. Yeah. Etc. Yeah. He's in the wrong tournament, Donya. He played knight takes d6. Terrible. Yeah, it's a bad move. Yeah, now he's just much worse. Yeah, that's just bad. The engine says he's equal, and it says the only move that's equal is this, because it pins the knight to the queen. And now it just says he's worse. Knight takes d6 is really a pathetic move. The reason is not because he didn't understand that to take. I don't mean that. I'm not saying it's pathetic because of the stuff I was saying before that rook c8's bad. Not that. The reason it's pathetic is because knight e5 is a really obvious move that does not have an obvious answer. And after he played knight e5, Donya starts thinking. That's just really weird. I mean, because if you take, you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yeah. This is resigns. By the way, you see how the material's equal here? Mm-hmm. +9. Man, that's pretty bad when because this is a threat too. I mean, that's just terrible. Okay, he did play queen f5, and I guess he overlooked g4, but you can't play knight takes d6 and then walk this tightrope trying to draw when you don't have any problem to begin with. In this position, the knight on c4 is great. And it's defending e5 in case you want to play knight e5. So, very bad judgment to play here. Okay, and then Fabi has to find g4 to have an advantage, which he will definitely play. He'll play g4, the queen will move back, and he'll win a pawn. And then Fabi's going to squeeze, and it's going to work. He's going to squeeze him. So yeah, I'm against it. Yeah. If Magnus was here, he'd be furious. Okay, so white's better instead of not being better. Should have not been better. Okay, Shanklin's going to resign soon, which is always the case. Shanklin played strategically so badly this game. You should go over. This is a game you should analyze with certain people. Okay, this is really instructive, like how bad Shanklin is. Okay, so first of all, they always repeated. Okay, and when they repeated, it was with bishop f1. So you got to like Jeffrey. Okay, now here Sam made a very poor move, which for somebody that rating shouldn't make moves like this. One of the ideas in this position for white is to play b4, b5 to gain control of e5. That's why he played bishop e5, want to take this knight. So in this position, in the actual game, after a4, Sam made the really bad move a6. Very bad. Obviously, you play bishop f1, because, okay. And now after this defending e5, now when I play the b4, b5 idea, it's much better with this pawn here. That helps me. Here, right, I showed this position to Jim Morrison, and he said b5 doesn't break on through to the other side.
Okay.
With the pawn on a6. Now, the equivalent of this, so you understand at home, when somebody's checkmating you on the king's side with a pawn avalanche, like Storming the Barricades, written by your favorite grandmaster, Larry Christensen. I've never even seen the book, but if you pawn storm somebody and they've moved pawns in front of their king, that's easier. Because if their pawns haven't moved in front of their king, like Jeffrey, and black started a pawn storm, that would take forever. But if Jeffrey played g3, h4, h6, g5, the pawns are already attacked. So this pawn's here, it's hard to open the position for white. Obviously, white wants the position open on the queen side. Black put his rooks here, and white's rook is here. And white has more space over here and more pawns. So a6 is a really bad move. And then after b5, I have this open for my rook. He plays here, putting all of his pieces on the king's side, and he wants to play e5, and Jeffrey correctly plays c4 because it's explosive. And black's position is just horrible here. Terrible. It's just really, he has to take, but he didn't, he played this. So here Sam just gave up. Sam said, if I take, I'm just going to lose eventually, so I'm going to play crazy. And then maybe Jeffrey will mess up because Jeffrey's having a bad tournament. So he played e5 because that confuses the audience. And I agree. I think if Sam played the engine move and took on c4, he would have lost without a fight. Now maybe he'll lose quicker, maybe, but he's fighting. So e5 is a good move from a practical point of view. The engine's not going to like it. So I praise Sam when he deserves it. It's just such a rare, it's a fait accompli that white's going to win, right? That's what bullies call it, a fait accompli.
Yeah.
For $1 trillion, what cartoon? That's what we bullies call it, a fait accompli. That's great.
I don't know, South Park?
No, that's too smart for South Park. Rick and Morty. All right. c5. God damn.
That's fine. Too smart for South
The queen f6 also bad. Engine says it's fine. I don't like it. Take. Queen a4 is a weird move. I don't understand queen a4 at all. I would never consider the move queen a4. I have no idea why he played queen a4. I guess he was afraid of knight f4. Because otherwise I don't, yeah. Now you play rook a7 here. It's just, it's as natural as a baby's smile. Or snarl. The only babies that don't snarl, God, I messed the joke up. The only babies that don't smile are the ones in Germany named Adolf.
Oh.
Yeah. You know how many babies in Germany last year were born with the name Adolf? Do you know how many?
No.
9! How'd you not know that?
I'm still trying to look at the chess. I didn't know what you meant by the queen move and the knight coming in, what that had to do with that.
The queen would take it.
So,
yeah, I said he might have gone here to stop knight f4.
Oh, to stop the...
But queen a4 is just bad. Queen a4 is like, hi, I'm Jeffrey, I'm having a bad tournament. This move doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's a very weird move. Yeah, come on, Jeffrey. Jeffrey played great until that move. Okay, always trade. Rook e4, a collinear move. Okay. It's funny, the engine says either go here and kill it or go here. Always retreat. He's playing here to kill it. All in. Bishop c8's forced. Rook d1, I like that. Knight f4. He tried to stop knight f4, but he failed miserably. Luckily, knight f4 does nothing. Do you know why white's king is so safe? It's because he always played.
Bishop f1.
Yeah, imagine there was no bishop there. Then queen takes mate every move. Or knight takes g2 or rook g4, dangerous. With this here, there's nothing. Okay, rook a c1. Yeah, Jeffrey's like, I got 2 pawns, 1 for each of you. So Jeffrey knows that this wins strategically. I'm just winning. And that black has nothing. And also Sam knows that. Sam knows he's losing over here. White's going to get a pawn in the 7th rank. And black has no counterplay. So black's trying to get counterplay. Trying is the first step to failure. The reason black has no counterplay, not only the bishop on f1, which I alluded to earlier, but come on. And Karen was complaining earlier. She was like, "Oh, my bishop on c8," like in this, and that's because his name's Sam.
I said
Both-
it happens to me a lot.
It happened in the Sevian game. Both Sams have a bishop on c8, and they're choking on their own rage. Yeah. Okay, you can't play rook e7. You can't. Okay, I don't care what the engine says. I don't care about nothing. You can't play rook e7. Okay, in the long run, you're losing. So you have to play crazy attack and hope that Jeffrey blunders. So rook e7, that's just giving up. Okay, Jeffrey should play queen a2 here, which I like. He played queen b8, attacking the knight on f4. So I showed this position to Crush, and she said she would play h6, and I said, well, then you lose this. And she's like, oh, God, I'm always hanging a piece. Can you believe she did that? Remember she hung a piece against Yip last round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this story where didn't she yell out, "Oh God," or something.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
Okay, so here's what happened. I'm playing Irina Crush in the Kings versus Queens in 2011 or 12. I think 11, but it's 11 or 12. I don't know. It could have been 10. But anyway, and then I'm playing her, and I check her on the back row. Her king's on b8. Her king's here. My queen's here or here. And she played queen c8, stopping the check. And I played bishop takes a7 check, winning her queen. Like a very simple tactics problem. When I played bishop a7 check, she yelled really loudly, "Oh my God!" Like at that level. And then she kept playing. Now you guys are Rufus and Doofus, so to you that's a normal story. You don't yell, "Oh my God," because you blundered, then just keep playing the game. No. First of all, you don't yell in the tournament room. But if you do, that's because you're resigning, right? Now in our chess club, the standard way of doing what I just said is just knock all the pieces over. That's the standard. That's been done by more than one player here. They're like, knock all pieces over. She did that without knocking the pieces over. And then she just kept, ridiculous. Yeah. Etc. And so forth. Kinky. What movie is that from? Kinky.
I don't know.
Blazing Saddles. So there was a line of people to be bad guys, and they want to know what their CV was. What did you do before they made you a bad guy? And one guy says, rape, arson, murder, and rape. And he said, you said rape twice. And the guy said, I like rape. Okay. Then the next guy said, stampeding cattle. And he says, stampeding cattle, that's not much of a crime. And he says, through the Vatican? And he says, kinky. And then he lets it rip. Not that I've ever seen any of the movie ever, or remember all of it. All right. Back to whatever it is. Okay, so Sam played the only move. His knight's attacked, and he has to get counterplay. He played g5. Now, normally, there's a 100% chance Jeffrey would win. But Jeffrey's not playing well this tournament, half out of 4. So, yeah.
We don't ban people who knock the pieces over at the club.
No, that's standard practice here.
I wouldn't say it's standard.
Now,
It's not
if
standard.
Magnus was watching this game, which he might be, what would he think?
What would Magnus
Yeah, he'd
say?
say, man, I want to play a match with Shanklin. That's what he'd be thinking. Yeah, this is a dream for White. Now, obviously, if you're 1,200, 1,000, 500, 200, you're like, what? Okay, if you're Grandmaster, Super Grandmaster, you're drooling looking at this position for White. You can't believe that your opponent's 2,700. Like, worst bishop ever, weakest pawn ever, obviously going to queen, safest king ever. And even though it's equal material, the engine's like plus 2.5 for White. And this is the weak engine. A good engine would say like plus 4. Yeah. No, I mean, Shanklin just isn't playing great this tournament. Like half the games he plays for a draw and the other half he loses. He's not feeling it. And Shanklin can play well. He played well in Europe in some tournament, Czech Republic, I don't know. He played well in the World Cup, but not this tournament. I mean, Jeffrey has half out of 4, so Shanklin probably thought this is a good chance to beat Jeffrey, but he's just getting destroyed. I mean, he played a lot of really bad moves, Shanklin. When I say bad, they don't lose material. They're just not moves 2,700 players should play. Totally outplayed. I've never been so angry. So there's 3 moves that win the most. C6, which is what I would play. Queen D6 and Knight D4. Queen D6 is pretty cool. I would never play Queen D6 because I'd be worried after it takes that I would lose my D pawn. So I would never do that. Also, Queen D6 is silly because Rook E6 I have to go back. So he's not going to do that. It's hard not to go here because, it's looking good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think if you take it, I can take with the Rook. And then I got double attack. I think so. I wonder which way the engine would take because they're both good. It says they're both good. And then it says Rook takes is a little bit better. A little bit. Just a little. Yeah, it says this is resignable. All right, so far Jeffrey's playing well and Sam isn't. This game was a draw. And look how it ended, Karen. You watching?
Mm-hmm.
Rook H1, Rook H8. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Very good, very good.
I thought he was thinking for a while.
He was,
Okay.
but I knew that he did that because the game ended in a draw. That's the only way it could end in a draw. They can't agree to a draw. So since it ended in a draw, I put 2 and 2 together, and then I went to public school, so I have a calculator on my phone. So. Okay, so draw. Both players played for the draw, and they achieved it. Bruzon has drawn every game, 5 out of 5.
Cool.
Also, Bruzon's played some good players. Yeah.
Hey, Jen, 999. How's it going?
Who?
Jen.
Oh, 999. All right, so G4 was played the best move. Fabi's in some mild time trouble. And so here's the main computer line. Did I say main enough? Knight takes, queen takes, knight takes, rook takes, rook takes. You can't play rook c8 because of knight e7 check. Takes. If you play rook here, then I play, I'm not using an engine, so I could be wrong. You go here. If the queen takes, you take this. And if the king takes, you check and win the queen. So takes, takes, takes. Queen c6, attacking this and this. If you give this up, white's just up a pawn. So rook b8 is the engine move. And now this wins a pawn because you have to trade and then play here. And white's up a pawn. So unclear if this is winning or not, but it's going to be a 90 move game. Thanks, Gorman Flaff. Thanks, P. Schneider 68. Big money, big money. Yay, $3. Thanks, Costa. That cost him $3. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Fabi has good chances to be a pawn up and to squeeze. That's probably going to happen, something like that. All right. And then Jeffrey's still winning. And this is a dead drawn position. Yeah, I thought this was good. I thought Ray would figure out how to draw. Again, rook here is more accurate than queen takes b7. So that's why, and Ray put his rook on e8. And they traded, 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 and they're both playing for a draw. All right. And just dead drawn position. All right. Now here's how the game should end if they're professionals. Mm-hmm. Check here, check here, check here. And you might be wondering, why is he playing king back to g8 when he could play like f6 and then not have to put his king on g8? Well, then, knife f5. Call that a knife, right? But after king g8, you can't attack the g pawn because this is, then knight f6 draw. So king g8, and the game might end like that. That's a reasonable way for the game to end. Is rook here, rook here, rook here, rook here, rook here, and there. You got to find a repetition. Drawn by reputation. All right, and this is the current position. So this game's going to be a draw. Ray holds with black relatively easily and has a lot more time. See? Good. Okay, this is the game where I thought white was slightly better. The engine doesn't agree, just says it's equal. They got to this endgame. Bishop f8, always play bishop f8. I mean, to me, it just looks like white's better. But that's, optically speaking. And it's really hard to speak optically. It is. It's hard, right? It's like when I make love to Karen with my eyes. It's optically speaking, right? Yeah. So bishop g6, always retreat. Okay, and then people got frisky. c5. You got to frisk it to get the biscuit. Well, c4 gives black the advantage. Taking the bishop gives black the advantage. So we have to play rook takes b5. Okay, now if you take this knight, take this bishop, your knight's hanging. So this is equal, it says. This is equal to what we played, and knight c7 is equal. Knight c7 is the most interesting to me. This line's crazy. Okay, look at this line. Rook here, because the rook was attacked. Okay? Free bishop, or so he thought. Gotcha, bitch. I wonder if Dominguez would say gotcha, bitch. You think so? He can't take with the f pawn, because it's pinned. You can't take with the h pawn, because the engine says so. So white's better here. If you take with the h pawn, because you like getting checkmated, right? With unstoppable mate. That's pretty cool. None of that is going to happen. None of those moves will happen. Yeah. So that's assuming this happens and this happens. That's not going to happen. And you know who sees this? Is Dominguez. Because after knight c7, Dominguez could also just take this and have 2 pawns for the exchange. But I think he sees both ways of playing. And probably Burke won't see this. Because Burke will think like this is okay for white. And because he thinks this is okay for white, and this is Dominguez's idea, Burke might do this. And Burke might miss rook takes g6. Now after here, Burke will not miss rook takes g6 because now it's happening. And here black is still okay. He could play knight d5 or rook b8. He has to not allow this rook takes, bishop takes, and mate.
Oh, I see. Block the bishop.
So yeah, very, very interesting considering it's so boring. He did take. Okay, now the engine says both ways of taking are equal because they're trading everything off. Everything's traded. So there's 100% this will be a draw. He's going to win his piece back. Black's going to win his pawn back. And it's 3 against 3 and there's nothing going on. Very easy draw for Burke for black against Dominguez. And before the event, I was explaining to the gawking rabble. You can go back to the streams. I said, Burke's really good. I wouldn't be surprised if Burke gets 50%. And people in my chat were like, who's Burke? Most people in my chat never heard of Burke. Like, who is that? And I'm like, what? Terrible. Also, there was one other player you guys haven't heard. Oh, yeah, Bruzon. Several people in my chat before the event said, who's Bruzon? Who's Burke? Who are these people? Okay, so this game's going to be a draw. Very nice from Burke. This game was a draw. This game's going to be a draw, obviously. Did they find a repetition? They might have. Maybe they found a repetition. Yeah, they found a repetition. Very good. Yeah, rook b4. Knight here. Probably rail play here because that move's better. Rook's better on d4. They can still play this other repetition. Yeah, they would agree to a draw if they were allowed to, but they're not allowed to. So they have to figure out a repetition. Like,
I know about it.
Yeah. See, what the director should do, Chris Bird, is go up and say, look, this repetition's okay. Yeah. They've only heard of Naredinsky. That's correct. If it ain't Burke, don't fix it. Burke has a lot of potential. Burke could get to 2,700. First, he has to get to 2,600. Burke's really good. All right, and that game's going to be a draw. And Sam, yeah. This is the perfect time to say, two bishops and an extra pawn, what else? This did not work out for Sam. Yeah, Sam's just losing now. Okay, this is the last position we saw was this one. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah. And probably knight d5 was better. Yeah, this is just losing. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to draw this. I mean, you're down a pawn and white has 2 bishops, so it should win. Now, I'm not saying he'll lose. He might draw, but you shouldn't draw. When I say you shouldn't draw, I don't mean the engine says that. I mean, I'm saying that. In the world of chess, if you have 2 bishops against a bishop and you have an extra pass pawn on the queen side, and black has no play, you shouldn't draw. That's not fair. I don't want to see that. That's not the chess I want to know. Chess I want to know is white's winning here. That's the chess I know. So white should win. $3. Yeah. Thanks, 9-9. Yeah. No, I mean, Sam played d4 early to trade pawns, and then he never equalized. He just kept getting more and more worse. Okay, back to whatever it is I was doing. All right, so Zatonsky's in a lot of trouble. They made a lot of moves. Okay. So this is the last position that we saw. She should trade rook. She played back here. That's okay. Takes, bishop d3. And now, black did not save her pawn, because if she saves her pawn, like h6, I can play queen d1 to h5. That's looking annoying there. Okay, so she just gave her h-pawn up, which the engine agrees with. And then she traded everything, which the engine agrees with. And white's up a pawn, and black has these double isolated pawns. It's sort of like the other game, the Sevian game with Lenderman. White's up a pawn, black has nothing for it, so white should win. I like the other position better than this one, because some of these rook and pawn endings are draws. But yeah, I mean, white should win. This should be a winning position. Like, Magnus wants white all day. That Bulgarian subscribed.
Yay.
Yeah. All right. And then let's see if Yip... No, Yip's completely lost. Jesus. Oh, yeah, that's right. Knight g5. So, no, here she was coming back. She wasn't losing. Okay, this is all fine. This is all fine. This is fine. Yeah, this is, like, better for white, but not winning. That's fine. Ooh. She followed my only retreat rule too much. So Yip should play knight c4, and when the queen attacks it, play bishop e6 defending it. But Yip didn't want to give up the two bishops. So she played a move that you also don't want to play, but she didn't know which move she didn't want to play more. And she made the wrong decision. So she should play knight here, queen moves somewhere, bishop e6, knight e6, queen e6. And white's better because white has two bishops. And she thought, that's no good, I'm not doing that. So she played knight c8. God damn. That's pretty passive. Black's pieces are really passive. Bishop b2 is good. She pinned. h4 is good. f4 is good. f6 doesn't win a piece. Number one, never play f6. And my queen can check you. And then my knight can move. Also, f4 was good here. Because if the diagonal gets open, like if black takes, then this diagonal's open. So it's just checkmate. Truth hurts. So f4 was also good. But she played h4. That's fine. And then bishop g7. Always play bishop f1. You want to play bishop c4. h6. Put it in h. Queen e6. I don't like queen e6 because I'm going to defend c4, then play bishop c4. But she wanted to play knight d6 to stop that. Well, no more bishop d6. Yeah, very good play from white. And Carissa not on her game. Queen e8. She's hoping for repetition because she's higher rated, but that's not going to happen. Yeah, this is a very bad position for black. My bishop's great here. My bishop's great here. This bishop is shallow and pedantic. This rook is terrible. I can get the c-file. This knight is bad. Carissa's just getting outplayed strategically. Carissa needs some more tactics. Yeah, Carissa needs to change her name. Right? If your name's like that, then you get somewhere in life. Right? See, before Shakhriyar Mamedyarov was famous, his name was really awesome. You're like looking at number 30, 40, 50, and they're like, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, god damn. But now people have said his name a million times, so it's not as fun. But before he was famous, I'd be like, man, look at that name. That's great. Jim Harbaugh? What? Yeah, I've made the Carissa Explains It All, too. Big money, whammy, stop. $3. Thanks for the endless entertainment. Who said that? I'm endlessly entertaining.
Howard Stern.
That is correct. Very good. He must have known that because who would say endless? You know? Oh,
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so very bad position for Yep. And then this is all zeros, it says. Look at that time. Man. Wow, so Cheravich can have black and move instantly every move and still draw. The tournament leader. Pretty good. All right. And still bad for black. Black still can't move anywhere. They traded the H-pawn for the E-pawn. Only in America. How did that happen? How did I win the E pawn and I lost my H pawn? You know, you could take on E5 with a piece and they take on H3. I gotta see how that happened. That's what? This is the greatest thing that's ever happened. Oh, they traded and then somehow this went here. I didn't think of that. I must admit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I didn't think of that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I that was beyond my understanding. Thanks, Robert E630 for the gifted sub. All right. That I didn't think about. Yeah, well, this is so bad for black. Damn. Tatev only has 3 minutes and there's 6 moves to make. But, you know, in positions like this, you just chill. White should just chill. That's not a good way of chilling queen b2 because you're undefending your a pawn, but all right. That was a very strange chilling move. Yeah, so really good for white the whole game. Time situation, not really good. Okay, and Nazi should have been much better. After h6, that's the last position we saw was this one. f4 was play. Remember I said f4 for both players. Mm-hmm. Take. The engine likes white now because white's better. And she made a good move. $2. A Kobe and Mamedjarov is Kobe versus Shaq. Kobe.
Yeah,
I'm assuming like Kobe that our Kobe also went down. Right? Yeah.
I don't like these checks.
You don't think the helicopter ran into a Shaq on the ground?
No.
Okay. Maybe not. You got to be careful when you're Kobe running into a Shaq. Robert E630, gifted a sub.
Yay.
Okay, E4 is correct. See, Talia got this pawn chain. So that's good. You know what's not good?
No.
Potassium benzoate. That's bad. Okay, Simpsons. Bishop E3 is good. Queen D8 is weird. Bishop H3 is reasonable. White should play knight E2 now because the knight wants to go to these squares. But she played bishop H3, which looks good. Also good. Rook DF7 is good. Man, now the engine wants to play C5 or knight E2. She played queen C2, which the engine hates. That gives up control of F4. She's trying to like pin everything. She's trying to pin it up on the bubble up. Bishop F4. This is a move I would never consider, ever. I would never think of that move. Her bishop was just there like 3 moves ago, and she didn't want to lose. She went back, pretending to attack that. But then she's like, all right, I want to attack this now. Bishop F4 is a very poor move. Yeah, just E takes F5 is equal. C5 is okay. Yeah, this is not good. Also, I think taking this isn't good. I would take that, but all right, this is okay. Bishop E6, Queen E6, Knight E4, very reasonable. D5, exclam, former muscle. And then she played here. I'm very worried about White's position because it's not copacetic anymore. This knight's like going on a journey, and Black's pieces are all like coordinated and ready to go, and this king is a little bit exposed. So now Black's better again. I don't like this knight here move. The engine preferred safety, knight F2, making the king safe and blocking the F file somewhat. And some of you are worried about knight takes F4, but it's illegal. So don't worry about it. Don't worry. A problem that lower rated players have is they are not as good at building moves. They're good at like making a threat. So if you hang your queen against Talia, she'll take it. But Nazi's better than Talia at building, right? So like she played this really nice queen D8 move to get, move out the way, right? To play rook F7 and get some F file and get her. So she's better at that. And Talia's like, ooh, I'm threatening something, right? Ooh, shiny. She just makes like 1-move threats and then she does it again. Every move's a 1-move threat. She doesn't build her position up. That's not going to work against Nazi. Nazi sees 1-move threats. Okay? Yeah, so now Black's better because Black's pieces actually make sense. And every move white makes is just to attack something. She's not even attacking that because there's a rook here. So the knight doesn't belong here. It's on an open diagonal with the king. And the king is exposed here. There's all these empty squares here. So why is the knight here? Terrible. Then the bishop is under pressure. Freddie Mercury style, David Bowie, right? You like David Bowie. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Who likes David Bowie more than you? Nobody, that's who.
I don't like him.
Queen G4. Bam. Yeah, very bad position for Talia now. Getting outplayed. Are you related to Patti Smith? The answer is fries.
No.
All right. And then what do we got here? All right, what Black is just winning here. Look at this. That reminds me of when Burke lost to Fabiano with his bishop a6 and the pawn on b5. By the way, some people were asking about the VODs, and I was telling them, yeah, we have to do stuff.
Yeah, we're a little bit behind. We've got to get our new processes in place.
That's what I told them. Yeah, this is a dream position for Black. Black has everything. Okay, White's pawn structure, I actually have a name for that from like 25 years ago. I call that the accordion pawn structure. Right? This is worst pawn structure ever. Worst bishop ever. 2 bishops. Black has the center. Never play f3. The material's equal, and Black's just completely winning. Total getting outplayed. Terrible. Yeah. Why would you ever play f3? I just ate. This isn't a move. Okay, if I was white in this position, I would play f2 if it was legal. I have a dark square bishop and you don't. You don't play f3. Oh my god. This is like if I write a book Never Play f3, this is a choice for the cover. If you're watching other streams that are showing these games and you happen upon this, and it's like Yasser or Benjamin Bach, I mean, they're going to be much meaner than I am about f3. Much. Much. You ever seen Yasser mean? You're going to see it now. That's really bad. Okay, then in this position, she correctly played a3, and then she's like, oh no, this is going to happen. So she played b5. Oh, God. Horrible. Yeah, I like the rook a8. I like that. Her job is done. Yeah, that was good. Oh, my God. Man, what a bad position for white. God damn. Yeah, this. And you know what's worse than her position? Other than nothing? Mm-hmm. Look at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this is all caused by her not being afraid to take the knight on a5. Yeah. What would Jeffrey Osborne say about that?
Give me the knight.
Oh, give me the knight. What's bad about f3? Should we ban him?
No.
Yes, would say, Karen, I've never been this angry in my life after f3. We may have to go on 3 or 4 more breaks than scheduled. That's what you would do. I wish you guys were better at chess so you would see how bad white's position is. You guys are like, material's equal, so it's equal. Blah. No, but this is how I used to play when I was a kid. And I was like, an A player. This is how I played with white. And I didn't know why I was wrong. Well, it looks all right. Yeah, this is, yeah. Ugh. I'm so mad. This position's so bad for what I don't want to look at it anymore. All right, back to the championship. Let's see all those draws. Okay, this game was a draw. Let's see the repetition they found. They actually traded knights, then they repeated. Ooh, I like this knight d7 trading knights. That's funny. Because he wants to play knight f8 check. Mm-hmm. So take. Yeah. Then they had to find a repetition here. Okay, then they found it. All right. So very easy draw for Ray with black. Jeffrey obviously won against Shankland. He played c6, as I indicated would be good. And then Sam took on c6. Rook takes. I wasn't sure which way to take on c6, rook or pawn. Bishop d7 is an engine move. Rook takes, knight to d4. Excellent. Defending this again, attacking this again. This is no good. g3 is going to kick your knight out. Yeah. Okay, so rook e5, defending everything. Rook d6, attacking the bishop. Wow. This is embarrassing. Okay, I don't mean I'm embarrassed. I'm a little embarrassed. Sam's like embarrassed now. Like Sam's like, if some 2,700 players look at this game, like he's embarrassed. This is like how I would lose. Yeah, a 2,700 shouldn't lose like this. This isn't how you should lose. You lose another way. It's funny that in these tournaments, like in the women's tournament, where the level's not as high, a lot of the games that are decisive are because of time trouble, right? One player has 3 minutes and she like hangs a rook. Okay. Like in previous years. In the championship, most of the games are draws in previous years. And then, Wesley and Fabi beat some guys who were 2,500. This year, there's a lot of games in both sections where one side's just getting crushed. Like they're in the wrong tournament. Like you're getting crushed. Like go play some weaker players. So like Sam should never get crushed like this. This is embarrassing to have black in this position. Like you can't have a better position. Every white piece is absolutely perfect. You can't, even the pawns, perfect. And then that's all a joke. Yeah, and spaghetti. Okay, rook e7. Ugh. G3, retreat, bishop g2. I actually, I say a lot of bad things about Sam. I actually feel bad for him. The worst in chess won. You see this threat? See that?
I see it.
Yeah, Sam stopped it because he's 2,700. He resigned.
Thank you, the worst in chess, for that gift sub.
No, I mean, that's embarrassing. Okay, first of all, it's embarrassing because he didn't play well. Second of all, from his point of view, I'm playing Jeffrey Zhang, who lost 3 games in a row. So Sam's like, all right. Man. I mean, ugh. No, I would be embarrassed if I had black here. Even if I was playing Magnus. I would be playing Magnus too. It's embarrassing. Like, here's why it's embarrassing. Mm-hmm. The material's equal, and white's +6. That means, I don't know what that means, but it's not good. When you hang a knight, you're like, damn, I hung a knight. But you don't lose like this. This is how Sam would be like a 1900. Right? It's just 2-1. This is like a simul game. Very bad play from Sam. Yeah. And the point is, you guys are like, oh, you hate Sam Shankland. You don't understand what Sam's thinking right now. Sam's like destroying his hotel room. Yeah, I guarantee it. There's no doubt about it. And he's like, what the hell? I'm better than this. Yeah. Terrible. I mean, really terrible. And Jeffrey played like he does when he's playing well. He's not playing well this tournament. He played well this game. Also, Jeffrey played pretty well in round 1. All right, what's going on here? Fabi threw all his advantage away. He played knight c3. So he wanted to maintain the tension. He probably saw he could win a pawn, but might have thought it was a drawn position. So he thought, I'll just keep playing normal chess and I'll beat Naredinsky because I'm better than him. So a very poor decision from Fabi. Not impressed with Fabi's play this tournament, except against Burke. Rook c8, good. Yeah, knight c3 is just, I don't even know why he didn't take this and win a pawn. I don't even understand it. I wonder if he missed some tactic. He might have thought if he goes takes and knight takes, there's some tactic that works for black here, but there's not. So I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he was thinking Arby's. I literally don't know, and I figuratively don't know. Fabi also might have thought, like he might have misunderstood this position. He might have got to here and went, well, I can't win this position, so I'm not doing this. And I don't know why he didn't think he'd win this position. If he wins a pawn, he has good winning chances. And maybe after rook b8, he didn't see rook e8. I don't know. Without rook e8, this is just a dead draw. This pawn's attacked. But rook e8 wins the b pawn and saves your b pawn. Now for Fabi, he can see all of that, of course, but maybe he didn't. And if he doesn't see all of that, then he just played some random move, and he said, all right, I'm going to try to squeeze. And now he's not even better. Yeah, now he's, yeah, this is terrible what he did. Wow, trading queens also isn't too good. Yeah, I mean, this is fine for black. Black can't lose this position. Only Donya can win this position. This is really bad play very bad play. Yeah, this is very bad. C5 is good. Yeah, I mean, now Fabi's fighting for a draw and for a sandwich. Man, that moves, yeah, he's fighting for a draw. By the way, in this position, I think the engine wants to play knight d6. Nah, it just says that white's in trouble. Yeah, there's a bishop here and these pawns are here. That's, better watch it. He has no time on his clock. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Fabi loses this. Fabi's probably going to lose because Donya's going to take this, and this pawn's too good. Rook takes c5 isn't as winning because knight c3, and we block it up. That was just pathetic from Fabi playing knight c3. That was terrible. He can win a pawn, and instead he gets like a slightly worse position. Very bad. But he's in poor form. Fabi could have lost like 2 or 3 other games this tournament, which he drew. I can't believe he drew Dominguez. I can't believe it. I just thought Caruana's a genius, so he drew Dominguez down 2 pawns. So, but in the first round against Bruzon with white, he was in a lot of trouble. It's funny, he had that smooth win against Burke, right? You can ask Maurice. Smooth. But the other games, he's just playing crappy. Yeah, bishop takes b2, and probably Donya's going to win. Man, knight c3 is really bad. God damn. All right, and these guys have... Oh, they did draw. They found a repetition. That's good. All right. So Dominguez Burke was very well defended by Burke, and he drew. And this is... Okay, this is over. Remember when I said 2 bishops, extra pawn, you have to win, or I hate chess? Mm-hmm. Yeah, now the engine's like, all right, I resign with black. Good. I mean, if you don't win this, then the chess isn't right. You have to win.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, if 3 plus 3 isn't 6, we have to, like, redo math. That's like this, to me. If white isn't going to win, then there's something wrong with chess. And then the engine's like, okay, fine. Before it was like white's +1. Now it just says white's completely winning. Yeah, I'm not saying he'll win. He could mess it up, but he's not going to mess it up. By the way, the 2 players in this event who are playing the best, I'm not saying they have the most points. They do have the most points. But they're playing the best. You ready? Mm-hmm. Lenderman and Robson. Never in trouble, increasing their advantages, no horrible time trouble. Lenderman and Robson are playing the best of all the players. And Fabi, Wesley, and Dominguez, none of them are showing me anything. You show me nothing. You tell me nothing, but you show me everything. My father was the world heavyweight champion of Sicilian liars. You tell me nothing, but you show me everything. What movie?
Sicilian liars.
World heavyweight champion.
I don't know.
True Romance. That's the scene with Dennis Hopper and Christopher Walken. One of the greatest scenes in movie history. R.I.P. Dennis Hopper. All right. So, very nice win from Jeffrey. Lots of draws. Naredinsky should win against Fabi, and Lenderman should win against Savian. Let's go to the women folk. Okay, so this is resignable. This game's going to end in the next 5 minutes. Okay, so Zatonsky decided, I don't want to get squeezed and lose an endgame. I'm gonna play aggressive. If I'm gonna lose fast. So she's like, I want my pawn back. Wah, I want to attack. And she let white attack, okay? Because, white has rook here, and queen here, and rook here, And this king is the safest king ever. And the engine says like plus 1,000 here. And we can't even defend with our rook because our pawns are in the way. We can't even get our rook to the g file to defend. So this is winning, etc. Now, of course, the obvious threat is rook check and then queen takes f6, wins a pawn, so she played rook e6. Also, she has no time. Very smooth victory for Irina. The engine says rook g3 check is plus 65. God damn. Right, I mean, all these pawns are weak. Passed pawn, open king, and black has no play at all. Very poor game from Anna. But, she's not 25 anymore. What are you going to do? She doesn't play a lot either. Anna isn't like spending 24 hours a day on the internet like you guys are. She plays in slow tournaments. She didn't play slow tournaments because of COVID and travel restrictions. So she's rusty. Yeah, just a very easy victory for Crush. Queen takes b2, took too many liberties, and then she didn't play right after that. So the engine says after rook g3, mate in 44, and I'm not kidding. And this isn't even one of the best engines. Man. Now it says mate in 24. Wow. Yeah, this king is not very good. Now this is move 34. Anna's not going to make it to move 40 with any kind of position. It's going to be ridiculous. Okay, so Crush is going to win. This was really bad for Carissa. It continues to be bad for Carissa because these bishops are great and these bishops are not. This rook is great. This rook is not. This knight is all right. This knight's not. And even the queen is trapped. Can you believe that queen's trapped? It can't move. Can't move.
No, I didn't notice.
No moves.
Wow.
No. And my queen moved. So this is really, really, really bad. If you play knight e7 to improve your knight, then my queen can come in here. And it's hard to defend everything. It's hard to make a move for black. It's hard to be like, aha, I go here. It's just tough. Terrible. I mean, Carissa's just getting crushed. She played knight e7. That was actually the engine move. So I could play rook c1 and try to come in here. I could play queen b6. If I want to play knight h2, I can't because the rook is hanging. So I could play rook here to go here and then play knight h2. Or I could trade rooks first. After knight h2, I don't know where the bishop goes. Hopefully not here because it's just embarrassing. Yeah, this is equal material. And the engine says every move white can play is +3.
Hey,
Oh, I forgot about that. I'm sure his food's been here forever. It's been here forever. Yeah, it's just probably outside. It's at the door, I guess. Yeah, I forgot I ordered food for him. Maybe he got it. I didn't see him get it. Do you see it out there? Yeah, I forgot about his food. I can't understand trying to learn his jokes anymore. Man, tough tournament. All the people who were really good getting crushed. Okay. This game was completely equal, and somehow white's up a pawn. Black still has an insane time advantage. What? How did you win a pawn? Man, Cheravich always plays the craziest move. So in this position, she's already worse because she played that f5 move. I forgot about that. She defended her pawn, and now she wants to play queen a6 and attack queen b6. Queen c8 defending. Yeah, she's already in a lot of trouble here. Queen e8, and then a g5. So she just gave up her a pawn to get counterplay. And her d pawn. Wow. That's actually a blunder, it says. Now g4 is equal. Yeah, she should have moved her king, so after g4 she can move her bishop back. But she was in time trouble, so I don't blame her. Yeah, now g4 is equal. The engine says white has no advantage. Damn. Yeah, because we're getting active now. Very nice. Bishop f8. Yeah, now it's a draw. Oh, I saw this position. Okay, and that's a very, 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 very poor move. Also, it's very poor. Yeah, it's just a blunder. So I'm trying to figure out what she missed. So I'm going to play bishop takes in any case. So she probably thought she was just losing a pawn, but she has over an hour on her clock. So she should have figured out that king f8 is better because after this, the bishop can't check. So I go here, threatening pawn takes, queen takes, queen takes, queen takes, and this is just a draw now. But she played king f7, and now after takes, if you play queen d4, I play bishop h5 check. So king f7 is just double question mark, losing a pawn. Still might not lose, but that's just a blunder. She has so much time on her clock. Yeah, king f8. Got to keep your king on the dark square when that person has a white squared bishop. Yeah. This is really good blunder for you to look at. So this is completely equal, this position. Mm-hmm. And she's in check. And wherever she moves her king, there's bishop takes g4 because this is pinned. This is pinned.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
But king f8, which she did not play, if you go here, I have this move threatening everything. Queen takes, pawn takes, queen takes check, and now white has to get perpetual. And she blundered, she played king f7. And now after this, if she plays queen d4, which she did, the king's done on f8, so bishop h5 check. It's just a blunder. Yeah, now like white's a pawn up. I'm not saying white's winning, but white's a pawn up, so just blundered a pawn.
They have a lot less time. What move are they on?
A million. Yeah, I told you about Cheravich playing real fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, so she's trying to trade all the pawns. It's 50-50. 50% white wins, 50% draw. The time situation helps black, but there was no reason to be a pawn down. All right, and Yip did play bishop c8. No. When I yelled no, what did they yell?
I don't know.
Yep. Man.
Hey, listen, I'm going to go ahead and pack up because I should head out soon.
Why are you packing up? Just head out and then come back.
Well, because
you don't want to come back because I'll take Archer
you
home.
won't even be here.
Maybe. It depends how long the games go. But you're probably right.
Yeah,
Probably.
7:30 would be the earliest I'd be back.
Yeah, they'll end about 7:30.
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to take my stuff.
Yeah, okay.
So that,
Yeah.
But, okay, bye, everybody.
I mean, this even material,
Yeah.
+4 for white. White has everything. The rook's coming to c7, queen coming to b6, 2 bishops, the black queen is trapped, bishop can't move, knight can't move.
Should I put this in the fridge or do you want to leave it out?
You can leave it there. I was going to eat the other one, but should I save it for you?
No, I don't want it.
Wait, you're eating both of the things?
No,
No, you're eating all the sauces.
I don't think I've even touched that one.
Good.
Yeah.
I think I have some sauce at home.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get saucy with me, Bernays. What movie?
Mm-hmm.
Even in the chat, they wouldn't know. History of the World Part 1. The guy's name was Bernays, and he said, don't get saucy with me, Bernays. That's typical kind of Mel Brooks joke.
I was about to say.
Yeah. No, I mean, Carissa's just dead lost, but her opponent has 2 minutes left, has to make 4 moves. But, I mean, you can't really mess this up. Like, these are going to be here forever. This is here forever. Black has them in counterplay. Yeah. Queen b6 is +5. There's nothing. And after queen b6, you gotta watch it here. It could be. But okay, I mean, you can't defend anything. Really bad play by Carissa in several positions. Terrible. All right, nothing's happening here. Tatev is still with her great position. And she probably made the time control. She did. Yeah, I mean, Esharitha repeating when Tatev has no time on her clock. She's just hoping that Tatev would keep repeating. Okay, she waited as long as she could. And this is move 40. Tatev will not lose on time. She has 30 minutes left. This is really bad for black. White can play bishop e2 and trade the bishops. That makes this pawn weaker and allows white to play rook h5. So bishop e2 should be much better for white. It's not lost for black. Black is still defending, but it's just this pawn's still weak. This pawn's weak. This pawn's weak. If I can get my rook to h5, that would be nice. So play bishop e2. And yeah, it's just a really nice position for white. And Talia is getting checkmated. Knight c5 I didn't like. Knight d3 is okay. Bishop d4 check. King h1's okay. Rook e8, she wants to play rook e2. Rook d1's okay. Double up on the bubble up. And c takes d5 is a ridiculous blunder for somebody of that level. That's absolutely ridiculous move. Okay, so here's why it's ridiculous. And I've talked to Talia about this. So rook e2 is the threat. Talia sees the threat and stops it. Then she plays rook here, threatening the exact same thing, and Talia didn't see it. It's the collinear move, and we talked about specifically this, the collinear move that people miss. I mean, she was just threatening it, so she's threatening it again. So she has to play rook takes rook and start defending, and it's still bad. But this, she just didn't see rook e2. She just didn't see it. There's no way she saw rook e2. Yeah, now she's getting mated. So that's really bad, c takes d5. She just lost the game in one move. She was getting outplayed, and she probably would have lost anyway, but now the game's over. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, and it's just checkmate, threatening checkmate and checkmate. The truth hurts. Okay, so she played g4. That attacks the rook and defends the mate. And she missed queen takes d5 check, I guess. And then I guess she resigned here. Yeah, now it's mate. King g1 mate, and rook f3 mate. Yeah, I mean, Talia was worse, and then she equalized. And then when she equalized, she played very badly. Nazi wins her first game of the event, unlike Bruzan. 1 win and 4 draws. And I'm taking it that she resigned here. Yeah, she resigned. Good game from Nazi, but yeah, Talia missing rook e2 when rook e2 was the threat the previous move. Don't get into time trouble, boys and girls. Makes fools of us all. This was the position where I couldn't believe how good Black's position was, and now it's better. This is embarrassing. This is like, White's playing like Shankland. That's embarrassing. All right, so Megan's going to lose to Sabina. Sabina played a really nice game. She sacrificed a piece, and Megan didn't take it, and that was the beginning of the end. Sam's going to lose to Lenderman. Lenderman has 2 bishops and an extra pawn. What else? And Naredinsky should be winning against Fabi. Rook c1, bishop e2 is correct. Rook c4 is correct. Bishop a3 is correct. c6 is correct. b2. I like the way one of the engine moves is bishop f8. Man, engines are good at chess. I'm not even kidding. Bishop f8 was like one of the top engine moves. I guess after b2, it wants to defend the pawn this way and not here. Hey, come here for a second. Quick. For a second, I want to show you something. You remember this game where I said Sabina had the greatest position ever? It got better.
Wait, go back where it was.
Yeah, it was like here. And I was making fun of White's position. Mm-hmm. But it got better for Black than even I had hoped. Man, god damn. What is she, Shankland? Yeah. No, but, I mean, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like White can do very much.
Horrible. Man, unbelievable. Okay, so good for Sabina, though. All right, Fabi's, okay, let's see what happened here. b2, knight c3 is forced. And Fabi still hasn't made the time control, but he's caught up on time to Naredinsky. Again, bishop f8 or e7 are the best moves to do this. And the problem that White has is, not only is the bishop here defending this pawn and threatening the knight, so the knight has to go to b1, you can't play c7 because I can go pick up the pawn. So Black's winning plan is just to win. My pawn's here, your knight's blocking it, and this pawn is indefensible. So Black's winning plan is to play here, White plays knight b1, and then Black plays king f8, king e7, king d6, Papa John's. That's the winning plan. I see absolutely nothing White can do about it. Nothing. Bishop goes here or here, bishop goes here, the knight goes here, and then I walk over and take the c-pawn. And that's it. That's the end of the game. I see nothing. And Donya's probably wondering, do I have to do that, or can I just go win the pawn right now? That's the other way of playing, is just, I'll go win the pawn. This pawn's great. Yeah, so this is good. And if I can move arrows. And this is good, going the bishop and then defending the pawn this way and forcing the knight here. He's just going to win. There's just nothing white can do. I mean, really bad play by Fabi when he had a great position. Terrible. All right, and this is the wrap it up button. Lenderman's wrapping it up. Wrap that gavel up. They just made time control, so now he can think some more. The only problem with Lenderman's position is he played f3. Never play f3. That's right. That's good Simpsons. Good job, JLover69. It's really more salmon than pink, but, you know. Yeah. Bishop f8. Donya knows always play bishop f8. Yep. Bishop g7, king f8 wins. Yep. Okay, so he played knight b1, bishop g7. That's the time control. And black does this. Then white resigns. Truth hurts. I don't see any play for white. I don't know what white's going to do. I don't know. I'm looking at engine lines, and they're playing king e7, king d6, king, and taking the pawn. And then black wins. Yeah. I don't see anything else. So Donya's going to win. Shocking. Now, I could be wrong about this. I think Donya has no draws. When Donya wins this game, he'll have 2 wins and 3 losses? Crazy. Yeah, Donya's going to beat Fabi. Because Donya played bishop f8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the best move. Not far from obvious. All right. Yeah, this is just he's going to win. And Lenderman's going to win, etc. Yeah, he's hoping beyond hope that he gets opposite color bishops draw an ending. But that's not going to happen because he's not going to do that. But Lenderman has some work to do. Okay, Irina won. She played actually the best line after rook e6. She checked and then resigns. After rook here, queen here's the engine move, but obviously everything wins, queen takes. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's completely winning. So Irina beats Anna, I'd say pretty easily. Pretty easily. Carissa's getting destroyed. They just made the time control, and Carissa just can't move. Somehow this rook is here. What? Oh my God, how'd that rook get there? What did she do? Man, the rook's on the nice open file. Rook e8, rook d8, rook f8, rook f8, god damn. Rook f8, rook f8, damn. I guess she wanted to play f5, which is illegal. Well, okay, this pawn could be, yeah, she has to be careful, I understand. Rook d1, man, god damn. I mean, just absolutely crushing Carissa. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's almost resignable. Like at the top level, this is resignable because you lose your A pawn and you can't move. Amazing. I mean, really nice game from white. Really nice. She's a really up and down player. She plays really well and really bad. She decided this game to play really well. Some games she doesn't play really well, but this game, white played a lot of really good moves this game. I mean, this is totally, absolutely crushed. Yeah, it's a round robin. Yeah. And this game, black was handily drawing, and now I think black is handily drawing again. What happened here? How did white give up her a3 pawn? Oh, because queen here check is annoying. All right. All right. Okay, actually, that was fine. Yeah. The white still has good winning chances because the black king is so exposed. We could play check and then push our pawn. Still winning chances for white. But you can see the time situation, which is crazy. So white has some winning chances. Tatev did not play bishop e2. She played bishop g5. Black got a first active piece of the game. Knight g6. I mean, Tatev has to find this bishop e2 idea. That gets rid of this piece and gives white some extra squares and weakens the f-pawn. She didn't play it yet. Now she has to play it, or she's not even better. Queen e8. This is lining up to be another heartbreaking loss for Tatev. Big advantage, increasing her advantage. Black never has any counterplay. Tatev gets in time trouble and makes a mistake. This is how this game is looking to me. Tatev just plays too slowly. She's got to speed up. You can't always be behind on the clock every single game. You got to, once or twice, not every game. Like, it's 30 minutes at move 40. It's move 42 and she has 15 minutes. That's not how you use your time. Yeah. Yeah, the engine says after this, white's slightly better. Otherwise, white's not better. This rook is defending now. The pawn's not getting attacked. We have this in here. White has to, if white gets rid of the white bishop, then this pawn isn't defended. We have the h5 square. This bishop isn't crushing our king. Otherwise, black has play. This is defended. My queen, I can double or triple on the e-file. This is going the wrong direction. For white. And, okay, this game is ridiculous. By the way, this game reminds me, seriously, of games that I've won against Mario Roper at the St. Louis Chess Club. And I'm not kidding. This looks like games I've played Mario Roper. It does. He's not, Spencer, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Spencer knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. A lot of games today were people just getting run over, like just playing bad and losing badly, like Shankland, like Megan, like Zatonsky, just, yeah, etc. I don't know what game you're talking about. It's not this game. Okay, let's go over to the other section. Lenderman squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and hugging and squeezing. And this is just Fabi resigning. I mean, king f8, king e7, king d6, Papa John's. His only chance, white's only chance, not going to work, is when the king gets to d6, he plays like rook f4, takes the f7 pawn, which shouldn't happen, and then gives up his knight for the b pawn. Then the h pawn's the wrong color. So if he cheats, he'll draw, but he's not going to draw. Yeah. Poor Shanklin, yeah. The Shanklin game is a good game to study for students to understand why a6 is so bad. And also letting Jeffrey play c4, c5. God damn. Yeah. How common is it? All the time. If you don't want to lose to people, you got to not play. Otherwise, it's common to lose all the time. Okay, recap. Bruzon, Wesley, draw. Both players played for a draw from move 1. They both got it. Dominguez, Burke. Burke had no trouble. Played a Marshall. Got his pawn back. Drew comfortably. And Ray drew comfortably also with black. And Jeffrey won pretty easily. It's a good thing Spencer's here if he's still here. I mean, if you had black here, Spencer, you'd just be embarrassed. I actually feel bad for Sam because this is embarrassing. 2,700. 1,500 sensitus. I never in all my years. Yeah, I mean, what? Come on, Sam. All right, so Fabi played king f3. Here comes this. I'm really interested in how Fabi plans on defending. Like after this, I don't know what I would do. I want to see what Fabi does. I have no idea what he's going to do. I mean, if I cheat, I could play king here, knight here, and try to win this pawn. And even that loses a lot. Because your king's on b2. Even if I cheat and win your b pawn, I'm still probably lost. Yeah, I have no idea what Fabi's going to do against, this. I don't like what his plan is. If Fabi's going to trade rooks or keep the rooks on, allowing rook c1. God damn. So I don't know. Just lost. Did Sam resign? Oh yeah, Sam. Yeah, Sam Sevian didn't resign, but Sam Shanklin resigned like an hour ago. Yeah, Sam Sevian's never going to resign. He's going to defend, and he's going to lose in the long run. I talked to the Eagles. They agreed. Okay, Carissa's as lost as she ever was. Lost as she ever was. Lost as she ever was. Carissa played king h7 because this is her only counterplay, if you can call it counterplay. And White said, okay, thanks for the pawn. Bishop b4 is coming. She could play rook c1 to c7. And this isn't that scary. So Carissa's only hope for avoiding a loss here is if her opponent, for some reason, over the next 7-8 moves gets down to less than 5 minutes. That's the only hope. This position's so bad for black. Yeah, I got a news report on Twitter that Carlsen saw this position. He's foaming at the mouth, etc. Is Fabi's king faster? No. All right, White still has winning chances here. Obviously, the time situation favors black. Yeah, queen d6 is the best move. Agreed. Then the king can go here safely after some checks. It's got a couple of squares. Yeah, after queen d6, it should be a draw. The only thing wrong with black's position is this king. After king here, my king's pretty safe. Pretty safe. So it should be a draw. Queen d6. Amazing that she can draw this after just blundering a pawn. All right, let's see if Tatev improved her game at all. Bishop e2 is correct. Bishop takes, rook takes, queen e8. Good. And then she's thinking. King f2 was played. That's fine. Yeah, she's just making sure that black has no play. Yeah, bishop e2 was good. So the engine wants to crazily take on a4, allowing queen e6 check. And the engine literally doesn't care. You got to be braver than me to let queen e6 check happen. That's the engine line. It says white's winning unless black takes and goes here. Queen check, rook f7 is equal. What? Man, engines are engines. Something. Yeah, problem is, if we just trade everything, white should win the endgame because of this pawn. So if we trade rooks, bishop d8 wins. And if we trade bishop for knight, I could just sit on these pawns and play g4 and get a passed pawn and I should win. All these endings are winning for white. So that's why this is almost like when you do this, you're just like, I hope I don't lose right away. If you don't lose, then you got passed a pawn. Man, that's a lot of guts to go here if she goes here. And the only reason I would go there, and I probably wouldn't, is because I think everything else is completely lost. So I might as well have some counterplay. But this, I mean, I would be, queen takes queen here. God. And black really has no play if they trade queens. Black can't do anything. White plays king f3, g4. As she did, she just traded queens. Yeah, so this should be winning for white because this pawn's absurd. So rook b1, bishop d8. I could try to win this pawn with my rook. I could try to play king here, g4, get past f pawn. And with these pawns on these squares, white should be winning because of this, the combination here. Yeah, the engine says only plus 1.44, although 1.44 is pretty good. So yeah, there's 4 weak pawns here. And even though this pawn structure looks stupid for white, there's no way to get at the pawns. So she's going to try to play rook here, rook here, rook here. But trying is the first step to failure. But she's going to try. She can't promise to try, but she'll try to try. What's funny is, after rook here, it doesn't even play rook e4, because white has all these good things that they can do, and the rook's out of play here. Like g4 and king takes, and yeah, it's just too good. The knight's just no good. No good. So it should be winning for Tatev. On the other hand, Tatev has 12 minutes. So I don't know. Okay, this game's ridiculous. Foreign play. And this position's also ridiculous for black, but if white gets in time trouble again, there's some chance. Not sure what it is. And she did play queen d6, I guess, in this position. Yes. Yeah, king f1. Yeah, it should be a draw, b4. Yeah, it's just an extra double pawn. Should be fine. So this game should end in a draw. Obviously, white can make a one-move blunder because of the 4 minutes, but I doubt it. Could happen. I doubt it. Crush beat Zatonsky pretty easily. Paikidzii beat Talia. I think it's Talia's first loss and Nazi's first win. And Zatonsky is just at the bottom. Zatonsky is going to be in 12th place on a 12. God damn. That's really poor. I mean, she's one of the favorites, but not this year. Okay, Lenderman squeezing, and I want to see what Fabi has up his sleeve except for resigning. I don't know. So one thing Fabi could do, which loses, is put his king here, trade rooks, and play knight here, knight here, knight here, and then lose the king and pawn ending, because black just wins instantly. Man, harsh. He could play king here and move his knight around and do stuff, and keep his king on b1 and c2, which is also completely losing. Man, glad I'm not white. I don't know what he's going to do. No, I didn't say Fabi resigned already. I'm wondering what Fabi's going to do. I don't know what I would do if I was white. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't resign because there has to be some way where I can try to sack my knight for this pawn and win one of these pawns so I can get close to a draw. But I don't see how to do that. I don't see it. Yeah, Fabi played really badly once he had a nice advantage. Truth hurts. And this is the squeezing game. Lenderman squeezing against Savian. It'll never end. This game should be a draw. Carissa's completely lost, but her opponent never moves. Tatev played king d3, which is not a good move because she was afraid of the counterplay. And the problem with that is it's hard to win with white now because you can't get king f3, g4 in. I mean, there's counterplay anyway. I guess after rook e8, Tatev's going to play rook h1, so there's no entry squares. So it's still big advantage to white, but this is not correct. The winning idea for white is to play g4 and break on through. And if the rook goes here, by rook e8, rook here, the counterplay is too slow. King comes in here, pawn here. Once you lose the d pawn, it's over. Rook takes d6. This counterplay is actually too slow. It lets white win all these pawns and push his f pawn and get his king active, or her king active. This is just white's maintaining, and black has no counterplay, but now white has trouble winning because g4 is like the main winning idea. The other winning idea is to win this pawn, like rook here, move the bishop. I don't think that works. I don't think you can win that pawn. So this was not the best. Tatev has 10 minutes to 44. Technique not perfect, etc. Mainly, etc. This game has been over forever, and they're still playing. Hard to understand. Worst position ever. This position was first discussed in the hip-hop song, I Got Nothing For You, Man, because white's got nothing. Bishop d5's coming, queen d5's coming, bishop a3's coming, but not really. Papa John's. Yeah, bishop d5 is the main bullet point of this presentation. When did Fabi go too far? Good question. So in this position, white can win a pawn by taking and playing knight c6. And then white's better. And if black wins the pawn back, the engine's saying bishop f6 is okay. Who would play that? Okay, if black wins the pawn back, then queen c6 forks this. And if you go here, it looks like black's fine and black has a threat. It looks like it. But white plays rook e8 check, and that wins the b pawn and defends the b pawn. So white has good winning chances. I'm not saying he'd win, but good winning chances. And instead of winning the pawn, which the engine says is also okay for black, it says black just plays random legal move and chills. But okay, white won a pawn, so. And instead, Fabi played knight c3, and now he's probably worse. It's like random position, and g4, isolated pawn, great bishop, great knight. Yeah, so this is just black being better. And then he played bad too. He got outplayed. Yeah, now he's just lost. Yeah, very good play by Donya after the fact. And Fabi could resign here. He's not going to, but I don't know what he's going to do. I got nothing. I keep saying the same thing. Black's going to win the c pawn, and the game's over. And Fabi's thinking forever because he's like, how can I do anything? How can I trick him? I don't think he's going to trick him. I don't see it. I don't see any tricks. And then this is like slowly squeezing, technique not perfect, but good enough. Yeah, Sam's trying to blockade, but pawns on both sides of the board, 2 bishops, extra pawn, what else? I mean, if Lunderman messes this up, it would be like the worst thing of the round, and that's saying something. Man. Yeah, Donya has no draws. I like that. Ask your mom. What, you don't have a phone? Yeah, you can go. You have money? Get money. Register, wallet, whatever. If you get it from the register, make sure you file with the IRS. Defending the c6 pawn with his king, you're misunderstanding the rules of chess. Terrible. So you want to go here? Indeed. Well, I didn't see that. Doesn't work. I assumed I could go here. Maybe I can't because of c7. Terrible. White king c5 is bad? Oh yeah, then I can't play this because my king's on c5. Man, the truth hurts. Yeah, if you go here, king c8 resigns. Thanks for the 200 centidudes, Grunge War. And then resigns. Bishop here, bishop takes, queen. Yeah, then rook here just wins. So you have to play king e4, and you're like, haha, your rook's here instead of here. I wonder if he would say that. Yeah. King d6 is harsh. Rook c8, I assume. Yeah. We're back to where we started. But yeah, I actually didn't see his king could get to d5, but it literally doesn't matter. It figuratively does, but not literally. Yeah, so that's what Fabi's analyzing right now, is Fabi's looking at this position. And not only is this a good idea, so is rook a8 to a1. Because after rook a8, I can still block the pawn and still go here and win the knight. I'm not sure which is actually better. I actually don't know. Because they're both winning. Yeah, because this pawn could be stopped by the king, and then you're not defending your knight. So once my rook gets here, I just win your knight. That's what Fabi's calculating. I don't think he played king e4 yet. No, he's thinking forever because everything he calculates loses. So he's like, well, that's not good. But he should do that just in case his calculation's wrong. Like losing here just loses in a shallow and pedantic fashion. So going here, check, maybe white has counterplay. Fabi knows he doesn't because he's calculating and it all loses. But there's different kinds of losing. There's losing because it's close. Then there's I just give up and do nothing. So I think Fabi will do that. And then he'll lose, but he'll take an extra 2 moves. No, Fabi's not playing well this tournament. Yeah. If his opponents were trying, I think everybody's trying. The problem is, trying is the first step to failure. All right. Yeah, Lenderman's been not doing very much the last 10 moves. He's just, I I mean, you can't not win this position. It's 2 winning. But his technique is not Magnus-like. He's just not doing anything. All right, this is plus 10 for black, and black's up a pawn. Yeah. E4 is the engine move. This really does look like a lot of games I've played with Mario. All right. Is Carissa losing? Yep. Bishop C3 is good. Bishop G4 is good. Rook C1 is good. And, you know, white's up a pawn with a dominating position. Time situation's pretty good, too. And never play F3. Now black's the favorite, except for one thing. Ooh, yeah, it's just a draw. The king can't approach the pawn. Not that it matters. Taking this is a dead draw. You know, you can't play F5. Yeah, it's just a dead draw. Yeah, again, the only person who can lose is white because she can go totally insane with no time on her clock. But I don't believe that. I'd rather have black here if you gave me the clock times, because it's a dead draw, but I have 52 minutes and you have 4. So I'd rather have 52 minutes. I would. Okay, this game is ridiculous. All right, now what's going on here? What's going on? Tatev is squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. The problem with all the squeezing is, you know, Tatev squeezing a clock. 7 minutes. Joseph Moinho subscribed. Good, good. Yeah. A hype train is close. We haven't had a hype train in 3 hours. Let's get a hype train. Hooray. 837 viewers. What else? 100 centidues. People of the world, join in. Join the hype train. Hype train. Hooray. Okay, so this game, Sabina's going to win. This game, 50-50. This game's going to be a draw. And this game, F6. Never play F6. Wow, look at the thermometer. Yeah. F6. Come on, Carissa. Never play F6. F6. What a bad move. Really makes this bishop good. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, she's not playing well this game. Carissa might resign here. It's possible. Because Rook C7's game over. And after Queen C8, B6, it's game over. Yeah, F6 was, I mean, it's dead lost, but F6 was extra bad. Papa Gear, 100 centidues. Thank you. Farty Party, 250 centidues. Carissa just got crushed this game. She just got outplayed. The truth hurts. It's an 11-round tournament. Sometimes you play a bad game. There were a lot of crushes this round. Zatonsky got crushed by Crush. Yip is getting crushed. And Megan Lee's getting crushed. Shanklin got crushed. I mean, just like totally like destroyed. F6, then F5. Confusing the audience. So I guess Rook C7 resigns. That seems like the proper way to finish the game. Rook here, and that's it. And the end of my analysis. Yeah, nothing going on. Rook C7 resigns. Knight H2 resigns. Also good. Yeah. I like this. This, then this. God damn. But Carissa probably realized that I was doing commentary. She's like, oh no, I played F6. Then she could tell me later that it was she meant to play F5, but it fell out of her hand. So then that's acceptable as a mistake. Fabi didn't get crushed this game. Fabi was equal or better the whole game. Then he got crushed. That's different. All right, back to the other tournament. Lots of decisive games today. I mean, this Lenderman technique is not, he's not doing nothing, which I sort of like. But, I mean, he's really not doing anything. Lenderman's just moving around randomly, like he's not winning. I don't know. Maybe it's difficult to win. That's just hard for me to believe. But Lenderman's made no progress the last many moves. All right. And Fabi's still thinking after king f8. Because he knows if he doesn't play king d5, he's going to lose. And he's analyzing king d5, and it always loses. So he's, not happy. He's like, I'm losing, and which way do I lose that gives me the most chances? And he doesn't know what it is. That's usually not what Fabiano's thinking. He's not thinking which way loses with the most chances. That's not, that's not his usual, that's what I'm thinking. That's not what he's thinking. Fabi has a position that I would have with white. Equal material, but I'm lost. How do I not lose and give myself some chances? So he's confused because that's not his usual, position. All right, rook c7 was played, etc. That's right, Farty Party. That's why she's beating Carissa. Her name reminds me, I was teaching a class of kids in Ann Arbor in elementary school, and I asked a kid what his name was. And he said it, but I didn't understand him very much, because I'm a kid. I said, how do you spell that? And he started crying. He was crying because he couldn't spell his name. He's like 6. Truth hurts. Then I stopped asking kids how to spell their name. I don't want to cry. All right, she played f6, f5, f4. Good, good. Can somebody give 100 centidues to get to level 3? Thank you. Anyone? Anybody? GF4 is play what I would play. Thanks, P. Schneider. Thanks, Trying to Learn. 200? That's crazy. Thanks, Silently 61. I guess I should have asked for $1,000. Then if like 10 people had given it, would have been, reasonable. The engine says plus 10 because white's up 2 pawns and e7 is hanging and pinned. That's a good reason. If you take with a pawn, queen c5, attacking the knight again. She might resign this move because there's no move to make. There's not. Like if you take with a pawn and the queen goes anywhere, that blocks black's counterplay. She'll probably play rook takes instead of resigning because then the knight's attacked, but maybe not. I can't decide if she's going to resign or... Oh, she played pawn takes. Man, that has the least amount of chances to work. It doesn't matter where she goes. Queen anywhere wins. Anywhere. Well, not here, but not giving the queen away, but close. This is the most incisive and decisive. But every queen, you could probably she'll just defend the knight. She probably doesn't want to calculate queen here, bishop takes. The engine wants to calculate that. The engine's like, that's just my game. But yeah, the human's just like, okay, whatever. You can't stop this. Ridiculous. 200 centidues, farty party. Yeah. Who asked the kid to spell her name? Well, I don't know how to spell. They said their name. I had no idea what they said. So if they spell it, then I can find it on the list. They said my name is blah. I don't know. All right. Frankly, ridiculous. All right. This is a dead draw. But they can't agree to a draw. So, once my king gets here, you can't legally win. And if my king doesn't get there, you can't legally win. Oh, snap. All right, so this is just going to be a draw. And black is plus 15. Yeah, harsh. It's the best position white's had the whole game. And white can't legally move. Plus 20. Oh, it's black's move, too. And D2 rook here is annoying because you get checkmated. Man. Harsh. After here, the engine move is knight D3, stopping rook E1. That's the engine move. Yeah, that's a tough position. Yeah, this is mate in 8 after here because we're threatening check, king H2, check, king H1, check, king here, bishop G3 mate. Yeah, she didn't play D2 yet, but that seems likely. All right, And then you could play bishop b6 to stop the counterplay. Now she didn't stop the counterplay. All right. Total destruction. And Tatev is always repeating. Bishop check. Good. Always repeat. White has a big advantage, but a big time disadvantage. This is a dead draw, etc. Mainly, etc. Yep. And then the pawn is going to be captured because you can't stop the pawn from being captured. Can't go here, can't go here. So the pawn's going to be captured. I got nothing for you, man. So yeah, playing instantly every move gives you good drawing chances. No. King e5 is the professional move because this is a white square. So I would go here. Earlier, she put her king on a white square and it was wrong and she got in trouble because of it. Let's see if she's learned. What do you think? I think she'll be like, all right, that worked out badly last time. It literally doesn't matter. She could also play here to be funny. But okay, it's going to be a draw. Go, hype train. Thanks, Zenither96. Okay, Fabi's getting counterplay on the king side. He wants to trade all the pawns off. If it's rook and bishop versus rook, then Fabi can draw. So he's just hoping to trade pawns off while he's losing over here. So probably, I don't know if it's probably, Donya might go here so there's more pawns on the board. So this is winning and this is winning. Maybe Donya wants to keep more pawns. Unclear which move he'll play. He'll play one of them. Yeah, either g5 keeping pawns or king d6 wrapping the game up. Unclear. All right, so that Fabi's trying to trade all the pawns off against a rook and bishop versus rook. Trying is the first step to failure. No, we tried and we failed in our train. No. So to recap, Jeffrey beats Sam. Fabi's going to lose to Naredinsky. Hopefully Lenderman's going to win this winning endgame, but he's not showing it yet. And the other games were drawn. I mean, White's made no progress the last, 12 moves. So, I don't know. I mean, should win. But he's not showing it. This bishop seems really strange. I'd like to be here. See, if the knight's not here, my king can walk in. So why not just try to get the bishop, to some other better diagonal? Like bishop here, c5 check. Why is this bishop here for so long? That's a strange square for the bishop. And also I could play c5. And if you go here, I can defend my pawn, threatening bishop c4 mate. And then these pawns are weak if your king's over there. Yeah. So White should still win. And she did not resign yet. She played knight g8. That's the engine move. Always play bishop f8. Queen f8. And okay, I mean, the game is just over. Black has no counterplay. White can queen over here. White can attack over here. C'est pas différence. I predict knight e5. Gotta predict something. But it literally doesn't matter, and figuratively doesn't matter either. Just strange. Every move wins. Sabina did win after d2. Megan resigned in this position. So there's 3 games done in the women's, and they're all decisive. Crush beats Zatonsky, Paikidzii beats Talia, and Sabina beat Megan. Carissa's going to lose. This game's going to be a draw. This game is a draw. They repeated. Always repeat. Damn, she still played king e6. Come on, huh? Always repeat. All right, draw. And there's 2 games left in the women's. Tatev is squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. Also squeezing her time there. 5 minutes left. And the other game is this one, which is completely winning for White. And she did play knight e5 as I predicted. Good, good. All right, nothing ever happens in this game. And Donya's trying to decide whether to play king d6 or g5. So it looks like we'll have 3 decisive games in the U.S. Championship and 4 in the women's. Or 5. Yeah, 4 or 5. Yeah, always predict. There's not a lot of action now because the players don't move so quickly. That's a good time to donate and give subs and so forth. Does GH5 lose the win for black? GH5 is a nonsensical move. So that's like saying, what if I give my bishop away? That's not a move you would consider. That's really, I don't know if it gives the win away, but then you have this, H pawn with the wrong color. Yeah, you wouldn't do that. Black wants to keep pawns on the board. And you don't mind that much about this trade because I'll get a passed H pawn later, and the pawns are together. So either G5 or King D6. NJ Crispy gifted 5 subs. Good. Great. King D6. Yay. All right. So Fabi's only hope is to take all of those pawns. So I think the most likely move is rook to F4 to try to take all of these pawns. And then he's hoping to sack his knight for the pawn. None of that's going to happen, but that's what he's hoping for. Could you compete with the woman in the tournament currently? What woman? Megan Lee? I could compete with her. I consider GH5 because some guy said, what about GH5? And then Tina Turner retorted with, what about GH5? Don't you want someone to draw you? Da-da-da. When I played in the championship, I played 9 times. 9. Who's the strongest woman in the tournament currently? Chris is the strongest, but I don't know who's in first. Either Crush or Nimsova or something. There's 5 games still going. 100 centidues beats. Did you go 9 out of 9? Obviously. Now, another thing Fabi's intentionally doing is he's intentionally getting no time on his clock so that maybe Donya, hurries up because, Fabi has no time. That only works against weak players like you guys, but, you got to try it. If Fabi had 20, 30 seconds left, Daniel might try to blitz him, which won't happen, but you got to do something. Super GM trick. Yeah. All right, nothing happens. He did play bishop a4. That's good. I want him to do that. I don't like his bishop here. Bishop here, c5 check, or bishop here. And black's going to try to trade all these pawns off and draw the game. So probably g5 next move. And Fabi's like, everything loses. I can't analyze a variation that doesn't lose. Okay, Carissa played knight f6 because she knows it all. And every move wins for white. Doesn't matter what move white makes. They're all equally winning. Queen c4 is a funny move of the engine moves. This is the first one. Because then if the queen moves to get counterplay, I can't play queen g8 mate because I hang my queen. Damn. I have to take this first. Knight takes, then play queen g8 mate. All right. Although rook takes g7, queen f7, knight g6 is mate. Yeah, so queen c4 is annoying because, queen f here. Yeah, it's like black can't make any moves here. So I would play queen c4 if I saw it. I don't really care about this. I just want black not to move anything. After this, black's queen can't get active. And I know I'm going to win the endgame because I'm going to get several queens. And I'm going to mate him and her. Yeah, the engine changed its mind and said this was better than this now. Because I can't tell how much I liked it. But it literally doesn't matter. And figuratively doesn't matter. All right, Tatev trying to win. Unfortunately, her time situation is suspicious. I really don't like king d3. Hopefully she'll move her king back to f3 and then play g4. Because I want to win somehow. I mean, white has a big advantage here, but the time situation's pretty bad. Pretty bad for white, the time usage. Big advantage, though. Don't want to miss Carissa resigning, but since her opponent never moves. All right. Fabi never moving. Good, good. And knight here was played, surprising me. I thought black was going to try to trade some pawns. Very unpleasant for black. Very unpleasant. Should be losing, but it's just no fun to play black. It's more fun to play white. Yeah, Fabi's going to move eventually. Fabi's trying, but trying is the first step to failure. Fabi's like, I lost to Naredinsky with white. That's what he's thinking. Like, Jesus. Yeah, Fabi's not playing well this tournament, except for his game with Burke, which he played very well. And the other 4 games, he did not. He knows he's not playing well. He said so. He said, I can't believe I have this many points. It's terrible. And he knows he's playing badly. But yeah, this game, he actually had a good position and played badly. But everybody on the internet who follows streaming knows that, Naredinsky's better than Fabi. I mean, it's 100% that Donya's going to win. So, if you bet $1,000, I'm sorry, if you bet $0 on Fabi to win or draw, and you get 1,000 to 0 odds, $1,000, it's still a bad bet. All right, trying is the first step to failure. Bishop F2, I like that. Nice bishop. Can't attack the bishop. Good. And see here, knight takes G4, fine. Queen D7, threatening this, and she just wants to take the bishop and win the ending, which is silly. And then Queen E7, good, I agree with that. Check, put it in H, and I guess resigns is the next move. That's good technique, because black has to resign here. That's very good technique. Getting rid of some pieces, forcing the queen trade. Yeah. Wow, she didn't resign. She played here. That's insulting. Queen H8. That's an insult. Yeah, that's taking not resigning too far. I mean, that's okay. Here. Yeah, come on. Yeah, she missed resigns, the best move. I would be shocked if she doesn't resign here. And I'm not usually shocked. I'm on a Perrier. No, I'm shocked. All right, she resigned here. Very nice game from the white player. If I knew what her name was, really good game. In total control. Beautiful. All right, so we have 4 decisive games in the women's. Cheravich and Nimsova drew, and this is the last game. Tatev has an excellent position, but her time management isn't the best. So she has to play the rest of the game on increment. And her opponent has tons of time. Thousands of pounds of time. Tons. All 3 results are possible because of the time situation. White losing is very unlikely, but possible. Very unlikely. All right, this will be the last game to finish because this game's never going to finish. And this game shouldn't last very long. Okay, he traded pawns. Played rook b4. I don't necessarily get it. So he wants to play knight d2 and chill. So this way, if my knight gets to d2 without bishop c3 winning immediately, and the rook gets to c1, then white can just chill. Yeah, all right. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, he wants to get his rook over here and take all these pawns and sack his knight for this pawn. Yeah, that's going to happen, except for one thing. I like the way the engine says rook here, rook here, rook here, rook here is the best way, because you repeat first and then you win. It's funny. Yeah, I was wondering what Fabi would try, and what he tried has like no chance of working. So he didn't know what to try either. He's like me. All right, now it's 200% that Donya's going to win. I do like Fabi getting low on time, though. That's good, because maybe Donya will look at that. He won't, but that would work against some people. It's hard to make that work nowadays with the 30-second increment. That makes it tougher. Okay, so still nobody's doing anything. Good, good. Well, after 97, I can get my king in now. So I'm surprised you let his king come in. And this is probably the right move. It's a losing position, but Lenderman's technique is not Magnus-like. It's, Lenderman-like. All right, he didn't resign yet. And Black didn't move yet, etc. I would have predicted for many, many moves that Tatev would win, and now I don't know. Left on her clock to 30. It's hard to bet on somebody who has a minute to 30. It shows that their judgment isn't what it should be. Phone is about to die. No. Oh, that's right. The Simpsons episode where Archer puts his red head in the pig. We talked about that episode already. All right, let's see what's going on. If you like the 5 hours of coverage, don't forget to donate $1 or so and let me know. If you really like it, $2. Still getting used to increment delay? Exactly. Yeah, when Fabi loses this game, which I'm not showing, he's going to... Okay, so Black blundered, and now Tatev is really winning. She played rook b7. Terrible. Wow. In this position. So what she needed to do, which I understand why she didn't see it, is in this position, she probably thought it was hopeless. Thanks, Lorbeer 2000. But she has the move h6. And she probably misunderstood this. Yeah. The thing is, the king and pawn ending is a draw, but it's hard to avoid the king and pawn ending. And the rook and pawn ending is also hard to win. So I don't even know what white does here. I mean, I would go here. That's what I would do. And then I would try to win this with white, but I don't know how to win it. I don't think this is winning. It's better, but just chill. So she needed to do that, but she didn't see that that would draw or didn't think it would draw. Thanks for the counsel of rooks. So she played here to defend her pawn because she knew that white was going to go here and you can't play rook d8. She needed to get h6 in and try to draw that way. You can't play h6 now because after this, you can't defend your pawn. And after takes, you can't play rook f7. So rook f8 was a really nice move with the idea that if you play here, I take and I block with the rook and the king and pawn ending is a draw. So that would have been really nice defense, rook f8. But she didn't see that defense. She knew this was coming, so she defended it this way. But now it's lost because white's infiltrated. On the other hand, white has no time. So, okay, and she infiltrated, h6 finally. And she played the excellent move, rook d8. Very nice. You want to trade rooks and then win all these pawns. Yeah, now the rook and pawn ending is winning after rook somewhere, bishop h4 takes, because because I've infiltrated with my rook. That's actually very instructive, that only rook f8 is good here. Because in this rook and pawn ending, if the rook is here, white's completely winning. But here, I kick your rook out. Either trade rooks and draw, or I kick your rook out. I literally don't care. And then it's hard to win for white because, king here, rook here, here, rook here. It's just a draw. It's equal. And she didn't see that way of defending, I think. I think she just didn't see it. So she's like, well, I got to stop this. So she defended her pawn. And then rook here is excellent to play rook d8. And then she played rook d8. Really nice play by white. And she missed the active defense there. Yeah, okay, now this pawn, now white's going to win. Yeah, white's winning now. Yeah, that was her chance to draw. There's like no chance for black here either. Black just loses all these pawns. Yeah, the rook infiltrated. So rook f8 was like the only way to draw, but she didn't see that way of playing. All right, let's see if Fabi lost yet. Not yet. He played here, and then bishop e5 is good. Knight d2. And yeah. Etc. White's going to lose. And king b4. Yay, that's what Ben Feingold wanted to play. I was surprised he played knight e7. Maybe he's in Wang Chung here, because this is attacked. You definitely don't want to go there. And he didn't want to go there, because then the pawns can't move anymore, and this is weak. So I agree. I understand. Boy, the engine goes here. Ugh, horrible. Bishop e4, Papa John's. All right. Yeah, so I like it. And Lenderman not only is winning and improving his position, finally, he has a lot more time. Go Lenderman. The Lenderman's going to win. Donya's going to win. And Tatev's going to win. No draws in this tournament. Rawr! Yeah, very instructive. All right. So she took the bishop, and these pawns are all falling. No. By the way, if rook f6, I'm not going to use the engine, but I'm 1,000,000% sure h5 is the right move. 1,000,000%. Because after here, you don't want the counterplay to happen. So let's do it. Let me see what the engine says. h5, if you don't play h5, it's a draw. This is the only move that wins. Because otherwise, the counterplay draws. Yeah. Problem with king here is, man, you lose all your pawns and you can't take on h4 because your h6 pawn is hanging. God damn. Thanks, P. Schneider, for gifting a sub. Yeah. So yeah, rook f6, h5, resigns. Then black can't do anything and just loses all the queenside pawns. There's a funny line here the engine gives, which is let them take this, then play rook f6, and force the perpetual on the rook, and the king and pawn ending is a draw. Ah, but rook c6 wins, because then I can play... Wow, that's the only way to win, too, I think. Yeah. I can't get my king closer. So it's funny, like, in this position, if black's king was here, this would be a draw. But it's here, so rook here wins. You can't take as I queen, then I can play d6 and take all your pawns. Wow. That's funny that only rook c6 wins. Amazing. Yeah, because otherwise I just do this. And you're like, but I have a passed pawn in the endgame. What do you mean? Nope, can't win. The king just chills. Amazing. But yeah, rook c6 is winning. It's too bad for Esharitha. That's a good trick, except it doesn't work. Good trick, though. All right, and Fabi hasn't resigned yet. He'll resign any second. Knight d2. Rook c2 is good. King c6 is good. Rook c3 is good. All right. And didn't say he's taken this yet. Okay, knight b1. Yeah, and it's over. The truth does indeed hurt. Yeah, and Fabi will resign shortly. A pretty good in-game technique from Donya. I didn't know what Fabi would do to stop this winning method, and the answer is nothing. It's just losing the way that you lose. Truth hurts. Why is Daniel called Donya? Why not? Gotta call him something. There's a lot of Daniels in the world, but not too many Donyas. Will Daniel see his bishops hanging? No, but Donya will. All right. And... okay, he let his king come up, and he's still trying to trade the pawns. But okay, this has to be an easy win. Has to be. This is the most interesting game going on now. So she played rook f6, or I made that up? No. Yeah, white's winning, but it's just because of that rook c6 move. Good, good. Okay, so what she should do... okay, here's what black should do. It doesn't work, but play here, stopping h5, and then play rook g6. Now we get counterplay. White's winning, but it's counterplay. Yeah. Then you could check first too, but d6 threatening this. The rook can go here or here, probably here first. So when I go here and take all this, the c pawn is hanging. And then we have to stop that. So we have to move our king somewhere. This is what should happen. So black's losing, but it's close. Yeah, now black tries to take all these pawns. And white takes all these pawns. This is her best chance to draw, is this, if she finds it. I don't know if I would find it. With the engine, I found it. Yeah, she has to play rook here, and get in here. And the problem is, if she plays rook here now, h5, the game's over. She'll never get rook g6 in. She has to play h5 to continue fighting, and then find this. Then it's a fight. Like, white's winning technically, but you could draw that. I could see it. Could happen. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll leave you with this game where you can't believe that Donya's going to win because you guys are suspicious. Don't forget to donate everything. The more you forget... 3 games finished. That was my first time I got up other than to heat up my coffee. First bathroom break. All right, he didn't resign yet. So instead of playing like bishop f6 to keep these pawns under control and to protect his own pawn, he decided to keep the knight under control so that the knight can't move. So if I was white here and I was like, oh, I can win the pawn now because the bishop's not defending it, well, he's got 2 pawns, 1 for each of us. So I can't run this way because this just queens. My knight's trapped. So he tried this. And then f5 is a good try. Every move wins. Doesn't matter what he does. He did that. That's good. And then after here, always play bishop f8 wins and king e6 wins. These are actually the only 2 moves that win, which makes sense because you don't want the guy to queen. So what he needs to do is take this pawn. That's what he needs to do. Unfortunately, after king e4, there's bishop d6. That's unfortunate. So he's not going to take that pawn. So yeah, there's nothing left to do now except resign. Yeah. If he could do this and this, he has drawing chances. But yeah, he needs to take this pawn. But after bishop d6, he's not taking the pawn. Yeah, I play bishop d6, I play g3, you babysit this pawn, I win this, and you resign. Okay, so let's see if he's getting in here. Play king b5, good. King b6, good. King c5, good. Bishop e1, doing nothing, good. All right. Yeah, so he's just squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. He's going to win. And this was the game I was interested in, what was happening. She played king g6. And then after here, she tried to get to this. Yeah, okay, so that was nice what she did. Taking as a draw and moving the rook is also probably, might be a draw. But Tatev played h5 check. and then she's going to play rook c6. Yeah, and if king f7, I check and move my rook away. Yeah, after king f7, these are the only 2 winning moves. But she played one of them. So that was nice what Esharitha tried. That was good. Now she could still defend. She could keep her rook and defend all of these and try to draw. So I wonder if Tatev had a better way of playing. Because that was good. King G, I like that. Yeah, this is forced. And the question is, you know what? It's possible, instead of h5, that this is more accurate. Rook c6. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's more accurate. It might be. Maybe. Yeah. Probably was. Because this lets Black's king get into the game here. Yeah, so still drawing chances by doing nothing. Yeah. That was good. I like that. I actually don't know how to win this. I have no idea how to win this. So maybe h5 was wrong. Yeah. When I say h5 was wrong, maybe actually this is a draw. Maybe she's a genius. Maybe like Black just doesn't do anything and White can't win. Maybe this move doesn't really matter. Oh, now I could play d6 and take this. So this was better. Yeah, this was important. Tatev needed to play this, and then this, and then this. And she played here, and now she can't play rook c6. So now she can't do that. The way to win is to play rook c6 and d6. If you play rook c6, the Black king has to be in one of these squares. Otherwise, you could take it. So Might be a draw. Huh. Yeah, this is the only drawing move. Rook f7 loses? King f7 loses? Why? Oh, d6. Man, these players are tricky. This move seems to lose to d6. Wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, but now she played king e7 and d6, I can take it. All right. This is a lot trickier than I thought. I thought white was winning easily. Then I thought it was an easy draw. I still think this is a draw now. I don't see a way to win. I think this is going to be a draw. I don't care what the engine says. I think this is a draw. I think Esharitha is a genius. And I think in this position, rook c6 was the only winning move to play d6 and then take. And the problem is black can't move the king and then take this because you're blocking the rook going here. If you could move your king, rook takes, check, that would be a draw. But white's going to get in rook b5 first, and then white should win. So I think the only way to win was rook c6. And I think h5 throws the win away, which I realize now, but I didn't at the time. And then she tried another way to win to play d6 this way, and Esharitha saw what was going on. That's really nice defense from black. Yeah, that's really good defense. I don't see a way to win. I think this is a draw. I don't see a way to win. All right, good defense. Nothing ever happens in this game. And Fabi resigned. I'm not sure when. Okay, g3 instead of bishop d6. Same thing. And then resigns. Yeah, the truth hurts. Yeah, that was very good play from Daniel after Fabi decided not to try to win that pawn on c6. He just got outplayed and lost. Yeah, that puts a damper on Fabi's chances, losing with white to the person who was in last. Tough tournament. Okay, so Lenderman's game's never going to end. But, I mean, he's improving his king. He's got to win. This has to be a win. And I don't see how to win anymore. Man, Tatev's acting like she's going to play rook h6 and king g5 losing, but she's not going to do that. Just acting like she is. Yeah, there's no way to win this. Nope. Yeah, h5 threw the win away. She had to play rook c6 and d6. Amazing. The only chance to play rook c6 is here, because if you don't play rook c6, I'm going to play king f7, and you can never play rook c6. So, yeah. Amazing. After here, I go here, and maybe I'll win. Probably. And after here, can't play rook c6 because I take it. And you'll never play rook c6. So I just chill because the position's so blocked up. It's not that h5 hurt white. It's that king f7 hurt white because it stopped here. This is the winning plan. Rook here, here, here. And you can't play rook c6 unless the king is, far away enough where you can't take it. And after here, now you can't play rook c6 because I take the rook and I go pick up your pawn. So now black just chills. Amazing. And then king e7 is the only drawing move. And then and then rook d6 might be the only drawing move. If king f7, then d6. Yeah, this is the only drawing move. So in this position, black has to play here and black has to play here. That's all black has to find. And that's it. And then Tatev's just moving around now because there's nothing to do. But she gains a lot of time on the clock. So if there is something to do, she can figure it out later. But there is nothing to do. Amazing. Yeah, rook c6, I take it and draw. And rook g6, I play king e7 and draw. And if the rook's here and the king's here, I play rook d6, rook f6. Cool. So it's going to be a draw. Wow. Really good defense by Esharitha finding this. That's great. Amazing. Yeah, that's the winning method. Rook beat c6, d6, rook takes b6. But she can't play rook c6 anymore. All right, and this is the wrap it up button. Yeah, this is going to be wrapped up. Lenderman's going to win, etc. Let me look at these standings over here. Did they update them yet? I can't tell. Caruana 2.5. Wesley 3. They did update them. Jeffrey has 1.5. Okay. So Ray Robson has 3.5. Dominguez and Wesley have 3. Fabi has 2.5. Brizon has 2.5. When Lenderman wins this game, he'll be tied for first with Robson. And before the round, I said the people who are playing the best this tournament are Lenderman and Robson, and they're going to be tied for first. Burke also has 2.5 along with Bruzon and Fabi. Schwiertz and Naredinsky have 2. Shankland and Shang with 1.5 tied for last. Frankly, terrible. And in the women's, Nimsova has 3.5. Crush only has, Crush lost last round. Nimsova has 3.5, and Paikidzii, Tokyo Genova, Yip, and Crush all have 3, half a point behind. Eshwaran and Talia and Sabina have 2.5. Cheravich has 2. Megan Lee has 2. Zatonsky has 1. Tatev has 1, but she's going to draw this game, so she'll have 1.5. That means Anna's going to be in clear last. And Esharitha is going to have 3, so she's going to be tied for second with Nazi, Tokyo and Genova, Carissa, and Irina. Wow. Esharitha having a good tournament, assuming she draws this game, which I don't see how she doesn't draw this game. Yeah. Really nice defense. Tatev's going to be furious. But she shouldn't be furious because there was one way to win. It's not even 100% win, but it's probably a win. Rook c6, d6, rook takes b6. But this is really nice defense by black. Yeah. And the engine's just like, yay, white's winning because white's up a pawn with a passed pawn and black's passive. But there's no way to win. Very nice. And so forth. Mainly and so forth. Is it 11 rounds? It is. Yeah, the engine is like, the parents in Fresh Prince. It just doesn't understand. Dun, 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 dun. There's only one thing to do if you're watching. Donate! Da, 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 etc. Did you guys donate a lot when I went to the bathroom like a grandmaster? Let's see. I'm going to assume not. You guys have to be consistent with your donating. I don't see a donation or anything. Maybe somebody gave me $10,000 and I missed it. Damn, I hate when that happens. I'll find out later. There was one sub. Hooray! Go sub. That's even better. Thanks for the sub. And so forth. All right, what happened here? Okay, so white played h takes g5. Not a fan of that. I don't like trading pawns. And bishop d2. Trading more pawns. Yeah, it has to be a win, though. It just has to be a win. So g4 is forced. They'll trade on g4 and then g3. And then white will slowly win. The question is, can black play like h4 here? Oh, then bishop g5 wins the pawn. Damn. That would be nice if I could go here and here and then get a queen. But yeah. Even if you did that, g5, bishop f4, and white still wins. That's what he's thinking about. Can I go there? And the answer is no. Yeah, so he took and played g3. And white figures he's going to wrap it up because this pawn's so weak. So the bishop goes here, king is here, bishop attacks this pawn, c pawn, 2 bishops, and he figures it's easy. Yeah, this pawn, if it ever gets attacked, is just easily defended. And this pawn is hard to defend. This pawn's hard to stop. My king's better than yours. So white's going to win. And here they drew by reputation. This is how the game ended. Okay, draw. All right, so the actual standings: Crush, Yip, Toker Genova, Esharitha, and Nazi are tied for second with 3 out of 5. Nimsova's in first with 3.5. And unfortunately, Tatev has 1.5, and she's in 11th. And Zatonsky has 1, she's in 12th. Youth rules. Those are 2 of the favorites usually, but they were the favorites 10 years ago. Man, the truth hurts. Esharitha having a great tournament. Only 22.44 FIDE, 3 out of 5. God damn. All right, and this is Lenderman being really confident now. He can't lose this pawn because it's defended. My pawn's going to queen. My king is better than yours, and I have the 2 bishops. And the only hope for Sabine is to blockade. Ha-ha! I'm defending c6. You'll never get there. You're never there. So he's still defending. Both sides have 5 minutes or less. Still drawing chances for black. It's hard to beat these guys. Terrible. Every day he's shuffling. Well, if I can ever take your knight with this bishop, then the game is over. If I can ever play bishop takes, king takes, it's completely winning. So black has to watch that. After knight here, bishop c6 check. It doesn't win right away, but the king has to go somewhere stupid. My king gets in here. It's just going to be a win. You can shuffle, but there's not going to be. Somehow this is by far the best move. Somehow. Okay, that's what he played. By far the best. The idea is if my king moves and my pawn moves, knight check and knight takes gives black a passed pawn. So the engine still doesn't see a way to win. It just says white's winning. It doesn't see like a way to win a piece or anything. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Lenderman trading all the pawns on the king side. I don't like that. He just thought it made it easier because his bishop is solid on f4, his g-pawn's defended, black has no counterplay over there, and he can concentrate on the queen side. So, okay, I understand why he did it, but I don't like trading all the pawns. Mm-hmm. Delicious. Dun, da, da, da. Mm-hmm. So if Lenderman wins this game, Lenderman and Robson are tied for first. And if Lenderman doesn't win the game, wait, somebody else is tied for first. Who was it? I forgot. Oh, no, there is nobody else. Yeah. So either Robson's in clear first, or Lenderman and Robson are tied for first if Lenderman wins. And in the women's section, Nimsova's in clear first, and 5 players are half a point back. God damn. Tomorrow when I stream the round, I'm going to take about an hour break after the round, about an hour. Then I'm going to stream again. I'll do a recap, and I'll be on Chess TV. So I'll stream until about 7:30 whenever the round ends. Then I'll stream like 8:45 to 11:15, and I'll be on Chess TV, and I'll do a recap. So I'll be on my channel a lot tomorrow. The sun will come out tomorrow, etc., etc. There'll be sun, etc. Okay, he put it in H. I mean, the engine doesn't see a way to win. It thinks that they just move around forever and white's better. That's hard to believe, that white's not winning this. So I don't believe it. PD Baltalk subscribed. But man, really good defense by Sevian to not just lose immediately. Pretty good. The recaps of the VODs don't exist because when I do it live, I have that thing at the beginning, which we can't put on YouTube or in the video of the day. So we unpublish it, then we edit it, and then we put it on. And, we're busy, so we haven't edited them. Sorry. They'll be on eventually. When they're on, you'll know because they'll be on. How does white win? Better king, 2 bishops, Papa John's. But yeah, trading all the pawns makes it harder to win for white than I think he expected. I think he thought it would be easy, but nothing's easy. I mean, I would assume this is a win if somebody just showed me the position. But I don't see, like, the winning plan that's very easy to execute. What's funny is if you trade this bishop for this knight, it's a dead draw. If you trade this bishop for this knight, it's a dead win. Man, truth hurts. Both sides have 3 minutes, so I don't know, maybe black will win. I don't know. At the beginning, we have an intro to the starting. We have a starting soon video, which everybody's seen against you, except you, I guess. Man, look how beautiful those bishops are. Man, great. So obviously, Lenderman wants to move his king so he can move his pawn, but the bishop was on his pawn, so he was going to play bishop d5 check. Oh, and he couldn't play that because the knight's still here. Okay, so bishop here. Trading only helps black because that pawn's pretty strong. Yeah, I don't know how white wins. I would guess, without seeing the engine evaluation, that white is just winning. How? I don't know. But with the engine evaluation never going to +2, maybe the supercomputers don't agree. Maybe they said this is a draw. I mean, chess shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be you have 2 bishops and an extra pass pawn and a better king, and it's a draw. But Lenderman traded pairs of pawns on the king's side, which wasn't necessary, and he thought it solidified his situation. Pawn on g3 safe, bishop on f4 is good. Black has no counterplay to win a pawn. But yeah, literally, black is just moving his knight around to c6 and somewhere else. So I mean, if the engine's looking 20, 30, 40 moves ahead and isn't giving +2, that's not good as far as who's winning. It's shocking if Sevian draws this game. Now that's suffering. Suffer the whole game. Table base for 9 pieces. What kind of table base you got? Damn. No, Fabiana resigned, obviously. No flag with a 30-second increment. Terrible. After what trade? What? Is there a 9-piece table base? No, there's not even an 8-piece table base. After what trade? Trade you talking about? I mean, if you trade this for this, it's a dead draw. If you trade this for this, it's an easy win. What trade are you talking about? Thoughts on Donya win? I mean, the whole stream I've been talking about all the games. I mean, watch the stream again. I don't know what you're asking. Terrible. If you're going to show up late, then that's your fault, not mine. You're banned. No showing up late. Watch the whole stream or you miss stuff. Why do you care what commentary channel I'm using? This is much better if you want me to do commentary. I do commentary forever. I mean, if I'm doing commentary with somebody else and we take a break every 30 minutes, why would you prefer that? Terrible. You just tuned in. Boo! Why are you going to work or school when you can just watch the stream the whole time and be poor? Terrible. Yeah. This is much better for people who want to watch me that I'm doing it on my own channel, and it's just me. If you want to watch me, this is much better than me doing it with somebody else where it's always a break. And I can't say what I want or eat or pour Perrier on top of myself. I can't do that. Just get off work. Horrible. How can you donate if you don't work? Doesn't your mommy have a purse? Come on. It's funny, the numbers went up after King D4, King C3. Okay, so this is what Lenderman has decided to do, although this move is weird. He's going to try to get his king over here and win that way and force black to defend, and then this pawn will be stronger. Although he went here instead of here, so maybe I'm wrong. But that's a way to try to win, is to get the king over here and then, try to force black to defend that pawn and then do this. I can't believe that works. Like, that doesn't make even any sense to me. But, why are you putting the king back to c3? Now, one reason to play king c3 is you can never play c5, and king here was like losing the pawn a lot. So maybe he wants to push the pawn with his king back here. Maybe. So like bishop b3, c5 check, king here. So that makes some sense. I mean, he didn't try it yet, so he's going to try something else. Trying is the first step to failure. Da, 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 da. A good position. Let's see. What's happening here? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Da, da, da. Hey. Looking on Twitter. All right, Twitter was fascinating as per you. Ooh, Perrier. Yay, look at all my viewers for some reason. Go, viewers. All right, what's happening? What's happening now? H7, put it in H. King here, wow. All right. Doesn't matter what either player does, the evaluation never changes. Yeah, this is blockaded, I understand. But, like, pretend I have a king here and a bishop here, and then I push my pawn. Because, and then if your king is here, then your knight's pinned. What's funny is, if my bishop here and my king is here, and your knight's and your king's here, and your knight's pinned, you can just play like bishop here, bishop here, bishop here. I don't see a way to win for white, which is weird. There probably is a way, I just don't see it. I literally don't see it. How do I feel about it? I don't really feel anything, analyze the games. I feel stuff when I'm playing, then I feel stuff. Otherwise, I analyze the games, I tell you what moves are good and bad, you guys pretend to donate, and that's it. That's right. I'm the neutral planet guy. I gotta run my milk hotel already. I think Lenderman thought this would make the win easier by eliminating kingside nonsense from his view, but that makes it easier for black to defend on one side of the board. All right, somebody donate 50 subs and we'll get to 1,600. Pretty good. 989 viewers. Have you beaten a 2,800 or above before? I think Jeffrey Shong, who I played in the World Open this year, is the only player 2,700 feet or higher in slow chess I've ever played. 999. Thanks, Council of Rooks. Because, when I was playing in the 80s and 90s, nobody was 2,700. Nobody. Definitely nobody was 2,800. Now everybody's 27, 2,800. But, I'm not good enough to play top players in the world now. I don't play in the same tournaments as them. So in slow chess, FIDE rated, I've never played anybody 2750. Now later they became 2750, but not when I played them. I played Gelfand and Anand and all that, but Fabi, but not when they were 2750 plus. Council of Rooks gifted a sub. Good. Good. Yeah, the highest rated players in the world were 25 something. And then 2,600 FIDE was like for the top 5 in the world. There's been a lot of times in chess history where nobody active was 2,700 FIDE. And when Fischer was 2,700 FIDE, he was the only one. And then Karpov was the only one, and he dropped down. You know, I mean, it's just, now the ratings are all 1 million. Everybody's high rated, except me. Yeah, Lenderman's trying, but trying is the first step to failure. Probably this position's a draw if 2 supercomputers are playing. And I think it's easier to play for black because I don't know what to do with white. Black just chills. And it was just wrong to trade all those pawns on the king's side. That was just, Lenderman made a mistake there. He shouldn't have done that. Is black technically better here? No. And that's the best kind of better. Man, it's hard to get my king over here. If my king was over here, and then I could like check it, and it's still a draw, but at least I could win a pawn. Yeah, but I don't think that works. Bum, bum, bum. It was Trump's fault, that's right. Yeah. I have more views than the STL Chess Club. I guess because people watch them on YouTube more than Twitch. That must be why. Yeah, we're going to concentrate on my stream more than working for other people. So I'll just probably be just on this channel from now on. It's our channel. But also we have, 2 YouTube channels, and we have TikTok and Twitter and Facebook, and I think we have an Instagram we don't use. But, Karen does all that and all of our employees. I'm the talent. I wear nice clothes and give you good analysis and make you laugh and make you cry. Yeah, I mean, Sevian's like you literally can't do anything. Sevian's just moving around. He's taking his time, just moving along. Who's playing better, Shang or Sevian? Shang always plays better than Sevian. This tournament, Sevian's playing better. We're probably not going to Dubai, so I'll probably just stream it from here. I just got my passport renewed. I got it in the mail. Karen's waiting for hers. But, Holden's coming back at Thanksgiving from college for like 4 days, so we're going to be here for that. And then, Archer's in school, and we have the chess club here, so it's just hard to get out. It's hard to leave for a week. We can't go to Dubai for 2 days. You got to go for a while. It's, flying for 700 hours both ways. But it's probably going to be too hard to do. Karen still wants to do it. So we might go early December. But I don't think it's going to happen. There's some COVID issues too. Like, if we go to Dubai and then we get to the Dubai airport coming home and one of us tests positive for COVID, we can't come to the US for like 10 days. So we can't do that. It's like too risky to go. Sometimes you have to risk it to get the biscuit. Also, Karen hates flying, but she flies anyway because she likes to do stuff. So she'll be miserable all the way there and all the way back. Usually she's miserable for an hour or two instead of, like 2 10-hour flights. Yeah, this is a draw because the engine says, I don't see a way to win. But I mean, I think the way to try to win practically is to play over here. I guess you just can't. Like, you can't get your king over here. And if you could, you're still not winning. Man, harsh. Yeah, the money doesn't matter to us. We can go anywhere we want. Yeah. Yeah, I like Dubai, but, I talked to FIDE, too, the people running the event, and I could probably do something there, but, so maybe they would even help, like, with the hotel and stuff and money, but, I mean, it's just hard to leave for a long time. Unlike most of the people watching, we have responsibilities here. Yeah, Sevian literally doesn't care. Amazing. I know, I mean, I'm sure he was winning earlier, but terrible. Good, good. Good job trying to learn. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess he's not going to win. See, this move tells me he would like to get his king here and try to win this pawn. That's what this move tells me. But I don't know how he's going to do it. Knight here, bishop f2, Jesus. I guess. Yeah, you just can't win. Ridiculous. Trading of the kingside pawns was a really bad judgment from Wenderman. He'll be sad that he did that. The more pawns that are on the king's side, the more targets, and if the king walks over there, it's probably winning. It's not clear that he was winning, but I'm pretty sure he was, and it's definitely more winning chances, even if it's not, with there's more pawns on the board, obviously. He probably can't believe he's not winning. It depends how you change the light squared bishops. Did Donya win his match? He did. All right, let's get that last train going, because this game is probably going to end in the next 10 minutes. Or maybe it'll never end. Yeah, he'll play 49 moves, then play c5. Then play 49 moves and play c6 and lose his pawn. Yay, Kevin R. Hart subscribed. Good, good. 31 months of subs. Frankly, delicious. Karen's phone died, obviously, as it's prone to do. She's having lunch with a friend. I mean, she said he was just a friend. And I was like, you got what I need. Oh, baby, you. It's hard to sing that worse than Bismarcky actually sings it, but I can try. R.I.P. Checking my emails. They're really exciting, except for one thing. Just like this game. All right, what's going on? A whole lot of nothing. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. 100 centidues, Yertreo. We need one more thing to happen. Thing. No, just Naredinsky beat Caruana, so it didn't help him. Come on, we need another 100 centidues. 100 centidues. Yay, thanks, C.L. Smith. Another train. The last train of the stream. 69 centidues. P. Schneider gave about 10 cents. Council of Rooks, $1. Good, good. Yeah, nothing's happening. Let's see when the last time a pawn was moved. Was it here on move 65? Yeah. So they've made 20 moves almost without a pawn move. He has to play here in the next 30 moves. Grunge War, 200 centidues. Best scene in True Romance? I mean, it's either the scene with Dennis Hopper and Christopher Walken, or if you prefer, it's the director's cut scene of James Gandolfini in the hotel room with, whatever that sister's name is. There's two of them. I don't know. Rosanna Arquette or Patricia Arquette. One of them. I don't even know which one. It's Rosanna Arquette, I guess. That's also a good scene. The director's cut is more violent. Mm-hmm. Also good. My chats aren't getting through, so here is a chat. Good. And good answers, and good. Mm-hmm. So tomorrow, same thing, same time, same everything. And then in the evening, I'll do a recap stream of rounds 5 and 6. And that'll start about 8:45 p.m. Eastern. So I'll have like an hour and a half break in the middle, I hope. Mm-hmm. Come on, Hype Train. We need 1,000 subs. Do it. Hey, he put it in H. Bishop H7. Always put it in H. By doing nothing, Lenderman gives Sevian, like, wait, don't all these moves draw? So he's getting confused. The engine literally doesn't care what black does. Figuratively, maybe. Same positions. That's right. Everybody switch. It's the boring world of Niels Bohr. Man. So, if this game is a draw, which seems likely, Robson will be in clear first, and Nimsova will be in clear first. And Sevian will be very, very happy he drew this game. Very happy. Lenderman will be less happy. Slightly less. Man, you guys aren't good with the trains. It doesn't matter how many people we have watching. Terrible. Finally. Come on, be $10,000. $3. Thanks, P. Schneider. All right, he's moving on up to the king side. Now the game is an instant draw with bishop e4. I don't know if he'll play bishop e4, but if he does, it's a draw. He might not play that because everything draws. But after bishop e4, they're going to trade the bishops, and the engine says that's a dead draw. Which makes sense, because if you play c5, I play king d5. So, yeah. So bishop e4 draws, knight f5 draws, king e6 draws, everything draws. 100 centidues, Yer Treo. It's Karen. Karen's like, you're still what? I assume Karen's home since, she ate or something. Man, that place is great. Yeah, this is the only game going, Karen. And it looks like Sam's going to draw. Lenderman's not going to win. Shocking. Karen could be in the car. I don't know. I don't know where Karen is. Yeah, he just did nothing because doing nothing is drawing. No, the hype train's going to die at level 1? No, we need 2 subs or 300 centidues the next 5 seconds. Boo, boo. Man, level 1, terrible. 300 centidues. Too late. By like 3 seconds. Thanks, Council of Rooks. Oh, baby, you. Yeah, when did I adopt you? I don't know when it was. The Hustler. Pete, the highest rated player at the U.S. Open. I don't think Naredinsky played in the U.S. Open, did he? Huh. Well, trading all the pawns on the king's side hurt Lenderman's chances of winning. He's just a friend. Oh, you went to Royal Spice? Good, good. Yeah, we get delivery from them, and we go there too. We do both. Depends on our mood. It's about a 12-minute drive for us to drive there. They deliver to our home and to the chess center. I'm surprised that there's a delivery to the chess center. It's pretty far from the restaurant. But it's worth it. Not cheap, but, you know, they have a lot of vegan choices. Bishop e2 is good. The pawn can't move. Yeah, I mean, white shouldn't have traded all the kingside pawns, which you normally wouldn't, but he just thought it would help. But I guess he underestimated the blockade. Bum, 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 bum. Always play bishop f1. I like the way the Lions lost on Sunday. They found a new way to lose. Make the greatest comeback ever to win the game easily and then just lose anyway. Man, they're really good at losing. And I was talking to the police about it, and they said they couldn't stand losing. Can't stand losing. I can't stand losing. I can't stand losing you. If white can trade the dark square bishop for the knight, then black has made a terrible blunder. That's the answer to that question. Can't stand losing you. Yeah, black's not going to let that happen. That's interesting. The Lions or the Jags, like who's going to be, who's going to get a worse record. It doesn't matter for the Lions. They're just always bad. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. It doesn't matter who the coach is, who the players are. Nothing matters. They're just bad. I was thinking something last night. This is, you get an invitation to my mind now, how it works. I was thinking, take a team you think is good, like the Tampa Bay Bucks. Okay, you might think they're good. And just switch everything with the Lions. Everybody on Tampa Bay, any personnel, anybody who works anywhere, anybody with the team, everybody is now, they just switch. They're in Detroit, and Detroit Lions are in Tampa. And you would assume that now the Lions are good and Tampa's bad, because... And I agree Tampa would be bad with all the Lions players and owners and personnel and everything. But I think that Tampa would just be worse. The Tampa that went to Detroit. So, like, if Tampa should go, let's say 12-5, for example, they would go like 9-8 if they were in Detroit. Because just the Lions just bad. It doesn't even matter. It's exactly the same team. Everything's the same, except they're called the Lions and they play in Detroit. And they have to wear the uniforms. It's still bad. Yeah. Yeah, switch owners, everything. It's still bad. They're the Lions. They're the Lions. They can't be good. There's good and there's no good. Yeah, trading this bishop for this knight's always a draw, and trading this bishop for this knight is always a win. So he's not going to let him do that. Truth hurts. Yeah, I can't move my king up and push my pawn because it's hanging. Harsh. Always play bishop f1. Yeah, and bishop d5 check. I take it and it's a draw. Thanks, Man Moth. You're the best. 41 months. Yeah, the lions were good before I was born. Yeah, the problem with taking this is we go here, threatening both, and then we go here, and then we go here. So the truth hurts. Yeah, and then this is the main line. And then draw. Knight d3 here, knight b4, here, knight check, and so forth. That might happen too. Yeah, but I don't think he's ever going to take the bishop because he knows that's a draw if he plays bishop takes f3. Okay, so he played bishop a6. That was one draw. There's probably other draws, but no, that was the easiest. Yeah, now black's going to play king here. Probably, frankly. This is confusing to me. The engine says something I don't believe. It said in this position that this is a draw. This isn't a draw. There's no way this is a draw. I mean, it's going up now, but it's not as high as I thought it would be. I don't understand why this just doesn't win, like just here. Why doesn't this win like in one move? King f6 draw? What? What world am I in? Wow, it's saying you can't stop me from sacking my bishop. I can just go up here, and you can't stop me from sacking my bishop. What? That's insane that this is a draw. I thought like I just win easily. Oh, because my bishop's defended. So when you play bishop b7, I ignore it. Oh, that is a draw then. Okay. Man, I thought that was the only way White could ever win, and that doesn't win either. Damn. I thought it was an easy win if we went into this ending, but you can't win. I thought just you go here and you win. But yeah, you just keep going. Wow. Okay. Man, if bishop takes this, knight doesn't win, ain't going to win. That's the only way to win. And it doesn't win. What? That's crazy. The bishop's same color ending isn't winning. Wow. That's amazing that that's a draw. Wow. Yeah, but Lenderman's trying something different. His king's on b6. Good. Ooh. For some reason, this is by far the best move. Otherwise, the engine is starting to like White. Like the numbers are going way up. The numbers went way up. It doesn't like that move. c5. Yeah, I mean, he totally... Look at this. All three pieces were defending c6. Now none of them are. Damn. Wow. That's incredible that he gave away the c6 square. And the engine hates this move. Bishop c1 or bishop g5. I mean, it is really weird to go here because you want to queen your pawn. So, like, blocking it is weird. Like, you know, that's a strange move. I agree. Bishop here. Push the... Wow, I think it thinks White's winning here. King e5. Bishop b2 check. Bishop b6. Yeah, that should be winning. I agree. I don't know why Sevilla moved all of his pieces away from c6. Jesus. Wow. Okay, so bishop c7, which the engine doesn't like, but yeah. Wow. That's crazy. So wants to play bishop c8 check, knight d7, king c6, bishop f3 check, king b5, and then c5. Wow. I don't know if this is a win or a draw, but I would have said 10 moves ago, which I also didn't know, that it would be a draw, and now I think he's going to win. I think he's cracking. He's been under a lot of pressure for a long time, but, cracking. So this is move 65. So if they don't move the C pawn at move 115, it's a draw. And this is move 97. So he's got 18 moves to either take the knight or play c5, which should be plenty of time. He should be playing c5 soon. Moving the king loses, so you have to play knight d7. Okay, he did. I'm not saying he's not losing here. He might be losing. This is really weird how he gave up c6. He moved all of his pieces away from c6. All three of them. Man. And now he's all pinned. It's only fair that white wins, because 2 bishops and an extra pawn. I would be upset if that doesn't win. But it looks like he was drawing and now he's not. If he is drawing, if it's still a draw with perfect play, I don't think he's going to draw. I think with the fact that he's exhausted, it's move 100, and white is making progress, it doesn't bode well for more moves in the game. It just means, like, even if it's a draw, black's not going to defend it right. Yeah, he's going to play c5 pretty soon. You can't mate with 2 knights. Well, nobody has 2 knights, so. If you don't play king e7, you lose. You have to play king e7. Otherwise, king c6 wins a piece. And then king c6, knight f6, bishop check, bishop e6. There's no way this isn't winning. There's no way. This has to be winning now. He broke the blockade. Yeah, so Lunderman's going to win now. Man, Ray Robson was thinking, I'm going to be in clear first when Sevian defended so well, but then he cracked. Because, he has to defend perfectly for 100 moves. He only did it for like 70. Terrible. Yeah. No, he's going to win now. I guarantee white will win. If you don't like it, I'll guarantee you something else. Knight f6 is much better than knight f8. Not sure why, but it is. Okay. Oh yeah, knight f8 I could probably check and take the knight and win because the black king can't get to g3. Yeah. Almost certainly I'm right, unless I'm not. Might not be right. Yeah, whether this is a draw or a win with correct play, white's going to win. Because white's getting too much here. The bishops are better. The c6 blockade is broken. Black has a minute and a half. And the engine numbers are going up. Wow, c5 was a bad move, but it's still probably winning. But I think he was making sure they never got close to the 50 move rule. That's pretty reasonable. Sometimes you get confused when you're playing. Yeah, he broke the blockade, so he's going to win now. Man, confusing everybody, including me. Yeah, we need 49 subs to get to 1,600. Who's going to put their money where their wallet is? Need 1,600 subs. I just don't know why. But we do. Dun, 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 dun. So this says king d8, white's only 2.5. Otherwise, it's like 1,000. I'm not saying king d8 draws, but it's the best chance. Other moves, it's already like ridiculous numbers. King d8's so passive, it's hard to play it for a human. You don't want your king on d8. It's just all defense. And there's a minute left, too. I have unlimited depth and everything. Roar. Yeah, I mean, he's going to win. Unlimited depth of character. That's correct. I mean, like, as a grandmaster, I want white to win this game, irrespective of who the players are. And the reason is, I want 2 bishops against a bishop and knight, with an extra pass pawn on the queen's side and a better king to win. It challenges my understanding of chess if it doesn't. And it looked like it was going to be a draw, and then he cracked and he's letting him through. I'm sure in some position, at some point, it was a draw with perfect play. But okay, they both have no time, and it's move 100, so give him a break. He hasn't won yet either. Still could end in a draw. But I expect white to win. It angers me that black should draw this game. Not from the strength of the players or who they are, just from my chess understanding. I mean, if black draws this, that's just unfair. He still might draw. He still might win. Anybody could win. They both have no time on their clock. Rawr. Safe bet for win now? No, nothing is safe. When you say win, I'm not sure if you mean that he will win or it is winning. The answer to the will he win, I think, is yes. Is it winning? Probably. This is the kind of position that if it's winning, I think it's harder to draw with black than win with white. I think it's easier to play white. I think for black to get drawing chances in this position is just, it proved to be too difficult. Even though it looked like he just literally didn't care. He's just moving around. Nothing was happening. But I mean, it's exhausting no matter how young you are to play, How long has this game gone? 5 hours and 45 minutes? Damn. Harsh. Well. Put him in check. This is the game that doesn't end. It goes on and on, my friend. +3 is pretty good. It's funny to play with a 30-second increment, and that's it. There's no added time, because the game just never ends. And you're always in time trouble. So 93 is the only move where my engine says white isn't +5. The other moves are much worse, it says. Obviously, it's just a win or a draw, but no. The engine finds it easier if you don't play 93. Stupid engine. Yeah, the winning plan I see the engine giving is the bishop goes here, and then the king just walks over here to take this pawn, because this king is shallow and pedantic. And black has to stop this and defend the pawn. I mean, we know with the 2 bishops, pass pawn, and the better king, and the g pawn can be attacked, white should win. Also, white has more time. 93, the engine move. Good, good. Now, if you play bishop e4, bishop f3, move the bishop, king d7, it might be a draw again. So this is by far the best move, keeping the king bottled up. This might be the only winning move, maybe. But it's by far the best move. It's hard not to play that move because it looks so good. I played here. Yeah, now bishop f3, bishop moves king here, might draw. He might draw again. Yeah, I don't know. All three results will happen. Can I hack the casual subscribed? Good, good. It's my longest stream? No. I've had 12-hour streams. Many of them. This is a typical stream. Typical. I mean, both players are exhausted, so they're not going to play perfectly. But if both sides don't play perfectly, that's probably in white's favor. I think the black is on the precipice here and needs to play, you know, really good moves. I like that king a6 loses. Yay! He didn't play king a6. Yeah, the engine says knight takes d6 loses, which is what I thought. But when I thought he loses the bishop, I thought it's just over. I mean, after knight takes d6, ed6. But yeah, it is over. But it wasn't over in the other positions I was talking about because black could move his king up and attack the pawn on g3, which obviously isn't the case here. So this is completely losing. This is a really funny move, bishop f3. He played bishop f3. Or maybe he didn't. He did play bishop f3. Wow. I was going to say that's a crazy move. But it's a reasonable move. It's just crazy looking. I thought I heard a text, but my phone doesn't show anything. I'm hearing things now. So bishop takes f3 is bad, and king takes c4 is bad. It should feel bad. So the bishop's going to move somewhere like d3 or f5. Nobody knows. But he's got a lot more time to win now, move-wise, because he played c5 and move 103. So he's got 45 more moves before a draw can be claimed, before there's a trade or a pawn move. Bishop d3, knight e3, etc. So white has to decide, am I going to go back to this method, or am I going to come over here and try to win this way? And the answer is fries. But yeah, black's trying to get his blockade on c6 back. Again. The king b5, I guess, wins, because I'm going to play c6. If you play king to d7, well, I don't know what to do against king d7, but the engine does. I'm going to make a variation here. I don't know what to do against that. Random legal move. All right. I don't understand. And then here, come on, come on. Not doing any of that. I'm a human. Okay, king c3. That's the human move. Try to win some other way. Yeah. No, I like king d3, king d4 idea. That I like. Because I don't know what black should do about that. I don't know where that knight on e3 should go. That I like. Yeah, now black has to figure out, what do I do if this pawn gets attacked, and if I put all my pieces to defend it, then this pawn might queen. So I like king c3. I like this idea. I'm back to my bandwagon of, white's probably going to win now. It's Thaddeus. It's Spencer. Hooray. Okay, so he's going to try to probably put his knight to c6 again and use that blockade again. Problem is, if I go here, here, and here, I should win. You know, if I can do this, then 2 pawns up, I win. So blockading here and losing this pawn, that's probably not sufficient to draw. 16 seconds. Damn. Harsh. Has a nobody ever won the U.S. championship? Yeah, Shanklin won a few years ago. The engine says bishop takes knight wins immediately. It says that's an easy win for white. See, I always thought that was an easy win, but in the line I was looking at, white's king was over here. So black was like la 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 la, and it was a draw, and I was like, what? But yeah, now you just win. Yeah, this wins immediately. Yeah, because you can't. Black has no counterplay. Okay, he played king here. He's going to win anyway, but I mean, this just won like without any problem. Yeah, no problem. But okay. He has a plan. He's sticking to it. He figures this is going to win with no problem. I don't want to argue with him. Maybe he's right. Yeah, I mean, white has to win. It doesn't matter if it's winning, because the king is here, my king is here, passed pawn, I can attack this. It shouldn't be a draw. It's like, I'm like mad if it's a draw. Like if the table bases say this is a draw, I'm mad at the table bases. Luckily, there's no 9-piece table base. God, the engine lines I'm looking at are horrific. White's king going back that way. Don't do that. My friend. Knight e6 makes sense to stop king f4. So I agree with that. It's Thaddeus. Yep, 96. Good, good. Keep that white king out. Temporarily. Here's a funny zugzwang position I made up. Bishop here, or somewhere. King here, bishop here. The knight can't move, it's illegal. Well, he didn't do that. The king, yeah. So if he plays king here, and it's black's move, he can't move. Because if he moves his bishop, then my king walks up here. And then this pawn's hanging for the bishop the other way. But he played bishop f5, that's a very good move. Man, after king f4, knight h3 check is the only move, which looks really stupid. I mean, it smells too. Yeah, the problem with knight h3 check in this position is I can take, when you take my king, I play bishop takes h3. So I get 2 pieces for 1. So he won't do that. Yeah. Terrible analysis. We are on Chess TV. Hooray. That usually means we're not. My friend. Yeah, we're not on Chess TV. The only way to know whether we're on Chess TV or not is to see if somebody in the chat says we are. That makes it more likely we're not. No, Lenderman has less time. No. Everybody in St. Louis is having a nice leisurely dinner, and these guys are, playing chess. Delicious. Lenderman forgets about the clock and loses on time. King d4. Good, good. Yeah, the engine wanted to go back this way. Ridiculous. He's already been there. Come on, you can't go here and here. Although I do like that. If I was white, I would be so happy because I'm squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. And as opposed to if I was black, I'd be really unhappy. I just like it, like this kind of, this kind of squeezing. It's fun. Yeah, that's Nightbot just says we're on Chess TV every like 10 minutes. It doesn't mean we're on Chess TV. Yeah, we're definitely on ABC News. That's true. Man, when I get home tonight, I'm going to try to eat like a grandmaster. Trying is the first step to failure. Bishop g6. Still hoping for this. And black's going to play here. Sack the king, avoiding all checks. That's right. So Jeffrey beats Shankland and Daniel beat Fabi. The other games were drawn. This game, I don't know what's going to happen. I assume white's going to win, but I don't know. I give up. And the women folk, Crush beat Zatonsky. Toka Genova beat Carissa. Nazi beat Talia. Sabina beat Megan Lee. And the other two games were drawn. 4 decisive games out of 6 in the women's. And this is going to be 2 or 3 decisive games, but I don't know yet. If Lenderman finally wins this game, he'll be tied for first with Robson. If Lenderman does not win, Robson will be in clear first. I don't even know what moves I missed. Let's see here. King e5, king d7. The engine is not approving of white's technique. Although I don't know what's going on. The funniest result would be black winning because Lenderman forgets which way the pawns are going or loses on time. Yeah. That's the funniest. Not funny for him. What are the odds white mates himself in the middle of the board? 0%. How many moves till 50 move rule? Like, I don't know, 20 something, or 30, 33. We're not close to that yet. So knight h3 check is the only move that gives black a chance. And that's what he played. So otherwise he was losing right away. I mean, black's position has improved the last 10 moves. White's king's going back, black's king's going up, and white hasn't accomplished anything. So black's probably happy about the last 10 moves. King takes g4, then king f4 after bishop takes bishop. What are these illegal moves you're talking about? Are you saying like knight here, bishop takes, king takes? Is this what you're saying? Could be what you're saying. Yeah. I don't even know if this is a win or a draw. I don't know. If they're one file apart more, it's a win. If they're one file closer, it's a draw. Here, I don't know. I think this is a win. It's just a known position. I just don't remember how many files. Like with the pawn here, it's a draw. Here, it's a draw. Here, it's a draw. Here, it's a win. This one, I'm not sure about. I think that wins. That's funny if he plays knight bishop takes because that's possible. Yeah. This might be a win. It just might. Probably is. Unless it's not. Not sure. Might be a draw. Not sure. It's on the cusp. Okay, he played knight g1, stopping all of your tricks. Bishop d3, stopping all of the knight moves. How did black's knight get to g1? It was on c6. What? When you say you missed it, it might not win. So that's something you miss. You can do it later. Still theory. Hope the players are having more fun than we are. Go Ben! That's correct. Bishop c2. Yeah, let's move 153 unless white takes the g pawn or they trade minor pieces or white plays c6. Seems like something will happen before 153. Or I move 125 now for white. Yeah, he'll check and play bishop d7. Yeah. He's definitely going to play bishop d7. Yeah. Then he has to play knight h2. And then, I mean, white should be winning there. It's just, I can't believe how bad black's position looks. It just looks terrible. Put it in H. I have no idea how to win, but just, come on. It looks terrible. Frankly, terrible. Levy has 4.5 out of 8 in the Washington Chess Congress. Is that good? I don't know who his opponents are. Also, who's Levy? And why is everybody spelling his name wrong? No, we don't wish Happy Columbus Day on this stream. Columbus was a piece of shit, murderer, garbage, worst person who ever lived. Yeah, we delete those comments. I just don't know how to do it. Yeah, how do we delete that comment? Boo, Columbus. Somebody figure out how to delete it. Yeah, you don't have to time him out. I mean, you know, he's probably a kid or something. Yeah, no, Columbus is one of the worst people ever. And if you want proof, I have proof. Kasparov said he's great. If that's not proof, then what is? Right? He actually wrote an article, an op-ed for the Washington Post, or not Washington Post. Jesus Christ. Wall Street Journal. I knew it was some rag. Saying, like, Columbus took chances. Oh, fuck. Yeah. It's Indigenous Peoples Day. Columbus Day. Columbus is like, yeah, horrible. The only thing worse than Columbus... The only thing worse is Columbus, Ohio, and Columbus, Georgia. These cities are terrible. All right. And I lived in one of them. King here. All right. Yeah, so Savian thinks that this is a draw. Otherwise, he would have... Oh, actually, he's in Zugzwang. Oh, very nice. Thanks, 200 centimeters, Grunge War. Black is in Zugzwang here. If he moves his knight, I can take this pawn. If you move your bishop this way, c6 check wins. If you move your king, c6 wins. So he has to do this. Whether it's a win or a draw, he doesn't care. And Lenderman can't figure out what to do, so he's taking it. Yeah. This is either a known win or a known draw. And also it's a table-based position. So, all right, +5 means it's a win. If it was, it wouldn't be +5 without being winning. I thought this was a win if there's 3 in the middle. I think this is a draw. I think so. Yeah, and this is definitely a draw. This is definitely a draw. This is definitely. All these are draws. These, and this is a win. These are the two I'm not sure about. You want the pawns as far apart as possible so the king and the bishop have to dance at 2 weddings. And I think this is far enough away where it's a win. Yeah. Yeah, but this is nice because this is Zugzwang, even if I pronounce it wrong. And black can't move now. You can't let me play c6 check, so your bishop has to stay on the diagonal. And you can't move your king because I play c6. If you move your knight, I take on g4. So you have to do this. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, and probably white's winning. Yeah. F, G, and H are all winning. The F pawn is winning? If the F pawn is winning, this is an easy win. This is easier than the F pawn. I'm surprised the F pawn is winning. I mean, I learned that, but I learned it like when I was 10. So I don't know. Yeah. The position was drawn at some point, I think, but I don't know when. But this is definitely a win because engines don't give big numbers like this if it's a draw. They give +2, +2.2. That might be a draw, not +6. +6 was weird. No. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem is if I ever play king e8, I'll play c6 and c7. Yeah, that's not good. I'd like to play bishop d5 and king f7. I'd like to. Yeah, I definitely play king h5 here. And then g5 and so forth. Yeah. Yeah, the pawns are too far apart. Yeah, I showed this position to InXS, and he said they could never tear us apart, and the guy was really upset, so you know what happened. Terrible. It says +1 billion. Man, +1 billion's tough. G6 resigns. And they could never, ever tear us apart. I must be hallucinating. I'm looking at an engine line that doesn't make sense to me. Here. Okay, I was hallucinating. Okay, I was hallucinating what it said. What it said made no sense. I was like, let me go back here. All right. They could never tear us apart. Boom, 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 boom. King G7, GG. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, I feel bad for Sam. Because he was probably holding at some point. Yeah, he'll resign here. Yeah, he actually will resign here. Yeah, he's not going to make any more moves. Wow, he made another move. Wow. That's shocking. He played bishop check. Wow. Damn. Yeah, Sabine a long time ago, like 9 years ago, he resigned really late against me. Really late. You wouldn't even believe it if I showed you what he did. I've shown on the stream too. All right, so Lenderman wins 4 decisive games in the U.S. Women's, 3 decisive games in the U.S. Championship. Pretty good. And this game was 140 moves. God damn. But eventually he got suffocated and he was put in Zugzwang. And I mean, just incredible game. So Lenderman and Robson are tied for first. They both have 2 wins and 3 draws. And Nimsova's in clear first in the women's. She also has, I think, 2 wins and 3 draws, and so forth. Yeah. All right. Thanks for watching. Same time tomorrow. And In the evening, I'll be doing a recap of rounds 5 and 6 on my channel, of course, and we'll be on Chess TV tomorrow, and so forth, mainly and so forth. The problem with rating STL Chess Club is they're going to be off the air in about 10 seconds because they're doing what I'm doing. Sabina's actually streaming? I'll rate her. Yeah. She's probably looking at her game and saying, like, God damn, I won. Yeah. And I'm like, how could you use such language on your stream? And she was like, well, I won. And then I was like, yeah, but Sabina,